Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. It has been several days since the whistleblower gave out damning revelations from the IEBC server, claiming those are the genuine results of the 2022 August elections that that declared William Ruto a winner and Raila Odinga as a loser. Now, the revelations proved otherwise, that the person who actually won the elections was Raila Odinga. And therefore, Raila Odinga and the brigade put up a spirited refute program campaign and people initiative to protest against the corruption in the IEBC and the fake results that were deemed useful in coming to conclusion of the declaration of William Ruto as president-elect and thereafter being ratified by the Supreme Court. And so there was a Kamkunji rally, and thereafter there was a declaration of the Jacaranda rally, both in Nairobi, Kenya, and therefore today, Baba was meeting his brigade, his foot soldiers in Nairobi, planning how Jacaranda is going to look like. And that's the subject that we'll be looking at. And of course, the struggles that Kenya Kwanza has to refute the revelations by the whistleblower. We have received almost response in equal measure to try and overturn or down the revelations that have been brought forth by this whistleblower. All we have had are blames and counter blames and refutes and counter refutes, but nothing concrete so far from Kenya Kwanza. Why is there a struggle in Kenya Kwanza in proving whatever that has been given by the whistleblower as not being valid? Could it be that they know that it is true? Well, let's get talking. Thank you so much. As you get us, please make sure you help 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse tonight, even as we look at this wider spectrum of the Kenya nation, the Kenya society, and the electoral process, and whether our elections actually work or don't. Thank you so much. Tafadhali tunawakaribisha kila mmoja na mahala popote ulipo, karibisha wawili watatu ili tukamakinike pamoja. Tuko live kwa Mtembei TV official page on Facebook, Mtembei TV YouTube channel, and Sound Candid Talk channel. So make sure that you follow through whichever suits you. And if you have not yet subscribed to Sound Candid Talk, make sure you do so. We're still looking for at least 313 subscribers to get to 1,000 mark, wherever target. So don't be left behind by you delaying to subscribe when you're required to. The link you use to get to the studio is now available in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. Will be in this very space for us to talk matters Kenyan politics and how to navigate through all this. Karibu sana na shukuru sana Fatan Abdullahi Muhammad anasema tumefika 686. Basi tunatafuta wangapi wamebaki? Is it 14? 314. So please, let's make that happen as we roll out the discussion tonight. Travel with Red anasema number one here. Thank you so much for being number one in studio. Tunashukuru tu sana. Yufin AO, thank you so much. Felicitas Tideke, karibu kwa show Destiny Desire. You're welcome to the show Passionate Love of Christ. Karibu sana. Jacqueline Getuba, you are welcome to the show. Good evening to you. Sleiman Mashek, Kowech, Mtembei official. We need a strong opposition. Karibu sana, thank you. Oh, Matuma Kandate say welcome Bernard. Karibu niende husband. You can't get that. You can't get the antidote for this one. That one, I promise you. You will still have to look for me. Elizabeth Anyango, karibu kwa show. Leah Daly, you're welcome. Dahi Abdi, you're welcome. Dan Dennis on Drake, wetu huyo. Thank you for being great. Jacaranda is a must. Our team is well prepared. Thank you so much. Tusonge mbele nani huyu. Destiny Desires, we are ready to occupy State House soon as possible, no matter what the victory belongs to my Minister Honorable Engineer, his earthquake, Raila the fifth. Thank you so much. Alafu nani huyu mwingine, tumefika 686. Tusonge mbele na hiyo subscription. I will be sharing the link shortly. Nani huyu sijamsabai. Tunaposonga mbele, Ken Kirwa say michinga inamaanisha nini tafadhali? Jaribu angalia, msamiati inaonekana wa kuchanganya. Mark Meki, karibu sana. Hello to you. Who else is here? Who else here? Thank you, thank you. Juliet Musalia, karibu sana. Maureen Ongoi, karibu kwa show. I am from Saudi Arabia. Hi to you. Asante sana, ni Saudi Arabia. Asante sana, karibu kwa show. Charles Nyagi, karibu sana. Fabiano Adriano, mimi ndio huyo. Karibu sana bro. Tusonge mbele. Kiprono Koech, he's on a mission to join government through the back door. I think His Excellent Rigathi Gachagua is watching. No problem. We waited for Gachagua at Kamkunji. We didn't see him. He's a coward and he's not a genuine Mau Mau. You are told who are in the Mau Mau and who helped the Mau Mau. So your case imeisha hivyo. Robbins Leshira, hi to you. Nani huyu sijamuona? Kuna Lums Chandai, Sami Naro, alafu Mildred Oanda. Of course, kuna Lea. Thank you so much. Mama yetu Mary Wainaina, karibu kwa show. Kuna Chumsi. I hope I'm getting that right. Trufosai, karibu JB. Karibu sana. Nani mwingine hapa? Okay, thank you. Kuna Cecilia wa Uyanga. Asante sana. So tafadhali tumia hiyo link, ingia studio tuanze kuongea masuala haya, na karibu tu sana wakati tunaangazia masuala ya siasa zetu, ili ukamakinike. Mambo huenda yakaja alafu yakangaja, lakini ukweli lazima ushughulikiwe na ukweli lazima usimamiwe. Malia Skarin, karibu sana. Manriche. Thank you so much. Nani mwingine? Okay, so let's get straight to discuss our manenos as we start out our conversation tonight. I trust all is well. Thank you for those who are inviting each other. Make sure you share you share that link with everybody in your WhatsApp group, everybody in your Facebook groups. Let the whole world tune in here and let us have a conversation that I believe is profitable and necessary at this point in time. It is about time Kenya told each other the truth, and we cannot live a lie forever. Those who want to fool us this time round, they must look for a different way. Well, let's get going. Fred, mbona umejificha? Kuna nini giza? Freddy Kowino. Is Freddy still here? Okay, let's get moving. Thank you, everybody. Please to song mbele. Ingia studio, tumia your link. ili tukapige pamoja. Then to get us moving, let's just listen out to Baba's whatever givings, even as we start out our conversation. Karibu kila moja, makinika.
Mapambano, 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 bado mapambano. Azimio! 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 Asanteni. Naweza kuketi. Sasa asanteni bana. Nimeona nyuso ya wamama, warembo, vijana, wazee, washujaa wa Kenya. Jana tuliongea machache, kawaambia kesho na watu wetu hapa Nairobi tupate watu 20 kutoka kila constituency, ili manake tunaenda kwa safari, ukienda ziarani mpaka upange. Nikasema waita wawe tupige gumzo kidogo, na mimi natoa shukrani kwa sababu nyinyi mmetika na mkakuja. Nafurahi. Kwanza nataka kuambia nyinyi mlisimamia hapa na fanya kampeni Nairobi, tukakomboa Nairobi. Yetu ndio kati 17 kama sio kwa 3 peke yake, na MCA vile vile tukapata mingi, kuna rais vile vile tukashinda, sivyo? Na vile ilivyokuwa hapa Nairobi, mkati hapa tulishinda, mkoa wa kaskazini mashariki tulishinda, mkoa wa pwani tulishinda, magharibi tulishinda, Nyanza tulishinda, mashariki tulishinda. Tungeshinduaje hapa katika kura ya Kenya yote? Tungeshindwa? Hatukuweza kushindwa. Juzi mimi natoa shukrani kwenu. Mimi nilikuwa kule Afrika Kusini. Wakati kule Afrika Kusini ndio yule jamaa akapiga parapanda, yule mtu ambaye ako ndani huko ndani katika ABC akapiga parapanda na katoa ukweli ikiwa kule Afrika Kusini, sio? Hii ni ukweli ambao sisi zote tulikuwa tumejua hapo mbeleni. Maana yake siku ile kuna kitu ambacho inaitwa exit poll. Exit poll ni ile kura vile wale watu ambao wanaangalia, wale wataalamu wanaangalia vile watu wamesimama, vile watu wanapiga kura. Maana yake ukitoka pale unaulizwa umpigie nani, umpigie nani. Exit poll inaonyesha kwamba sisi tulishinda na kura zaidi ya 56%. Sasa wale ambao wamekataa kuchapisha hiyo exit poll, lakini the exit poll showed that we won by over 56%. Kila exit poll haisemeki uongo. Exit poll maana inaonyesha vile watu wamepiga kura. Sasa kila mtu alijua na kwamba tulishinda, lakini yale ambayo yalifanyika sisi sasa tunajua vile ilikuwa. Vile ilikuwa ya kwamba kulikuwa na mpango ya kurusha kura, kulipeleka katika kituo ya kuhesabu. Katika kila kituo cha kupiga kura, polling station, kulikuwa na ile kitu inaitwa Kim's Kit. Sasa ile unakuja, unaweka kidole, unaingia, unapewa kura, unaenda naye kule kwa nini, kwa box pale, unaweka nini, alafu unarudi kuweka kwa masanduku. Kura ikikwisha, hiyo kura zote sasa sanduku zinafunguliwa, unaanza kuhesabu kura ya urais, sio? Kwanza wanafanya sorting, hapo naanza kusema nani fulani, Raila, Ruto. Raila, Ruto. Raila, Ruto. Wajako. Kaenda namna hiyo. Ikikwisha hiyo yote, yeye anajaza ile form inaitwa form 34A. So, jaza hiyo form, yeye mwenyewe anaweka sahihi. Alafu maagents wanaweka sahihi. Weka sahihi, yeye anatangaza hadharani ati kura matokeo ni namna hii. Anaanza juu mpaka chini. Tangaza, hakuna ile kitu inaitwa hiyo kimsketi hiyo. Na picha. Alafu na ile button anarusha, inaenda katika server hapo Nairobi. Akishamaliza hiyo 34A, anaenda naye katika kituo ya kujumlisha katika constituency tallying center. Ni presiding officer kule iko returner. Hiyo returning officer anachukua kutoka kila kituo. Ile presiding officer anakuja, yeye sasa anajaza hii form 34B. 4B anajaza hiyo, hii shule hii fulani, stream hii na kadhalika. Tunajaza hiyo yote. Lisa sasa, hii kozi yote, nani amepata nini? Raila amepata ngapi? Ruto amepata ngapi? Wajakoya na kadhalika. Hiyo sasa ni form 34B. Akishafanya hiyo, yeye mwenyewe anapiga muhuri IBC hiyo form. Piga muhuri ile IBC na sahihi, ameweka sahihi yake na agent ameweka yao, anatangaza hii constituency fulani mpaka hii na hii na hii. Kisha tangaza hiyo, anapiga hiyo form tena, yeye anarusha, inaenda kule kwa server. Na tunaelewana vizuri? Sasa ile kitu gani mtaka mwelewe vizuri? Vile ilikuwa servers, sasa tuligundua kulikuwa siku na servers 4. Ngapi? Moja ilikuwa kule Holland. Kule ndani ya mawingu huko, in the clouds. Pili ilikuwa nyingine kule Venezuela. Kule mbaya kuna mtu anaitwa Jose Camargo. Tatu ilikuwa hapa katika Anniversary Towers pale ambayo IBC iko. 4 ilikuwa moja katika industrial area. Alafu katika Bomas of Kenya kulikuwa na kitu inaitwa the portal pale ambayo sasa ili matokeo ilikuwa naingia. Kati ya hizi servers 4, moja pekee yake ndiyo ilikuwa inatuma matokeo kwa Bomas. Na hiyo ilikuwa ile server ya Venezuela ya yule mtu anaitwa Jose Camargo. Uliona? Alikuwa anapata hiyo matokeo, anabadilisha. Zile za Raila anapatia Ruto. Hata hapa mtukua wakati hapa. Anachukua hizi, anabadilisha, anapatia pande ile. Alafu anarusha, inakuja hapo Bomas of Kenya. Tunaona vizuri. Hii ndio sababu mnaona katika mahakama mawakili yetu walitoa mfano. Yule msichana Soweto, alitoa mfano ambayo ilikuwa na ile sahihi ya yule Kamago. Simuliona hiyo sahihi ya Kamago? Alafu akatoa mfano mwingine kuonyesha kwamba kimskit moja, na kimskit ilikuwa kila station iko na kimskit moja, kila polling station iko na kimskit moja. Na kila kimskit iko na namba yake. Na namba ya kimskit moja haiwezi kuwa na nyingine, haiwezi fanana. Kila moja iko na namba yake. Lakini anaonyesha kwamba kulikuwa na kimskit moja, dakika hii ilikuwa natoa matokeo kutoka station moja shule kule Mount Elgon. Dakika 8 baadaye inatoa hiyo namba hiyo kule Nyeri. Simuliona? Kwa sababu kwa gani? Maana yake Jose Kamago alikuwa kule Venezuela, ako mali hizo form zote anajaza tu bila anapenda. Umeelewana vizuri? Hiyo game ilifanyika. Hiyo game ilifanyika, walikuwa wanabadilisha matokeo, na hiyo matokeo ndio ilikuwa inakuja kwa Chebukati hapo. Na alikuwa anajua hii maneno ni Chebukati na wale watatu wezi wazake wale wengine. Inaitwa Gulie, inaitwa siji Bobolo. Unajua? Hawa ndio walikuwa wanajua hiyo maneno. Walikuwa wamesukuma wale wengine kando. Wale wanne walikuwa hawajui chochote ambacho kilikuwa kinafanyika hapo. Simuliona sasa? Sasa hata baada ya kufanya haya yote yalikuwa bado hakuna, hawezi kuziba ile mwanya. Ndio naona siku 2 kabla hawajatangaza walifunga ile portal. Sasa ilikuwa hakuna matokeo yanatangazwa. Simuliona? Hapo sasa walikuwa narudi kufanya njama zingine. Lakini ukweli ambao umetoka sasa ni kwamba matokeo yote ya uchaguzi wa rais ilikuwa imetoka tarehe 10. Maana mlipiga kura tarehe 9 ya Septemba ya August. Na tarehe 10 asubuhi kama saa 12 matokeo ilikuwa yametoka. Yaani ilikuwa ni siku ya Tuesday, siku ya Wednesday matokeo yote yalikuwa yametoka. Lakini jamaa walikataa kutangaza, maana yake walikuwa wanajua shida. Hizo siku zote mmeweka nyinyi mnangoja, ilikuwa tu kujaribu kubadilisha hiyo matokeo. Ndio kazi walikuwa wanafanya. Sasa zile mbao mmeona yule jamaa ambaye ako ndani na ito whistleblower ametoa. Hiyo sio matokeo ambayo mtu mwingine anaweza kudoubt. Hii matokeo ambayo ametoa, ukienda pale kila form ambayo iko pale, maana yake ametoa forms 245, 245 constituencies. 45 peke yake ndio zililetwa hapo direct, hazikuletwa na hiyo kimskit. Hiyo yote inaonyesha matokeo. Na hiyo yote ambayo imetoka hiyo, ukipiga ukiangalia hii kwanza iko na muhuri ya IBC, ile stamp ya IBC original. Iko sahihi ya returning officer. Iko sahihi ya agents ya Azimio na agents ya UDA. Wameweka sahihi yao. Unaelewa vizuri? Alafu iko barcode ndani, kinet barcode hapo ndani, ambayo ukipiga ukiscan namna hii inaonyesha mahali, location. Pili inaonyesha siku. Tatu inaonyesha ambayo hiyo kitu ilirushwa. Kwa hivyo yale ambayo iko pale inaanza kukanya. Unaona wamekaa kimya. Hiyo ni ukweli mtupu, hiyo matokeo. Tangu itoke mpaka leo Chebukati na wenzake hawajatoka, hajaongea. Yule mbana yetu Marjan Hussein hajaongea, yeye iko pale. Maana yake ni ukweli mtupu. Nimerushwa na mtu ambaye anafanya kazi na IBC ambaye ametoa hiyo kweli. Kwa sababu hakuna mtu ambaye anaweza kukana hiyo. Tuliona kama juzi Ruto nasema kule kwa mazishi ya mama ya Kukuria. Ati Chebukati alifungua saba kitambo. Uliza hii siku gani? Alifungua saba siku gani? Katika mahakama mliona wakili zetu Mheshimiwa Murgor akishout kusema we have not been given access to the servers. Wale majudges kila mara alikuwa anambia we have not been given access to the servers. Mara mingi zaidi sio wanasema namna hiyo. He had no access to the servers. Alafu hiyo kampuni inaitwa Smartmatic aliandika barua, na barua hiyo tuko naye ya kusema we cannot allow access to the servers because our will infringe on our proprietary rights and affect the results of elections elsewhere. Hii ni kampuni ambaye iliajiriwa na Kenya. Hii kampuni iliajiriwa na Kenya fanya services hapa kwetu. Sasa kuna dispute ya matokeo. Unaambia fungua hii sanduku sasa tuangalie kitu gani ilipo ndani yake, wanakataa. Alafu mahakama inaenda kukubaliana wao. Shame on them. Shame on them. Shame on them. This is not something that has been made up. This is not something that has been made up. Kwa hiyo tunasema tusipo rekebisha haya makosa, hakutakuwa na haja ya watu kwenda kwa uchaguzi tena 2027. Maana yake sasa tulikuwa na Chebukati 3 na Cherera wengine 4 pande hii. Sasa wanne amekataa, amesema hii ni uongo. Jamaa wanatuambia sisi wale watatu ni wanafanya mkweli. Lakini in a democratic society you always go with the majority. The majority said no. Minority said yes. And then the Kenyans are saying you must accept the views of the minority. Hiyo ni demokrasia. Hiyo ni ukweli. Kwa sababu tumesema we have refused to accept. We must refuse to accept. Maana sio sababu ya Raila. Raila atatoka kesho. Raila atakuwa 2027. Anaweza kuwa hayuko. Lakini kama mkienda tena kwa uchaguzi na sasa itakuwa wao ambao waliiba ndio wanakaa pale, wameweka tena wale waizi wenzao upande ile nyingine. Sasa wameenda wabadilisha sheria. Ruto mwenyewe anataka sasa kuteua another electoral commission yake yeye mwenyewe. Unafikiri hii Kenya ni Ruto? Hii Kenya ni takataka inaitwa Gachetha. So this is why Kenyans must be prepared to stand up for their rights, stand up and defend your rights. Because if we don't do that, these people will continue to rule you without your consent permanently. And we want to tell the foreign powers, or serikali mambo ya Kenya, wachini wa Kenya. Wa Kenya watasuluhisha shida. And I want to say this without fear of contradiction. Let foreign countries don't interfere in Kenya's internal affairs. Kenyans must be able to come up with the leadership that they want. Kenyans must elect leaders that they want. What we have today are leaders that are imposed on the people of Kenya by a very corrupt electoral commission. And this is totally unacceptable. That's why we are saying no. And we want Kenyans to be peaceful. We will be peaceful. We will be peaceful unless we are provoked. We will be peaceful unless we are provoked. Yule anasema yeye hakuna suluhisho ya Raila. Mwambie kama hakuna suluhisho leta. Tuna wewe. Tuna wewe. Tuko tayari kufanya chochote. This is something that we are prepared to die for as the people of Kenya. Kwa hivyo tunasema Jumapili ni Jumapili, Jumapili, Jumapili. Nataka kuona kama siku hiyo Jumapili kiwanja imejaa, alafu tutatangaza mpango ingine. Tunaona vizuri, tunaona vizuri. Mko tayari? Mko tayari? Tayari? Musilali, mapambano bado. Wakenya msilale.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you for keeping us company even as we proceed with the conversation. I trust you are well wherever you are. Thank you so much for inviting each other and weighing on to the current affairs of this great nation by different players. And so far, Baba has spoken again on matters electoral commission and how they conducted the 2022 elections. The whistleblower and all that is coming from Kenya Kwanza as a response, in my opinion, is too weak, is too scattered, is too uncoordinated. It looks suspicious. And so they need to sit down and come up with something serious to respond to the whistleblower. And then there is this guy here hiding his name. It means he's a coward. Kuna huyu jamaa translate this name amebadilisha kwa Arabic tusijue ni nani. He is saying that the original forms the original forms were signed by agents. The original forms were in hard copy. How are they changed and all that? Please, I have always held it on this particular platform. When you want to refute something, think through so that when you say something, it becomes irrefutable or somebody will be able to challenge it on the grounds. The physical form can be changed, okay? And that is why the law requires that as soon as that form is scanned, it should be sent immediately, so that within that period of time, nobody will be able to change anything. And so, when the electronic results has been sent to the tallying center, okay, then you arrive with a physical form. If the physical form does not agree with the electronic form, it is the electronic form that will carry the day, okay? Because you are as you traveled along with this physical form, you may have adjusted the figures, or maybe somebody intercepted you and gave you another form, and that's why the returning officers take ages to arrive at Bomas of Kenya. And so when we look at this entire scenario, you look for something to refute whatever the IEBC whistleblower has produced, not this hot air argument of physical forms. We cannot have one election that has different results. If it was conducted credibly according to the law, it has to have the same result. We cannot have two different results, two different winners of the same elections, presided over by the same commission, and then you are an outsider. You don't work in IBC. You don't know how IBC conducted the election. Yet you're here defending whatever shame that they brought to this country by failing to conduct election after being given 40 billion Kenya shillings. 40 billion Kenya shillings, and you still conduct a sham election that you cannot stand by and defend. That, in my opinion, it is disappointing, to say the least. All the same, I want us to proceed further as we start out the conversation. Bwana Jackman is here. How are you today, sir? You unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Yeah, unmute that mic beside your name. Ndio tukusikia, hatuwezi kupata.
Okay.
You must unmute. Aha. There you go.
I am very new in the first instant that I've even come to realize that you have a panel of actually where you can sit and discuss all these. I am right now. I am not. I'm not in Kenya, right? As I can say, but I'm getting what you are saying from here, from this far where I am right now. Indeed, it actually shows that these elections was not actually conducted in a fair ground, as I can put it. But then I think the reality is coming actually to we are coming to see the reality right now that the elections was a shame. Even here, actually, we lack what we call. So maybe we don't have someone to tell us more about these issues are actually concerning Kenya. But then it's actually just right now this platform when I opened my TV here. I think you can look over there. It's just came to realize that kumbe mko na platform mzuri hivi. Hii platform ni mzuri, inachenga, inaelimisha. Sasa itakuwa na nyinyi kila siku. Niko hapa ni Amerika tu, lakini tutakuwa na nyinyi, kila wakati. Otherwise, actually, I have just come right now. Sijajua what you are actually discussing all along. Maybe I'll wait and see. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Jackman, karibu sana. Tunashukuru kwamba umepatikana na tutaendelea kushirikiana pamoja tunapojadiliana masuala ya nchi yetu na jinsi tutakavyorekebisha makosa yetu ili tukamakinike kwa pamoja. Thank you so much. You're most welcome. We've been here. This is a year and something. We must be part and parcel of the change we need in this great country. Sister Rhoda, you were here earlier, ukadropiwa. Vipi lakini leo?
Poa sana. We have a newcomer. Welcome, Jackman. We love you and you are welcome here in our Azimio Ramoja community. Na Aluta, Continua, na Wangira. Yesterday we were there until 4 o'clock. So today I slept long time because I was thinking like this. Because here the dark started very early. Here in Europe, in winter time we usually get dark around 3 o'clock. So what I want to say, I saw some video somewhere in YouTube. I don't know is it propaganda or is truth. This guy called Oscar Sud. Actually, I want to speak with him because this guy, he was attacking former president. They're the one who planned this rally in Kamukoji with his brother Muhoho. And I wonder, how can former president can do such kind of stuff to give Raila Odinga? Raila doesn't have money to have her own rally. You see, these guys, they're using propaganda all the time. It makes me feel heartbreaking, and that's why I come here to say that hawa watu wa Karijini wanakuanga na shida mingi sana na Kenyatta family. I don't know ni nini wanakuanga wanaulizia. I don't know. I'm really sad when I see they attacking him, and he is doing his work this year. Now they're still using propaganda attacking him. Things have not done. Okay, campaign he was giving the money because he was a president of the state, but now this Salia Camp coach, how much cost? Obviously, is a free. They're very fake people. I was feel ashamed. You know, sometimes it's some people feel ashamed as when a grown up like Oscar Sud attacking the former president, atini amepatia na pesa. Amepatia nani? Si wanakuja, si Raila anakuja kufight. Yani anakuja kufight reality. Na wanajua Raila ni mtu amefight na nyayo, si mtu ati ovyo ovyo atakupatia pesa. Sasa nini Kamukoji na cost, by the way? Itakiwa ni stadium ina cost money if they want to lend. It can cost almost $500,000 shillings. So anyway, they are putting us down. They're still putting us down, these guys. Sasa mimi nataka kuambia Osasudi, achana na Raila, achana na Uhuru. Uhuru ni wetu, bila mnaongeanga hiyo Karijini accent. Achana na Uhuru wetu. Si mtoto wako, huyo ni mtoto wa Jomo Kenyatta, wachana, leave him alone. Mind your own business. Hiyo parabagana mnatumia, leave him alone. He's not your son, na mwachana na yeye kabisa. Si alipatia huyo, si mlipatiwa nini na free. Mlipatiwa nini free of charge. Mlipatiwa, by the way, President Uhuru is very nice. Akapatiana everything with peaceful. Nini netangwa aje president akampatia na peaceful. Hakuna president anapenda money kama President Uhuru. Angekuwa sasa ningekuwa president, ungekuwa na vile Nairobi could be very environment. Hatungekuwa na hizi vituko tuko anazo. Kwa sababu he was a man of, mkimtukanana alikuwa anafanya vitu. Hata Moses Kuria kimtukanana alikuwa anafanya development. Kilifi amejenga mabarabara. Leo nilikuwa naangalia Mombasa, nilikuwa nasikia wow. Ukiona vile wanaongea hapo ni mdomo, lakini kitu wanafanya na huyo mkarijini wao, they're doing nothing. You're the one people who have been destroying our country from Moi, and now is you. Unafikiri, you think I get happy when I hear that kind of stupidity? I don't get happy mkicheza na sisi, kwa sababu mnakuanga I don't know, is a mental sickness you guys, you have parathoristic, you lie a lot all the time, you're using propaganda lie to put it down. Mmetuputia down our minister, vile amefanya kazi mzuri mpaka Magoha amekufa, kwa sababu Magoha amekufa juu hata ya kuwa stress, kwa sababu kuna kitu alifanya kwa serikali ya akaleta CBs kuonga na nini, masomo ilikuwa inaendelea vizuri. Kama tukisema kama akuoga na Rick, siku ya moja ilikuwa very Rick, sasa akuoga na Rick, anaweza kucheka kazi amefanya vizuri kuweka nchi yetu perfect good like Europe system. Atakunanga na Rick, anaweza kufa kwa sababu anapenda nchi. Au mamisa wote wa Uhuru Kenyatta walikuwa wanapenda nchi yetu na wametufanya mambo mazuri. Ukiona agriculture, ukiona kama Nyandarua, watu wa agriculture walikuwa wanapata mwea, mchele ilikuwa inafanya, ni vile watu walikuwa wamefungwa macho, hao watu wa huko Mount Kenya. It's, mimi siko Kenya, lakini nasikianga naudhika sana nikiona vile vitu zinaendelea huko, nikiona watu kama hao wanamuattack. Hizo kila kitu mnaona ni Uhuru amejenga, kila kitu ameona, mmeona ni na mnafu mheshimu, atanapatanga pesa za kufanya Kamukoji. Kwani Kamukoji nafanya how much? It's for free. Even you don't have a common sense ukitumia yote mhumu. Kwani hana kazi nyingine ya kupatana? Kwani dada ni mjinga? Kwani azimio sisi ndi wajinga hatuwezi jipanga? You are putting us down. It's really shame. I feel shame. I feel sad. It's painful to put down. Unafikiri mimi naheshimu Ruto? I will never heshimu Ruto. Mimi hata Ruto akikufa saa hii, I will be party. Mimi naweza enjoy kwa sababu vile ananiudhi, kwa sababu mimi ni mimi. Akikufa mimi naweza party. I can enjoy na party. Ni vile ametutesa na natutesea watu wetu, maminista watu wamefanya kazi mzuri na Uhuru wetu ameteseka. You think we don't know? Only stupid doesn't see. We see things, we have an eye, we have seen. Mimi si mjinga, naona mtu naongea mdomo. Mimi nashinda kwa Kenya, kwani wajinga walisha aje? Kwani hatupendi nchi yetu? We don't like our country. Our country cannot be treated like America. How America they treated their former president, like the way Obama have been treated well. They treated well George Bush. They did it well. They treated well Clinton. Kwani Kenya, we cannot be like America. You America, the way you are coming in our country, leave our country alone and you Britain. Why you don't go a country like Iran? Go to Iran. You cannot go Iran because you fear Iran. Why can you go Iraq? Baghdad, Iraq, because you fear. You cannot go Iraq because you know Iran is a terrorist, their biggest weapon. You cannot go play with that kind of country. That's why you are coming to Africa, because we don't have a strong weapon. We can shoot you like Iran. You have to
Thank you,
respect our
Rhoda.
country.
Rhoda, thank you. Don't go there. Thank you for your submission. We appreciate that. And please also watch out on the issue of uh, tribal blanket judgment. Like somebody noted there, Baba alipata kura nzuri tu nyingi kutoka Rift Valley, Nandi 25%, and the other parts. So, and in this struggle, we are in for us as Kenyans. No more tribes. The tribalistic minds of Kinasudi and all that. Hawa ni watu ambao unajua sitaki kusema hiyo, wacha tu niachie hapo, lakini let's keep the decorum, let's respect one another and keep the focus. Unajua watu wanataka kudistract us from the main thing. The main thing ni waliiba kura, kiti ni yetu, lazima tupewe kiti yetu. Waseme sisi ni watoto sijui wanane tulifanya nini, those are side shows. We remain focused on the main thing. The main thing is to keep the main thing the main thing. The person we have in office got in office the wrong way. He must vacate office. We get in the rightfully elected the leader for this great country. Kuna huyu anaitwa Okwalo Eric anasema Ruto tena 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 tena. Unajua you are the minority. That's why you are repeating yourself so that you look and that's how UDA vote, okay? Instead of one man one vote, unaenda huko unapiga tena 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 and you want those your votes to count. They don't count that way. That's why you are limping right now. You thought you are majority in the country. Now the majority of the country is blue. You have nowhere to hide. Get your yellow suit, ukae nayo tafadhali tuone. Kwanza mwambie rais asivae suit ya blue. Blue ni rangi yetu. Avae suit ya yellow akienda hiyo presidential mikutano tuone vile atakaa. All the same, asante sana. I still urge us to keep inviting each other even as we continue the conversation. Na kama uja subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk, please fanya hivyo. Tunatafuta watu wangapi? Tumefika saa hii 688. We are looking for 312 people. 312 people to fike hiyo 1000. A journey of 1,000 miles begin with a single step. So one person at a time, let's make that happen, reaching that requirement of 1,000 subscribers. Then we move on forward. Aluta continua, my own sister. How are you today?
I'm good, Bernard. How is everyone, Rhoda and AP Party?
We are
I
great.
hope
We
you're
are
doing
great. Thank you.
Bernard, the pace, I love the pace. And you know, when these people arrested Gaucho, they set the pace. And so I love the things that are unfolding because they are setting for us the pace, you know. Did you see a hashtag release Gaucho? All that went round within some hours there. He is released. Willis went there and he is out. So we are great, you know. The only thing I love with the arrest is the pace they are setting for Kenyans, because this fight is not about Raila Odinga. That's why you see Sudi can't even mention the name of Raila Odinga because he knows Raila is not in this one. So he can't even mention Raila, just saying my friend, I don't know, engineer wa kuunganisha wire. When did Sudi become an engineer? Anyway, that's by the way. So these people, they know that this thing is not theirs. And you know, Bernard, when you steal something, you know, somehow it becomes a burden to you. So when the owner comes for it, you know, it becomes quite difficult to keep it because the owner knows his or her, whether it's a sheep or a gadget or anything, you'll have to know your thing. So when you go for it from the thief, they'll try so much to convince you that this thing is ours, but the truth will always come out. So the truth that came out with the whistleblower, that's why they can't even refute it. No one. They're trying, but they're just beating around the bush because they know it is true. Bernard, how can you refute the truth? They can't. So the truth will always be the truth. We're here as Azimio. A luta continua. The war still continues, and we are moving on. And Baba's presidency is what we'll have to experience before 2027. And we are ready for that. I saw the way Nuru Okanga spoke when I was overwhelmed. He spoke even more than the MPs, more than the senators. He spoke, Bernard, like a real leader. Even if he says he's a class 3 dropout, but he speaks very well, friendly. Leaders, such kind of leaders are the ones that we need. But as I saw again, he said that he's just been telling people that he's a class 3, but he's not. And we don't care whether he's a class 3 or whatever he is a leader. He speaks well, even more than the people that were elected there who are Tumbocrats. He even told them, Baba came and campaigned for you. He sold his ideas for you. And now that you've gotten there, you've enlarged your stomach, you'll see. We are there with you. And so, Bernard, this thing we'll have to get it no matter what. And so these people should not think that if we are quiet, we don't know that they took our thing. Our goat must come back, and Baba's presidency must be realized before 2027. They will have to know that stealing in Kenya is prohibited. Our votes must count. And Bernard, this time around, they're going to learn it the hard way. All the server, the Kamago server that they use, because Baba said there were 4, but only 1 transmitted. The Kamago one that he used. I think this Kamago guy, they shouldn't have let him go. He should have been jailed here in Kenya to serve as an example to these foreign countries so that they don't meddle with our affairs. And the other time, Bernard, I said here that these people don't need to tell us what to do after creating for us, putting us in the mess that they put us into. Since they had already put us into the mess, they should let us clear the mess that they created for us, not us. We didn't create the mess, but we can clear for them. So they should not tell us what to do. And I'm glad that Baba also said it very clearly today, that they should leave Kenya alone. They should let Kenyans have the leaders that they want. And Bernard, this is the Baba that we've long waited for. And so fellow Kenyans, it doesn't matter which tribe you're from. It doesn't matter which party you belong to, because I believe that when the fees are up high, it's for us all, because we are all Kenyans. So let's come together, get the rightful people who deserves to be there, the rightful leaders in there, so that we can all enjoy Ukenya. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana. Aluta continue. We appreciate that. Na audio yako imeokoka wakati unamalizia. Next time watch it closely. Unajua Alex leo hayuko, so but it's okay. We got your point. Thank you so much. Tuendelee mbele.
I know Alex angenimaliza leo.
Leo sijui ingekuaje. All the same, asante sana, asante kwa wote ambao mnaendelea kujumuika nasi katika Mtevei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show. tunakuomba tu hakikisha autazami kipindi peke yako, unakaribisha kirende yote tukamakinike tunapochambua siasa zetu na tunapoelewa kwamba ni wajibu wa kila Mkenya kusimamia haki ya Kenya ili kila Mkenya apate kilicho chake na kusikue na yeyote ambaye atahujumiwa kwa sababu ya wachache ambao ni waovu na wanapenda kuendeleza uovu wao. Kwa hivyo tafadhali hakikisha kwamba unakaribisha mtu, na kama huja subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk, hiyo ndio campaign tunasukuma saa hii. Tafadhali hakikisha una subscribe. We are looking for 312 subscribers so that we get to the required 1000 subscribers wherever set target. You can be an extension of helping somebody to subscribe, talk to your guys in outside even Mtembei TV so that they can subscribe. Any person who enjoys political discussion, he will enjoy the channel. So just extend that link to them and request them to subscribe. You can also take the link and share it in your WhatsApp groups and just make a request for somebody to subscribe that we may get to that target in good time. Well, I still want to appreciate everybody, especially the UDA guys. I would love to debate you if only you want to reason and you are willing to look through whatever that is at hand right now. Kuna mtu amesema everything will be okay if everybody accept any results. Now, that is one of the most, let me not use that word, but unthinkable statement I've ever read since I came to this particular program, that we should accept any results so that everything is okay. I don't know if you went to hospital for treatment and they took your blood sample, they went to the laboratory, and then they brought you any results. Will you get treated for your sickness? I mean, how in the world do you even reason like that? That everybody should accept any results? No, every result must be subjected to test. We must be sure that that is exactly yours. There is a book I've written called Embracing Excellence. And there is an article that we captured in the book called If 99.9% is Good Enough. If 99.9% is good enough, then one of the things that will happen is that I'll get for you the article so that I read it verbally. I promise you I'll get that part of the article and read it for you. If 99.9% is good enough, we can't accept any results. We must accept the right results. And if what we are being given by IBC suspicious, we must scrutinize it, because wrong leaders who get in office the wrong way are the ones who perpetuate the running down of the country. And there is no way the country can be run down and Kenyans' lives be rising up. It takes no miracle for that for any person to think otherwise. So tuache mchezo wa kufikiria kwamba any result is good. It doesn't work that way. Hata wewe ukifanya mtihani, wewe unataka kupokea majibu ya mtihani wako, sio any result that anybody has taught and given to you. When we lose standards, then there is nothing left for us. That's why we have Kenya Bureau of Standards, that there is a specific standard of products that should be sold within the country and should be useful within the country. You're going to say any results. Any results from where? Come on. Let's have some respect. Let's dignify ourselves. I mean, respect ourselves as a people. Not to suspend our thinking and begin to follow as sycophants who have unscrewed their heads and are following with their body only. It is time Kenyans began to think critically and demand what is right. Jebukati and team are a huge disappointment to this country. You cannot use a budget of 40 billion Kenya shillings and still give us a flimsy elections that ends up in the Supreme Court every time. That should not be forgiven. So Kenyans, let's wake up, get angry enough, do what is required. Asante, sitaki kuchemka sana, lakini naomba tuendelee hivyo hivyo kuhakikisha kwamba ukweli wa mambo unasimama, na wewe ndio mmoja wala ambao watasimama kutetea haki ya kila Mkenya. Na hii sio swala la Raila Odinga. mtu yeyote anaweza kuwa, hata kuna kura za Wajakoya zilichukuliwa zikawekwa kwa Ruto, kuna kura za ile Reverend zilichukuliwa zikawekwa kwa Ruto. Hiyo yote ni kuhujumu kusudi la uchaguzi. You are trying to defeat justice. If you subject yourself to an election, allow the election process to go uninterfered so that whatever we have on the other end is exactly what we determined. You don't get into the server and begin to adjust things so that they suit you. It's wrong. It's evil. It's not different from stealing an exam. It's not different from perverting whatever the process of making medicine. Okay, wewe dawa inatengeneza kuhudumia wagonjwa au unaingia hapo unaongeza sumu ndani ya hiyo dawa ili wagonjwa wakimeza wafe. You are worse than a murderer. I mean, what's wrong with you? Giving us bad leadership is the surest way of making this country not to take off, and we cannot take that lightly. So let's move on forward. APSG himself, how are you? AP Party SG, upo haupo?
How are you? How are you? Najua lazima
I'm good.
nijitayarishe
Good to see you. Karibu sana.
nipanguze mdomo so that people can hear me in all the corners of the world. Unajua sisi ni international forum. We are an international parliament and you are the speaker. And
Yes,
Rhoda is a member of
parliament.
it's a global parliament.
Global parliament.
And you know, Rhoda is also a member of parliament representing the international community who has very much interest in Kenya politics. Unajua uzuri wa hii channel ni kwamba ina update wa Kenya, wakiwa South Africa, wakiwa Russia, wakiwa USA, UK. We make sure that they know what is happening here. And we make sure that they participate in what is happening in Kenya. Because eventually, you will still have to come back home. It doesn't matter how. But mwishowe utakuja nyumbani. Lakini swali ni, unakuja nyumbani inakaa aje? How do you want to go home? Do you want to get an airport where cows are grazing in the middle of the airport? Do you want to get to a point whereby a country where you cannot even come with another phone or two because of security? Those are the pertinent issues we discuss here. Yes, we find ourselves in a situation where everybody and majority of Kenya did not expect. Because surely speaking, in my dreams and in my life, I never thought I would be led by gangsters. I never thought that one day that the corrupt will walk free, that people who are evading tax will be freed. I never thought. I thought maybe that is a story of an upcoming country. But this is a reality in Kenya today. In fact, when you look at the news, you will not go long without finding an article that is either supporting corruption or sanitizing corruption. And then you find the symptoms of corruption. Because as we speak, we see the escalation of a cost of living. As we speak, right now, they have given a proposal by March to increase the electricity tariffs. And you see, that is another problem, because anytime you encourage corruption, because corruption is the elephant in the room. There's no way a country can succeed with corruption. I know the Mr. Ruto had promised that you can succeed even when you are with corruption around you, because you were supporting corruption. But you cannot succeed. Corruption takes off the engine of prosperity, and that is what is happening in Kenya today. That's why you see that parliamentarians are crying foul because they are not been given CDF, as much as illegal as it is. As we continue like this, you'll find that counties will start complaining, and you'll find so many people now planning to strike, because as we speak right now, hata wakipatia MPs, they will create another hole somewhere, because we are almost getting to what we call a cash crunch as a country, where the country is living on what we call hand to mouth. Did you know, Bernard, today almost 65% of the workforce are working poor? There are people who work directly to the mouth or to paying bills. In other words, let me put it this way: we are having a country that is supported by Fuliza. We cannot do without borrowing there, talking with the, because you understand that schools have opened today, and I can tell you what was happening today, and me included. It is negotiation on how you're going to pay your school fees, because people are unable to pay the school fees. You remember there was a time that the government could come in, and in that note, I also want to remember that what Makoha was doing. Makoha might have even had this attack because of a pain he saw the children going through. This is a man who has gone to so many schools in Kenya. In fact, Makoha went even to slums to make sure that he mobilizes the kids to go to school. And then you find all of a sudden a government coming to power, they don't have any iota of feeling the kids of Kenya. Many, I have just seen news today, a lady who scored the top lady in Tana River, grazing cows and goats, because she cannot go to a school nearer to her place and she has no money. These are things that can make even me have an heart attack. Yeah, even anybody who loves Kenya, because I think Makoha saw what was happening and he was shocked. Bernard, among the 1,114 A's that people got last the KCSE, 900 of the A's were from Kisii. I don't say Kisiis are not bright. I don't want you to get me wrong, Kenyans. I just want to say it goes against the law of nature, the law of things the way they happen. Yeah, Mashogu might have delivered the biggest leakage that has ever been delivered in this country. And these are things that can make anybody have a heart attack. And maybe because immediately he announced those A's, I think that is where Makoha had a heart attack. He couldn't believe it. Because we have overemphasized the A's to a point that if you don't get any A, you are a stupid kid. And that is what Makoha was telling people. You are not a stupid kid. The professionals we have in football, the Wanyamas and the Origis, they have not even go past high school. But their doctors are PhD holders. Ni watu ambao wamesoma hiyo medicine, wamefanya A throughout. Because the fate of a human being is in the hands of God. You don't have to steal and cheat in exams to succeed in life. In fact, the most successful people in the world are not the most educated. And it is normal. Bill Gates, they never went to any university. They might have gone baadaye. Richard Branson did not even finish high school. Now they are the most successful people. So this issue, unakuta ati A's nusu zimetoka region moja, hiyo ni uongo and it's a lie, and we have to speak about it. Alex can hate me for this, but I have to tell him the truth. That school that has 400 A's is a lie. Hiyo ni uongo na ni wizi na ni vibaya na unaharibia hawa watu maisha, because wataenda ndio university, wengine wachukue engineering na wengine wachukue medicine. How sure are you they are going to end up with those courses? Because We are created differently. So when you see the kind of things happening in this country today, you even feel like fleeing to the country, out of the country, because it is absolutely mismanagement. The other day you asked a question, what is one thing that Ruto has done that we can remember that has changed the lives of people? And I will answer, he has done so many things, but they cannot change the people's life. Because Ruto has grabbed land, and that is known. It's a fact. If not, so we know that Processional Way, the one connects the State House and the town, that one was grabbed by him. So we know he has done that. We also know that he has been in many other scandals. And this is the reason why we are always complaining, saying, you cannot plant mangoes and expect to harvest oranges. If you plant corruption, the only end result is corruption. And that is where the problem of this country is. We are waiting for Baba on Sunday, and we want direction on how we can reclaim our victory back. The 8.1 people are waiting. Akisema hep hep, vijana oe, tutahama oe. And I'm proposing to Raila Odinga, before he retires from politics, he makes sure that there will be no theft in this country, fraud of theft of votes again. Hakutakuwa na wizi ya kura tena. This is the last bullet, and he has nothing to lose anyway. Let him call upon us. Let him call a 1 million march to State House for the first time in Africa, so that we can reclaim our victory. And if it is not going to happen, if Raila is not going to be the president, then Ruto also should not be the president. Na tusiogope, kwa sababu kama ni ukweli, na ni ukweli, Wisobura ametuambia Ruto aliiba 2 million votes. Mimi nilikuwa namuita president. Sasa hizi kuita namuita Ruto Mr. Bwana. Hata daktari naona pia inaweza kuwa ilikuwa imepikwa tu, So Daktari Ruto anatakiwa kungolewa hapo in one way or another. Na kama hataweza, kama si Raila atakuwa president, basi tuwe na caretaker government. Mimi na propose after 1 million march to State House, then we elect regional elders ambao wata commit kwa cabinet, na wachagua mkiongozi amongst them. It doesn't matter which tribe, but we need a country on the right track, because as we speak right now, we cannot live in this country. It is either we reset the country on what we call factory settings, so that we can have a country that is making sense. Bernard, you and I are in Nairobi, are in Kenya. You know how much it costs to get out of your house. The moment you open your door, umeanza kuwa charged. Umeanza kuitishwa fare, umeanza kuitishwa airtime, umeanza kuitishwa parking, na hujalipa lunch. Na ukilipa lunch pia unalipa choo. You know, country kama hii ni nchi gani unalipa mpaka you eat but still also pay for going to haja? When you see a country, people paying for services that are natural, like going to relieve yourself, Bernard, then that's a failed state. Kwa sababu when your balls are full, surely they are full, and you have to decide. Sasa unaingia town, unaambiwa hapa ni mbao, hapa ni 30 bob. Ukitaka tissue ni unaongeza 10 bob. What kind of a country is this? This is a failed state, and we are laughing, showing a lot of teeth rather than solutions, and too much thanksgiving. Mimi nikifika hiyo, nikishika shilingi 10 hiyo, nasikia ati nimekula na pesa. Tena naenda kujisaidia na pesa, Bernard. Hii ni nchi gani hii? eh? Ukijaribu kwenda kujisaidia kwa majani unashikwa na Sakaja. Hiyo tena ni pesa ingine. So tuko kwa ile problem ambayo tunashindwa, hii ni nchi inaendelea ama inaanguka. Yeah? Kwa hivyo najua nitarudi baadaye. Kwa hao machache nataka kusema hivi. Baba organize 1 million march to State House. Wale watauma risasi waume. Wale watabaki wabaki maisha mzuri. Watasema watu 100,000 walikufa na risasi, na lakini watu milioni 40 wakaishi maisha mzuri. We cannot be led by Pablo Escobars. Naona ndio wanapanda madege siku hizi, wash wanapanda ndege ya jeshi mpaka wanapigwa salute. It's amazing, it's abnormal. We might have sins, but we have never reached in such a level with Bernard. Yeah? Na unajua tunaongea hizi vitu watu wanafikiri ni kuchukia, tunachukia kwa Kalenjin. Wa Kalenjin, there are very many people who are bitter. Kama Kipruto Arab Kirwa anaongea hii kitu kila siku. Anasema ni nchi gani hii? Watu wanasamehewa dhambi za corruption. There are many people from the Rift Valley that are feeling ashamed of this government. It's only that they cannot talk, because they talk. They feel they can be what we call attacked or something. But it is true. There is no problem with the Kalenjin nation, but there's a problem with their Kalenjin leader. He seems to be comfortable with evil, with corruption. He seems to be comfortable when things are going haywire, bribing leaders from all the region to support him. He is so much interested to get support from all the leaders except Raila Odinga. In fact, he wants to make sure that Raila Odinga is isolated. But the good thing is that Raila Odinga is with the masses. And we are telling Raila, thank you for not stealing elections. You'll go down in history as a person who will be remembered for the rest of it. We will never remember Ruto, because what will we remember Ruto for? For constitution? For devolution? For good governance? We can only remember Ruto for a road that he had stolen, for Weston Hotel, for numerous children all over the country. Those are the things we can remember him for. But any constitutional amendment, nothing. Any help to anybody to go to abroad to school, nothing. Me sijui anything. I need also somebody to tell me any orphan alisaidia akaenda akafanya university kama smart yule alisaidiwa na Raila ama nani. Just one. Kwa sababu tunaongeanga hizi vitu watu wanaona kama ni ujinga. We want them to come in this forum and tell us, by the way, isipokuwa ni Ruto, huyo jamaa hangekuwa MP. Huyo jamaa angeenda United States. But there is nothing to show about this lead. The good thing about him, he knows how to speak, and he is very good in lies. Sasa hivi wamesema wataongeza stima. Yeah? Hii kitu, hii serikali, na siko ubaya, watu wengi wameikasirikia sana. Tunataka trigger point, na mtajua hiyo kitu ni ukweli. Wanajua wako comfortable kwa sababu wanasema Moi alitawala mpaka akamaliza, Kibaki alitawala mpaka akamaliza, Uhuru alitawala mpaka akamaliza. This will be a surprise to many. There will be an African spring, and Kenya will never be the same again. And I'll go on record of having said the way this government is going is not the right way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, SG. We appreciate that, and good observation. Let every Kenyan be informed and well equipped in understanding what is transpiring and how rightfully do we respond to the same. There is Thomas Marende talking about Luos are 800,000. I don't know where you're using your statistics. Secondly, and their million march. We've been in this country, those of you who've been around for a while. When the Nairobi City Council, before it was City County, had a problem with what they call ghost workers. And whenever the number of ghost workers is too much, the mayor or the person in charge of the city county, wherever the city council, will summon all the workers at the stadium. They do something called head count, okay, to be sure these people they are paying salary, do they exist or don't exist. So everybody unabeba stakabadhi zako, una line up kama ni city stadium, unahesabiwa head count for the city council to be sure of who is their worker and who is the ghost worker. Now that when we vote, our votes become ghost votes, votes. We must ascertain who is who where. Okay? So if Raila Odinga was voted for by 8.1 million people, one of these fine days will need to stand up as 8.1 million people and let us do head count. Badala ya kusumbuana na hii story ya Tisava ilifanya hii mara Opoto mara hard copy of from 34A from 34B from 34C was not generated from the computer, it was handwritten, the certificate was this and this. Let's do head count. Wakati umefika, kama wewe uko kwa mrengo wa kuongoza na baba, usimame nyuma ya baba. Wale wako na mrengo wa kuongozwa na Ruto wasimame nyuma ya Ruto. Mwenye line mrefu kama ile ilikuwa ya Nyayo, basi huyo ndio rais. Hii maneno mengine ya kusumbuana tuachane naye. David Odindo, your configuration is wrong. That's why we can't add you to the screen. All you need to do is restart. If you're using your phone, if you can get me, please. If you're using your phone, restart your phone. Switch it off completely. Give it like 2-3 minutes for it to switch from the system. And then thereafter you restart. And then when you click on the link to get into the studio, don't direct StreamYard. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the system on how to get into the studio. Every time you deny it one access, you corrupt it, and that makes it impossible for you to be part of the screen. So if you want to make your submission, please rekebisha hiyo, ndio utaweza kuingia studio na uweze kuchangia. Asante kwa wote ambao mnajumuika nasi mahala popote mlipo. Tafadhali hakikisha kwamba unakaribisha mmoja, wawili, watatu, wanne, watano ili wakatazame kipindi pamoja na wakahusike. And if you have not subscribed to Sound Candid Talk, please make sure you do so. We want to get to that 1,000 subscribers as soon as yesterday. So let's move with speed as we do the right thing. I have Pluto Aristotle. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Yeah,
Karibu, you are taking us to the ancient Greek.
Absolutely, man.
Na unajua makaratasi yetu ya election, it was printed in Greece. So are you a witness?
Yeah, that's what nasikia, man. And it's amazing what's going on. Unaona, hao watu walikuwa nadhani that wakikataa kutoa hiyo wakikataa kufungua server they will drown everything and people will just move in and forget. Actually, what I would have loved to happen is that IBC whistleblower, he should have downloaded that entire server. I don't know if that's possible, but I think it's possible, into a different hard drive, and so that they can also have their own, like if people are like, hey, let's open it and see it again, because probably saizi wale watu walienda waka corrupt your server ama they destroyed it or whatever, thinking that people will not have access to it again after revelation imefanyika. Hopefully they did that, what I'm thinking they should have done. But at the end of the day, the sovereignty of the people, the sovereignty of the country belongs to the people. So it does not matter ati mahakama iliamua hivi ama ikaamua vile, the way they're trying to pretend that now there's nothing that can be done. At the end of the day, wananchi wa Kenya ndio the sovereigns of that country. Even if the constitution ikisema ni Ruto anafaa kuwa president na mahakama ikasema hivyo, if one day watu wakiamua sisi tumechoka na huyu mtu hatumtaki anymore, we don't even have to wait for an election. Sasa hiyo kitu Raila anafanya, I hope agitate watu and watu wa gather in their millions waende watimue hao wakora from office. Yeah, because that's the only way out. hii mambo ya watu kusema ati oh, mahakama iliamua hivi. Mahakama can be corrupted, of which based on the verdict that they produced and the way they rushed everything, it just shows that they too are corrupted. Kina Chebukati in this tribunal that's going on right now, they can't seem to be able to answer a lot of things that they're being asked. So naona kina Raila, they should just go ahead with those maandamano. They should not relent until those criminals are out of office. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for that, and let's keep the push. The people must make up their mind on what kind of country they want and what kind of leadership they should. Nobody should be left alone when they are corrupting the system that makes for us leaders. Don't subject yourself to electoral system if you don't want to let the electoral system determine your win or your loss. Corrupting Chebukati and corrupting the IEBC is higher crime, and any person who did that needs also to be held responsible. Kuna hawa Mathomas Marende and all that. Niliwaambia mkikuja hapa mnakuja na point. Kama huna point utachoka tu. Chebukati is a hero for what? Kukuwa na kipara. Is that also something we consider in terms of being a hero or not? Look at the way he appears. You see, even an embarrassment. Chebukati is an embarrassment to eldership. Is an embarrassment to management. Is an embarrassment to excellent performance. And it is not me. Okay, I have not worked with Chebukati, but I'm sure if I worked in that IBC office, tutakorofishana, because I don't appreciate mediocrity and people who don't want to do what they are required to do because they are waiting to be told what to do. So all the commissioners that worked with Chebukati, from Akombe, okay, to all the ones that resigned, said Chebukati is incompetent. They say Chebukati cannot provide leadership. Okay, so we are not the ones. That's I keep phrasing. We don't live in water. It is the people who came from the water that told us it is Mama Crocodile that is sick. And since we don't live in water, when the alligator comes from the water and tell us Mama Crocodile is sick, we believe him. So everybody from IBC says Chebukati is incompetent. Chebukati cannot provide, is ineffective. Chebukati cannot provide leadership. That is why everything placed in the hand of Chebukati collapses. How can you leave Bomas? You go and come back with the results, and then you now cook up a story that somebody wanted to abduct you. Who doesn't know where Chebukati lives from the DCI? I mean, when you fill your IBC commissioner, whatever forms, you are supposed to indicate your house number. So getting you is very simple. If there was anybody who wanted to kill Chebukati, then there are those who provided him protection so that he can announce them as president. And in the long run, sasa maji imezidi unga. Mzee Gumo ndo alisema maji ikizidi unga unatengeneza uji. So inaonekana serikali ya Kenya Kwanza imekuwa uji na tutaiteremsha, lazima iteremshwe. So wananchi tusimame imara, tusimamie ukweli, na sio kwa sisi. It's for our children and our children's children. It is risky to leave the future of this country in the hands of this kind of whatever substandard decision makers. We can't take that anymore. We must streamline and straighten up the standards for the leadership of this country so that our children can aim high. I read a post by Mtaingunyi that really was heartbreaking. He said something. He said Professor Magoha did not die of heart attack. He actually died of heartbreak. And I tend to agree with him. Professor Magoha worked so hard in getting rid of those abnormal A's. I think when the results came out and they had those abnormal A's, he just gave up because this is too much. Couldn't take it. And this is something that we shouldn't take lightly. Any person who steals exam, he destroys the next generation. He destroys the next generation because the doctors that will graduate will not be qualified. The nurses that will graduate will not be qualified because they used wrong papers. When they are incompetent, ineffective, disqualified, and then you put sick people in their hands, what are you doing? For them to pronounce them dead, isn't it? And then somebody still has the courage to stand before the camera and say, I have nothing to regret. I did what was my job to do. No. Let's rise up as Kenyans and redeem this country once and for all. And so, Jacaranda, kaa macho. Okay, tukitoka Jacaranda, next move, we must get rid of bad leaders so that this country can move forward. Asante sana. So, Bwana Marende na timu yako, poleni sana. Hata hapa mko minority. That is it. Anywhere we carry out a poll, okay? Who is for Baba? Who is for Ruto? On the market, Ruto loses. On TV, Ruto loses. The only place he wins is when his 36 bloggers with their multiplied accounts vote for him on Twitter. That's the only place he wins. And because he's one person voting many times. But really campaigns and really votes, he lose everywhere. But he still wants to be a winner. God help us. Okay, let's listen to Nani. David, umefika vipi? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Poleni sana. Mnanisikia sasa?
Sawa, uko sawa. Karibu tunakupata.
Asanteni sana kwa hii opportunity. I've been trying to be a part of the show since way back tukiwa na siasa ikiwa ilikuwa moto kabisa. That was somewhere June, July last year. That's when nilikuja kujua about Mtembei TV. But so far nimekuwa nikifuatilia. Apparently after the elections kuona mambo ya bottom up nikaona huko itakuwa ngumu, nikatoka kidogo. Sasa we are somewhere else, so I'm just streaming. Nimeweza kuingia kuanzia jana, lakini leo ndio nimeweza access because I was using the laptop lakini the settings were not okay, so I'm on my phone now. So thanks a lot So ningetaka kuchangia one or two things kwa sababu the way things are going at home it really hurts when you come to maybe these places and all these waheshimiwa they come to benchmark hizi mahali and then wanakuja wanakuambia bottom up. It really hurts wewe kama Mkenya ukiona mheshimiwa ametoka Kenya, he's been to Europe, all these places. Bottom up iko wapi hapa, in exist wapi? We don't even have matatus, buses around the city center. The other day our DP Gachagua was claiming that Wakikuyu wataharibiwa biashara matatu zikitoka town. Matatu ikitolewa town iende pale railways, does that mean that somebody will walk home? No, he won't walk home. He'll still need that matatu to go to where he was going before. So our leaders wetu, I think there's something very wrong with them but kwa mtu tu yoyote ambaye atatuona kama sisi ambao wenye tumepiga kura ndio tuna makosa, kwa sababu there was this other gentleman speaking right now, Secretary General for AP I guess. Watu kama hao ndio tunafaa tuwanyoroshe viboko thoroughly, kwa sababu it's just not past 5 months since elections then you are coming crying right now that vitu ziko mbaya. What do you want us to do? Yet you are supporting these people. If mtu kama wewe ungekuwa na uemas watu wenzako ambao wako katika hiyo chama kwamba this is wrong leadership, as per now tuanze tu kuiangalia, hii ni mbaya, because sisi ambao tulikuwa na support the other side, we knew this way before. Tulikuwa tunajua watu wakipatiwa nafasi then the whole country will crumble. As you are seeing, this is a process stima itapanda right now, taxes unalipia stima for token ya 1,000, you're getting services za shilingi 300. Yeah, what is that surely? Second thing ni the way services ina deteriorate tunafikia mahali ambayo I don't think the common mwananchi will be able to survive, because now tunaishi hand to mouth, hawajaanza kutax M-Pesa. That means ukitumiwa hata pesa na boss wako, that money will be deducted kwako. KRA watadeduct on your side, si kwa boss yako. So we are losing it, and going forward, I don't know, we need much more than prayers ambazo nimeona ndio zimekuwa the order of the day. Badala ya ku deal na real issues, tunajaribu kuwekelea maombi. Si mbaya kuomba ndio, lakini there must be solutions. Lakini hii solutions sio nikipatikana na hii serikali ya sasa, si kwa ubaya, lakini ni kwa uzuri tu, ile kwamba the current leadership breed is the worst ever this country has ever seen, and watu tu wakaze kamba ya viatu, kwa sababu it's getting worse. Hata sioni kama kuna uzuri yote inakuja. The current cash crash ambayo iko hapa sasa, ukiangalia exchange rates za shilling against the euro, pesa inaendelea ikipanda kila siku. So meaning that kwamba ukiwa na pesa ukitaka kutuma nyumbani, shilingi inaenda chini daily. Last week it was something to do with 120 kitu, jana ilikuwa 130 kitu, December it was 116, so 126. So each and every day una imagine kama pesa inapunguza value na 1 to 2 3 shillings, inakuwa very serious. I'm not an economist, but thinking of the bigger perspective, nadhania kuna kitu ambayo iko very wrong, na we should put these people into check. I'm supporting Baba sana mambo ya Sunday, at least apatie watu mwelekeo, kwa sababu pia akisema tu kwamba we boycott these products na nini, I don't think it's working. I need akuwe na mambo serious, ambaye ataelekeza Wakenya waseme hivi na hivi ndio ambavyo vitakuwa. If we continue giving these people chances to go on with this mess they are creating, sisi ndio tutakuwa ku blame. There won't be any future for the younger generation. All these people that were appointed CSS, Moses Kuria is all over. His Minister of Trade anaongea uniform, his Minister of Trade anaongea mambo ya mahindi, his Minister of Trade anaongeza zote, lakini trade agusi. I don't know how these people are even appointed to those positions that they are heading. Tuko na Machogu amekuwa the worst ever within 3 days, yani within 3 months, this country has gone to the dogs for the next 50 years, kwa sababu the current breed, hawa majamaa wataenda kufanya medicine, hapo ndio utasikia mtu amedungwa shindano mbaya akapotea. So hii shida yenye imetokea na hii exam leakage, watu lazima wajue it affect the country for the next 20 to 30 years, kwa sababu kama mtu anasomea udaktari, mpatie miaka pengine 20 ya kufanya kazi, 20 ingine ya kuwa na hospitali yake private, na uniambie huo ni mtu ambaye aliiba mtihani. So yeah, we are not really doing good, but we just pray for the best. So anyway, kwa hayo machache ningependa kusema asante sana na nashukuru. Labda tupatie wengine pia nafasi waweze kuchangia.
So, thank you, Brother David. We appreciate that, and we look forward to engaging further. And then we are glad for you joining our big family. There are WhatsApp groups that if you deem necessary, you can join. We have the sons and the daughters of Raila Odinga. We have Mtembei TV debate WhatsApp group. We have friends of Raila Odinga WhatsApp group. Any of those. So for you to join, you drop your WhatsApp number on this private chat. The private chat is accessible by only the people on the screen. So you drop your number there, tutakuongeza kwa hizo groups, hapo ndio tuna engage sana hata kabla tukuje huku. But it is our civic duty to see to it that we do what is right for the country. It is part and parcel of why God created us and placed us in this country, and gave us that understanding at the time like this. This is not the time to play games. If somebody wants to corrupt the river at the source, that is a worst person ever. A person who wants to poison the well that feeds the whole village, he is a killer who wants to eliminate the whole country. Chebukati was given the responsibility to be a gatekeeper, to be the sieve that sieves for us bad leaders from good leaders through the election process. Instead of him taking that work serious and ensuring that the electoral system actually gives us right leaders. He decided to collude with bad leaders. And instead of him using the sieve, he put the sieve the other side so that everything came and passed. And then thereafter, he holds the sieve and says, this is what has come out. We will not take that. Let us stand and be counted at this point in time. Fatan, thank you so much. 697. We have reached 697 subscribers on Sound Candid Talk. Please, let's keep going. We need to get to 1,000 subscribers to get that channel to stand on its own and be able to do what is required to do. There is one thing about Kenya Kwanza. You talked about the taxing. Kenya Kwanza is only mindful of how to get the money, but not how to make the money. And that is the surest way of destroying anyone. I have issues with my daughters here. When they say they want this, they want this, they want this, they say before we go there, okay, you must begin to understand that money is made first before it is spent. It is not just spent. So don't enjoy the spending if you don't enjoy the making. Now, Kenya Kwanza seems not to have any idea on how to make money except on how to collect money. And that doesn't work. Yeah? M-Pesa transfer is not an income generating project. It is not. Except those people who are doing M-Pesa agent. Hao ndio wako na biashara. Okay? If those ones are the ones he's targeting to tax, then it's okay. But somebody sending M-Pesa to me, you are taxing me for what? For money passing through my number or what? Yani hiyo si unyang'anyi. No, kama serikali inaanza kunyang'anya watu mali yao, sasa wapiga ngeta na then wapiga ngeta wako na haki. Mtu akiweka kibeti vibaya achukule hela sichukuliwe. Kenya Kwanza is a government that doesn't know what it's doing and is led by somebody who doesn't seem to know what his responsibility is, and that is why we need to get rid of them. They are messing up this country. When Kibaki took over government in 2002, the economy was at -3. Negative. Tulikuwa tumepita zero, tumeshuka mpaka negative. He never said anything about he got nothing in the coffers. He focused on one thing. We want a working nation. He banned Harambes. He said no more handouts, no more fundraising. Let everybody go and work. And what happened? He increased the number of workers. When the many Kenyans began to work, more taxes came in, free primary education took off, and everything took off. That is how our government works. William Ruto gets in office, and the first thing he does is get rid of all subsidies, get rid of all support to everyone, including support to the elderly. And then you tell me we are headed in the right direction. We are not headed in the right direction. These people are out to grind this country to a halt. They must not be allowed. And then kukata kulipa tax is part and parcel of the struggle, because kama hawapati pesa basi watajilipa nini? Na walikuja kukula, it's their turn to eat. We deny them what they eat, they will soon forget office. And so let's keep into the same. Asante sana. So the link to use to subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk ndio hiyo naweka kwa nini. Hii ni ya kujoin wale wanataka. Kuna mtu anauliza amefika kwa how to get into the studio. You use that link, imeandikwa StreamYard. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, na utaingia hapa uchangie maswala yetu. And then of course we are looking for subscribers for Sound Candid Talk, the other younger channel. We want it to be able to stand on its help us. If you know people in your circle, in your WhatsApp group, your friends who enjoy political discussions, please help them subscribe, share that link. To make cross, thank you. To make cross, now we are at 700. Now we are looking only for 300 people and we are done. The viewers are 417. Those are the ones captured. by the system. I'm sure there are more who are watching on big screen. So we have more people viewing that the system cannot capture. But all in all, naomba tusonge mbele. Kelly, umefika karibu. Namna gani?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm Kelly, and this evening I'm privileged that we are having such a candid talk here. As for me, I've been following politics of this country to the latter, and I feel like as a country where we are headed to, we are going to be in a situation whereby there won't be need for a Kenyan to wake up in the morning and go vote, because for a fact, believe me you that come 2027, whether you vote or not, if Ruto is still the president, then there's no need for Kenyans voting. And as for me, this is what I can suggest. But Kenyans should wake up and make good use of Baba while he's still alive. He's the only person who can save this country. And I'll urge Baba not to leave anything pending, because as you can look at the state of the country, if this is happening, it is happening, and we have a very strong opposition, but look at what is happening right now. So my feeling is that Kenyans should support Baba in ensuring that before he leaves, before he retires from politics, he leaves a very smooth country, a country whereby someone can go vote and be someone. You be sure that the person I voted for, maybe if he won't win, maybe the other person will win because he has the majority. But we are back to the era whereby the majority, you know, there was a time when this country, the majority, you remember when people used to vote using Mulolongo, whatever, people queuing up, you find that the longest line was declared losers and the shortest line declared winner. So we are back to such a place. And what I can tell Kenyans, I'm still young, but I've seen this. We are heading in a place whereby we shall regret living in this country. We will regret. And believe me, you know, the other day I was in school and my classmates were telling me that, you know, if Ruto wins, we will suffer. But I was saying, I don't think, because maybe during that campaign, he promised many things, but then you look at the person after getting into the office, look at the things he's doing. He can't appreciate even what the outgoing government has done. You know, someone who reshuffles everything without looking at the disadvantages and advantages, actually, like just trying to please those people who are behind him. And for me, that's a no. It's a no, and I'll tell Baba that Baba should do something. Should do something. Like Kenyans need to wake up. Like Kenyans need to wake up. We are very down, and by the time we reach 2030, with the kind of the country, with the kind of leadership that we have, with the kind of people that are getting into leadership positions, a common mwananchi hatakuwa na say anywhere, whether you voted, whether you didn't vote, because look at the current situation right now. The president want to choose the IEBC and everything. You see, the Supreme Court is, you know, the Supreme Court, you know, everything. They're just in support of whoever, you know, and these two are supposed to be independent bodies, but now they're not independent, you know. So as for me, this is what I can urge Kenyans. Let us ensure that we make good use of Baba. Baba is not fighting so that he be called the president. I'm sure Baba has everything he wants in his life to be. I'm sure, but Baba is fighting for that person who is very down, that person who is not respected. You see, during campaign, we're told bottom-up economy, that common mwananchi, that person who is very down will be uplifted. Look at the current situation. Nothing like common mwananchi. Kila mtu ananunua unga at 400, I don't know, 400. Saizi ile bottom up, I don't know, Hustler Nation it isn't working. So Kenyans, please please support Baba, because personally I won't vote in 2027. God forbid I won't vote, because as long as Ruto, if Ruto is still the president, I'll not vote in 2027. I cannot, I will not, I shall not, because they will steal. And you know, this norm that, you know, Baba is that person you'll steal from and he'll just keep quiet. So it's now a norm. Everybody is used to that. I think it's high time Baba need to bring back his mind and take the necessary action for the better of everybody, for the better of the future of this country, for my, like, I don't know where you're heading to, but Mendadas, for me, I'm very grateful for such a candid talk, and this is where Kenyans are able to express their minds, their ideas, their views. You know, we are the people on the ground. You know, those people are not on the ground. We are the people on the ground to see what people are going through. You see, people are crying, but what will you do at the end of it all? Wengine wanasema we should accept and move on. By the time inafika 2027, we will be dead. Some of us will be buried, and hatutakuwa na mtetezi, because what Ruto wants to do now is to weaken Raila. He wants to weaken him, and he has started doing it. If Baba won't be alert, what Ruto is doing is now weakening him. But Kenyans, I'm grateful for Kenyans. Kenyans have stood for Raila ever since. So let's continue this way. I feel like I'm now leaving. Thank you very much. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Kelly. We appreciate your givings and your perspectives. It is the duty of every Kenyan to see to it that they participate into the progress of their country, and also to cite when the leadership of the day is not performing or doing what they are required to do. It is disappointing that people assume office and the best they can do is complain about the previous office holders and keep blaming this and that and conducting Thanksgiving services. There is no stipulated article in the constitution that says the president should go around the country conducting Thanksgiving services, especially when Kenyans are going hungry and Kenyans are dying of one thing or another. The education is something else. It is very disappointing. And for Baba has stood up for this country, and I don't think amechoka. Ukimwona saa yako fresh, he's the Raila Odinga we are used to. The Raila Odinga of the handshake was not the natural one. The natural one is the one we're having right now. And those who are saying they have an answer to him, he has given them an invitation today. Let them bring their answer. The goodness is that he's gone to the highest court, which is the people of Kenya. And whatever the people of Kenya will decide, that is what will carry the day. I don't think there is any machinery enough to stop the people of Kenya if they are determined to push for what is rightfully theirs. It is evil for us to have an electoral system that does not give us the people we voted for. Hiyo haiwezekani. Haiwezekani. And then if this escapes this, bus, tumeisha. And a reminder as we continue with the conversation, subscribe to Sound Candid Talk, our young channel that we are building up. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe. We are live on that particular channel. We are live on Mtembei TV YouTube channel, and we are live on Mtembei TV official page on Facebook. Those are the three channels that are running right now. And from wherever you're following us, please ensure that you are helping out in terms of subscribing and inviting somebody to subscribe. Follow that closely. You subscribe and then invite somebody to subscribe. If we did that, we'll get those. We are now looking for 300. We need 300 more people to subscribe, and then we'll be good. And then those who want to join our WhatsApp groups, we have 3 WhatsApp groups: Mtembei TV, whatever debate WhatsApp group. We have the sons and the daughters of Raila Odinga. Then we have friends of Raila Odinga WhatsApp groups. If you want to join any of that, you get into the studio and then you drop your number in the private chat, your WhatsApp number, then we'll add you to those groups. You will be able to participate into the conversation. We have more conversations there. That's what generate into whatever we discuss here on the discussion and on the debate. So karibu kila moja, tumakinike pamoja, usiachwe nyuma. Asante sana. Tumsikilize mama yetu Kenya Azando. He, hii leo ni ya wapi sasa tena mami?
Hi, everybody, from the forum and at the chat group. Today I'm in Somali. That is Somali. That's the name of a girl born on Sunday. So, first, okay, I'll say hi to Bernard, Rhoda, Plato, David, Kelly, Chakamdume, Moses, Benson, and all are looking good. We are Kenyans, and there is Carl Gilbert. Well, today I have to clear something that we were told there before about Mau Mau. Mau Mau is not Uma Uma. Somebody said Uma Uma. It is not Uma Uma. Mau Mau was when these Kikuyu groups, they were somehow hiding themselves somewhere in a group. They want to arrange the move, whichever move they wanted to make. You know, they have got like grouping to have something, you know, their own conspiring message, or how they're gonna group up to do whatever they wanted to do because of the colonizers. These guys were being spied by those royalists to the colonizers, and also the colonizers. So when they are found where they are grouped, because there are people who are snitching back on them, when they were found where they are, they would be asked, what are you doing here? So they would say, Mau Mau. So meaning Mau Mau, it's what you see is what we were doing. We didn't have anything. It's that. That's the meaning of Mau Mau.
Excuse me, somebody
Please,
need
there's
to
somebody.
Mary, hold on. There's
Okay.
somebody need to close the mic, please, because it's bringing a bit noise background. Maybe it's TV or some technology. Please, can you close your mic because we can.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. Thank you, Rhoda. I've taken care of that. Asante sana. Carl Gilbert, you keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. Don't turn on your mic until that is done. Moses, usijifiche nyuma ya curtain, unaharibu video. And Carl, sijui kwa nini umekaa kwa giza. You need either to light up ama tutakuficha kwa bench. Carry on, mami.
And so that is where the word Mau Mau came from. It is that what you see. If they first of all discovered that they are being spied and people come abruptly towards them, if they had anything that they were talking, they would shut up. They would maybe if they were making something, they would keep it away. So those people will see only nothing, but they are told what you see is that. Mau Mau. Mau Mau, that is. So that is the meaning of Mau Mau. That's how I understood. It's not Uma Uma Uma. Mau Mau. Maudu Mau, what you see. That. That is the meaning of Mau Mau. And I think that is clear. Kelly, I'm very happy for you being young as you are. And I hope you make others feel the same and understand. When people have not faced any problem, if people have never found themselves in a tragedy or anywhere that you need some help, how to get out of it, they will never learn something. Maybe this is the time now, Kenyans. Let this be an eye opener of Kenyans, an eye opener of young men, because maybe you had been relaxed. You have got everything what you have, and now you see things have changed, and not for the better, is for worse. So now you are being prepared to have that mindset. What am I going to do to get out of this? So whatever we are facing right now, let's not call it like we are going there because of what has happened, what we want, but it's because of what has happened. And what has happened, it's something that really need cautiousness. If everybody now is crying, whoever voted for him and those who did not vote for him, what are you expecting to happen in our country? We have this communal thing now because everybody is crying. Then we have to unite. So Kelly, with your words that you have spoken right now, and with your other friends that you know, they were telling you maybe the right thing, and now you find really they were right. That is how Kenyans are feeling right now. Because others were advised, they were told, remember our beloved President Uhuru. He really talked before he was mute. He said something to Kenyans, telling them, please, you will regret. But people thought, with the poison that was put in their mind, that this man, our Uhuru, is just saying that because he's going for retirement. Kenyans, think about those words. Are they ringing a bell in your mind? Because now you are feeling the pain. He didn't put you there. How about if he was on the other side? What would you be saying? Uhuru was never good for us. But now, things have changed for the worst. People now say, I wish I knew. And why do you wish? Because what you disagreed with was the best way to go. There is no any other way Uhuru would have used those words to make you understand. But he was giving this message to you in a very polite way, and the right time, and the time that he had, the shortest time he had in the government. It's sad for Kenyans, because when they are regretting right now, what do we do? Let's wake up. Never too late. We are looking for a change in our country, which maybe many expected from the mouth of those good promisers. And they have done nothing. And don't expect anything. Because now it has become a routine of politicking instead of serving the Kenyan people. I understand all what is going on is what will continue. And what is continuing? People dying because of hunger, people, cost of living going up. People don't have school fees for their children. Their children will remain home. Is that your happiness? Is that the development of our country? Is that what this guy told people he will do. He never mentioned anything like that. It is now the opposite of what he told you. And this is a person who is still now looking at you. You cannot find him anywhere close. Leave alone the time he was on top of the car. Now he will not be close to you. He has bodyguards around. He's in the state house. He's not coming to your village anymore because he got what he wanted. And you have seen that video that he said he has problem of a certain tribe. That's the character of that guy. He will never change. And when somebody says that with his own mouth, you don't expect somebody to change. That is how he is. He has lied to you many times. He has told you this and that. And mark you, when he hears us complaining of a certain thing, he would go somewhere and comment something that is sweet to make you lie down. But it will not happen. That is a bygone. He's just making you paralyzed. Your mind will be soothed-talked so that you drop whatever you are thinking about. When I thought about Raila, in fact, it is the other day I was sitting down somewhere and I thought, was Raila in detention for 9 months or 9 years? And it was 9 years. Think about somebody being in detention for 9 years. 9 years. Think about even a week. Think about even a day in a detention. Not in jail. Detention is hard. Detention is hot and very, very grievous. And he made it. For heaven's sake, it's a very terrible thing to face and to feel. So, this is a guy who still stands and he can manage to smile. This is a man people have insulted all these years and he's still fighting for his country. As Kelly said, Raila is not looking for anything. He has everything that ticks. And he is fighting for you guys. And he is also will be happy to see what he has been working for all this and having gone through this pain has gone through. And he is ready to do that. What a courageous man. He's not doing that for fun. It's not a movie. It's not a drama. It's not for prestige. This man is dreaming about you guys having a good country. And we want to have that good country, which we are looking for. I think as from that, those are the few remarks I wanted to make. And for Kenyans to think about themselves, whether you want this pain to continue, whether you want to have the country that is always burning, whether you want to have a country where you hear your neighbor is dead because of hunger, you hear your neighbor cannot take his or her children to school. This is something we cannot tolerate. And you guys, you have seen Africa as a whole. This is all what is happening. Let's be the history of Africa. We open the door for the other countries. Let's reject those forceful people who take others winning as theirs and they get proud of it. It's not this time round. Thank you, Kenyans. I'm here and I'll be back. Thank you.
Okay. Asante sana mama wetu, tunashukuru Nashukuru kwa hekima, wasia na mchango wako. Kuna anaitwa Abdi amesema utengeneze kamera vizuri wa kuone sura yako. Abdi Siraji anasema waone nani huyu anayewaelimisha. Basi sura ndio huyu Abdi, so unilipe. Asante mami kwa kutuelimisha na kutuelekeza. It is important that we all stand on what is right. There is no other way to make this country great other than insisting on what is right. There's a video nimetumiwa na nataka kuicheza saa hii. I don't want to talk about it. Let me just play it so that everybody judges it by themselves.
To your country and fix your country. The leader of opposition is crying hard that you stole his votes. Go back to your country and fix your country. Peace in your country is more powerful than this summit of feeding Africa. So the person who is supposed to be the president now is lamenting back in Kenya. Even if you frown at me, I can hear you are listening to your to church songs with your earphones. Just go back to your country. Go back to your country. Open the servers the way the leader of opposition is saying. Actually, is not the leader of opposition. He is supposed to be the president. There were reports that you stole the votes. So even if you look at me like that, go back to Kenya, fix your country. They are marching to State House to overthrow you. Just go back to your country. Stop fidgeting. Go back, fix Kenya, go open the servers, let everybody have justice. We all know that you never won that election. I've been a president, and also you're a young man to me. So you just go back to your country and make sure Raila Odinga gets his justice. Yeah, even if you frown, that's the reality. So stop looking at me like that. Go back to Kenya, and that's what I'm telling you right away. Are we together?
Okay. Jump on the next flight, go to another summit. Sasa hata summit zimekataa. Mami unasemaje? Be very brief tuende kwa nini hao watu wajachangia.
Is that real?
I don't know. But it is true. I don't know how authentic it is, but it appears to me like his body language, he responds like that and all that. So, and I don't think it's Photoshop. So, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. But that summit is taking place, Feed Africa, and that's where he went. So, tutatafuta authenticity of the same later, lakini ujumbe umefika. Asante lakini. Tumsikilize nani? Kala, you there? Roda subiri tafadhali. Na niko na watu watatu hapa wajaongea, watanipiga mawe. Carl Gilbert, are you there? Gilbert uko gizani. Okay. Victory, go ahead.
Asante sana brother Bernard kwa kunipa hii nafasi kuweza kuchangia mawili matatu, na pia vile vile sitaacha kuweza kusalimia ndugu zangu hapa ambao kwa kweli imekuwa ngumu leo kuweza kuipata hii. Unaambiwa watu wamefika 10 wamejaa. Ni ombi langu ambalo kunaliomba watu wajazane hapa ili tujadili kwa pamoja mustakabali wa nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo salamu zimfikie tu Roda hapo, dadangu mpendwa. Alafu kuna kaka yetu hapa David Odindo, brother Kelly, mama yetu mwenye mama wa busara, mama ambaye anazungumza maoni na mambo ya ukweli, asiyependa kuegemea huku wala kule, mama ambaye hakika anaukosha moyo wangu kwa maneno yake ya upole tena matamu lakini mazito yenye mafunzo tele, mama yetu Kenyan Azodo. Then brother yangu Moses pale vile vile pia nimsalimie. Na baada ya salamu ni kwamba if this thing is real, hakika huku kwetu tunasema tumetoboa, victory tunayo. Kama si Photoshop, it's real. Sasa huyu Mungu wetu ndiye anayejibu maombi, na let it be real, and I do believe will be real. I've no doubt at all. Even if I'm not good in English, but today I can even try. This is what we believed. This is what we prayed for. Na for real, Mungu ataitwa Mungu. And one day tutakuja tusherekee kwa pamoja kwamba nao Kenya imefunguka. Kenya uhuru sasa umepatikana, na ule ukombozi ambao ulikuwa tunaotegemea ambao ni watatu, ndoto hiyo itakuwa imetimia. Hapo tu ni kwa utangulizi mdogo kutokana na hiyo video chache ama ndogo yenye imechezwa hapo. Ikiwa real, si Photoshop, victory tunayo. Alafu nikirudi ili kuongezea pale mama yetu alipoongezea alipomalizia, hapo nilipokuwa napafikiria since nianze kupiga kura yangu. Historia ya mtu ndio inaonyesha kabisa, na vitendo vya mtu na mazungumzo ya mtu ndio ina describe huyu mtu jinsi alivyo ndani ya moyo wake. Mimi ni mdogo tu, lakini nimepiga kura mara yangu hii sasa hivi ni ya 5 ama ya 6 kama sikosei. Lakini historia ya baba nimejaribu kuitathmini hapa Kenya na hata katika hili bara la Afrika, sijapata kuona hii roho. Lao hii roho kama ingekuwa ni roho yenye chuki, yenye kiburi, yenye majivuno, kwa kweli hatungeweza kuwa hapa tulipo kwa sasa tukijivunia katika uhuru kama huu tu tulionao wa kuzungumza. Kwa hiyo mama, maneno uliyozungumza yamenigusa moyo wangu na ni maneno ya ukweli ambayo hakika sidhani kama hapa kuna mtu ataweza kuyapinga hayo. Na nikaamua ule uamuzi ule kwa mateso na madhila aliyopitia huyu mzee. Stili bado hajakuwa na roho ya chuki ya kutaka kuigawa hii nchi, zaidi ya kutaka kuiunganisha na kuwa umoja, ambao umekuwa sasa watu wanauta ni uzuzu, yani upumbavu. Kwa yote aliyoyapigania, lakini bado still ni mpumbavu, hajielewi. Tunaweza kufanya tutakalo tu, nikatonge tu kimrushia tu kama kuku kashaingiliana box. But I believe, na huwa nazungumza siku zote, Raila hana roho ya jiwe, ana roho ya nyama sawia na mwanadamu yote. Lali kwa sababu ya kulieka taifa lake mbele zaidi, bado yupo na mpaka sasa hivi, na sisi nasi mpaka sasa hivi nasi tunaitwa ni wazee, tunayashuhudia na tunaona. So this is the right person
Mungu alitutunuku katika Kenya hii. Ninapoona heshima yake inashushwa sometimes, natamani kulia Bernard na ndugu zangu hapa kwenye panels, kwa siasa mbovu, siasa chafu, hata na watoto wadogo akina Ndindi Nyoro. Ni aibu, tena ni aibu kuu. Mnyonge tumnyonge, lakini haki yake tumpe. Mgala muhueni, lakini haki yake tumpe. Kwa kila ambacho ameweza kupigania, ni ishara tosha kwamba huyu ndiyo kiongozi. Ukabila hautatusaidia, vyama na mirengo havitatusaidia kuweza kulikomboa hili taifa. Kitakacho kutusaidia sisi ni kuweza kupata hii roho kama hii tena, ambayo sidhani kama Kenya tunaweza ikireka wapi vilio vyetu. Bernard, for real, ni kumwomba Mungu, lakini na imani sauti hizi tulizozipaza ataingia wakati huo. Mpaka sasa hivi haya ni maombi na Mungu atayajibu. Sina shaka kabisa chaka kwamba Mungu atayajibu. One day tutakuja celebrate very soon, si mbali. Kwa hiyo kwa hatua ambayo ameweza kuchukua tena leo ya kuweza kuzungumza na msezi wake wote wa Nairobi, kulikuwa na ujumbe mpya nimejifundisha kwayo pale. Nikajua this thing is real. Wale walikuwa wanaona ni mchezo, sasa haya maneno ni kweli. Baba ameamua, na si kwamba baba ameamua, but Wakenya ndio wameamua, kwa sababu yuko navyo. Kama ni pesa yuko nazo, kama ni kazi yako nayo, na kama ni shilingi hazimbabaishi. Yaani kwa kweli ameamua kusimama na Kenya na Mkenya. Let's accord him with a very necessary support. Na imani tutaifikia ile nchi ya Kanaani yenye hasali na maziwa na nyama. Ujumbe aliopeana pale tena upya ulikuwa mzito, kuonyesha wazi haya mambo it's true, ni ukweli na yana nguvu, ambao sasa imekuwa ni tumbo joto kwa upande huu mwingine. Hawana msemo, naamini hawana cha kusema, kwa sababu kutoka na hii kauli ya juzi, jana na leo, tungekuwa hapa kwenye media hatutoshi. Vile vijembe viko hapa, lakini hata maneno yameshikwa vinywani mwao, wakistaajabu maana hawana pa kutokea. Ni waibu gani uliomshinda Chebukati maswali ya peupe kama si Mungu huyu, na kama si kweli hii? So Wakenya ni lazima tuzinduke, hatupigi kelele domo bukaya hapa bure. Mama kama huyu kukaa hapa kuzungumza na Wakenya na ameamua roho yake, sidhani kama ni jambo la kulichukulia mchezo. Wakenya ni lazima tuungane, turudi na umoja, tuwe ndugu, tusimame kwa nchi yetu, si kwa sababu ya wanasiasa. Awe yuatoka nyumbani kwenu, wewe kama ni wa kukata mkaa utakata mkaa, hakuna vile atakupa hata kutupia gunga. Kama ni shida ya school fees, hata awe yuko karibu na hapa, masababu believe kuna watu walikuwa karibu na marais, lakini hata kuwaona ilikuwa. Na sasa hivi pia I do believe kwamba tangia kuna watu wanatamani tu kwa nyumbani wamkute, lakini hawana hiyo nafasi. Ni ile tu sifa kwamba tuko na nini, lakini hiyo hatatupeleka mahali ambapo panastahili. Kenyans, let's unite, let's come together. Tuvunje jambo la ukabila hapa. Alafu baada ya kupata hii victory, kitu cha kwanza to deal na corruption. We need our man back. Na kwa wale waliweza kuhusika kwa njia moja au nyingine, sheria ifuate mkondo wake. Hatutaki maraundi. Tunataka Kenya iwe imesimama na iwe mfano bora katika hii East Africa na hata dunia nzima. Kwa hivyo nitakwamia pale tu, ndugu yangu Bernard, niko hapa. Asante tu kwa huo muda.
Asante sana ndugu Mdune kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tunashukuru kwamba wakati umefika ukweli ujulikane na uongo ujitenge. Nchi hii haitakwenda mbele kwa kuishi kwa uongo. Tunataka rais wa mkweli, tunataka viongozi wa kweli, na tunataka haki ya kikatiba kwa kila Mkenya. Mato anasema yeye anajisikia tu tuende State House saa hii. Historia ya kungoja Sunday itachelewesha mambo. Tunaweza kwenda huko tuanze kucheza kati tukisubiri wenye nyumba wakuje. But things are becoming very interesting as time goes. I believe this country is going to be redeemed completely once and for all. Sema Roda.
Yeah, I think that video is real. For me, no, I don't condemn. That video is real. And, Africa, we have that problem of erections. It's not our own country. It's not only country, Kenya, even Ghana, they have the same problem. Even Namibia, Zambia, for the erection to be stolen. And to have a dictator. You see at Ruto Kimona of the body language, he looked like dictator. He is not happy. Naona vile ako na suti poa. Na he's still not happy. Dictator, they're not to get happy because I have a psychology. And this is called pathoric, something like that. He's not happy. He only ukiona Uhuru Kenyatta akienda ma meetings the international, we were so excited, so happy to come from Africa to go to Europe. Kama akikuja Paris, and that guy, he was so lively. He wasn't taking for, to be a president and you are going all over the world. Oh my God, it's not something easy. So I believe that video is real, na tunataka hiyo haki yetu turudishiwe, na baba aende huko State House na tupone, na watoto wapone, na watu wote wasikube. Najua Raila huyu Ruto akikaa miaka 5, watu wengi watakufa sana. Unaona kama Magoha ameenda chini, ameenda. Na hao wengine mamista, we don't know how much they will die. So Mungu, mimi nisema Ruto akikufa sasa mimi naweza party. Oh my God, I can party. Kwa sababu najua nchi yetu watu watapona, hakuna leakage ya exam, hakuna corruption, hakuna tribalism, hakuna nini, kila kitu itakuwa mtaratibu. Lakini hao wote ni corruption. Kuna kitu nataka kuuliza dada kaka ako wapi? Leo ameita Dume, Victor Dume. I want to ask you, you talk about how can I know you're very smart. And everybody come here is smart. You are clever because you have a point. I want to ask you something, Dume. What can we finish? Shikamo. I know unakaa pwani. Shikamo unasemanga marahaba, si ndio? Ebu nieleze tunaweza fight. Nimeongea na watu wengi sana hata huku Europe na ma psychology. What can we fight against tribalism in Africa? Watu wengine wananiambia it's not easy. Watu wengine mtoto wangu nilimuuliza na kona 15 years akaniambia, mommy, is only justice for everyone. That's what mtoto wangu aliniambia. And it's just 15 years. So I want to hear about you. What can we finish about tribalism? Because those something have been disturbing me.
Bernard, niweze kumjibu, unaniruhusu niweze kumjibu dada yangu Roda pale, pengine nitaweza
kwa dakika moja tu. Umlete huyu Moses, ana ujumbe mpya.
Ni sawa. Na pia wengine pia wataweza kunisaidia endapo nitakwenda makosa, maana tuko kufundishana hapa na hakuna ambaye anajua zaidi kupitia kwa mwenzake. Lakini kile kitatuacha dadangu tumalize tribalism. Nitakupa mfano mmoja tu mzuri. Kinachomaliza tribalism ni mfano kama huu tulionao hapa. Machungu ya nchi wote kuyakubali, kuyaona kwa pamoja na kuyatatua kwa pamoja, kujisikia kila kabila kapigania hii ukombozi pasika uoga, sawia na vile ambavyo tulivyo hapa. Kuna kila kabila liko hapa katika huu mtembea, anasikiza haya maneno. Hapo ndo mwanzo wa kuweza kukwamua haya. kusikia kile uchungu unausikia Roda, ule uchungu ninausikia mimi Chaka, ule uchungu anausikia mama hapa, anausikia ndugu yangu Bernard na wengine wako hapa. That's the time tunaanza kumalizana na jambo la ukabila. By the time tunapata hii ushindi, hakuna mtu atajisikia yuko nje, kwamba sisi ni watoto wa mama, hutalisikia tena, kwamba sisi ni watoto si wa nini, hautalisikia tena, kwa sababu kila mtu ameweza kuchaki maono. Ndio maana nikawa nazungumzia hapa ndoto nayo itabiri hapa, this time around hakutarushwa mawe, but haki tutaipata kupitia haya maneno. I do believe na naamini kabisa, unless tufanye kuchogozwa na Mungu atatuajalia. Kwa hivyo tunaanza kumalizana na ukabila kwa kuhisi ule ambao haliko sawa katika Kenya hii, as we are now doing here in this panel. That's the time tunamalizana na ukabila, maana kila mtu kishapigania uhuru, tukishaumaliza, tukishapata kwa pamoja, hakuna Mdigo huku Kenya huku Pwani atasikia ameachwa nje. Hakuna Mkikuyu kula atasema ni mimi ndio nilikuwa sawa sawa. Hakuna Mluo atasema mimi, hapana. Na ndio maana ya azimio la umoja. Asante.
Okay, asante sana ndugu Mdune kwa jibu hilo. Na ukabila sio shida ya Kenya, wakabila ndio shida. Serikali ya Kenya ikishakuwa serikali ya Kenya, ili kila Mkenya ahudumiwe kama Mkenya bila kujali kabila lake, ukabila utaenda tu na sekunde moja. Shida ni serikali inachukuliwa kwamba ni ya kabila fulani na inatenga hao wengine kwa kuwa hawakumpigia kura. Unaona ile mindset ya Kashagwa, ati sisi ndio tulipiga kura, kwa hivyo serikali ni yetu, vitu tutachukua sisi. Hiyo ndio inafanya ukabila unakita mizizi na unasumbua nchi. Lakini tukiwa na government of Kenya ambayo inahudumia kila Mkenya equally, nobody is going to talk about tribalism. Kama unaenda Ministry of Education, Harambee House, au kutuko watu wanaongea terere, unakuta umeingia ofisi ya serikali, unahudumia kama Mkenya pasipo kubakuliwa. When that is established, we are good to go. But mostly tribalism is an excuse that we use for political gains. And that is why watu wengi haswa wale ambao ni viongozi wanaohujumu wa Kenya kutumia ukabila na wanataka kuficha huo ukweli. Kama hapa tumeongea, hakuna mtu anakuuliza wewe ni kabila gani kwanza ndio uchangie katika Mtembee TV. Tunataka kuona ID yako kama wewe ni kabila zuri ama kabila baya. Nobody cares about tribe until somebody is discriminated because of their tribe. Moi led this country for 24 years, and he's on record as the only president, I think so, who had a bodyguard from Ukambani, okay, the head of the armed forces was led from somebody from Ukambani. The military was led by different tribes. There was no that aspect of lazima mtu wa KRA akuwe wa tribe yangu, Ministry of this akuwe wa tribe yangu, bodyguard wangu akuwe wa tribe yangu. That is a bad seed for the country. And so we are headed there. And then of course, when we have a popular president, yule president amepigwa kura na watu wengi. Okay? Huyo anakubalika katika macho ya wengi. So hataonekana mkabila kwa sababu anakuwa supported na kabila zote. That's what is needed. But sasa tukichukua president anasema mimi ni wa Mount Kenya na Rift Valley, hizi kabila zingine zote zinaona they are set as they are segregated. And so we must get the popular president winning the popular vote, become president, not stop the person because he's popular, then you put in a tribal president and expect to deal with tribalism. It will not work. Otherwise tuendelee kuheshimiana, lakini tuheshimiane kwa ukweli, tuheshimiane kwa kutenda yale ambayo ni haki kwa kila mtu. Rhoda, hujaridhika?
Because sometimes I feel like, I just to be honest to you, I think when we are proud of ourselves, which tribe we come from, I think we don't have thinking a mentality who we are. For example, you introduce yourself. I'm Bernard. I'm from Kakamega. I'm a Luya. I think Luya language is beautiful. Masai is beautiful language. Kikuyu, everybody, because ukiangalia Biblia, Mungu ndiye aliumba kabila, si ndio? It's a blessed to any language because winasema the Lion of Judah. I think when in Africa we stop to have that mentality, the language we speak, and wewe mwenyewe unajiaccept vile uko, you accept yourself. Like kama mimi nikikuja nikuwa ashamed kama niko black. I was ashamed hata nikida church kwa sababu ya skin color. I was thinking like that. Afu nikajua oi, mimi ni mjinga. Kwa nini najichukia kwa sababu niko black? Kwa sababu naenda kanisa naona mimi niko black. Sasa niko nanunua nguo every weekend ati nionekane niko poa. Yaani nikafikiri mimi ni mjinga. Kwa nini nanunua nguo kila Sunday ati kwa kanisa nionekane mimi ni mzuri? Unaona? Sasa I think tukiacha kujipenda sisi wenyewe pahali tumetoka, yani una accept yourself. Mimi niko Luo, I'm a Luya, I'm a Kikuyu. Una accept yourself. Hauwezi sikia vibaya. Tukikutana kwa social public tunaongea Kiswahili kwa sababu Kiswahili ndio language ya kitaifa na English. Unaona? By the way, Kenya, we are not a tribe.
Sawa Roda, let's do this. Tusiextend sana kwa tuweke nani Moses kwa muda mrefu. But I get your point, and we are not talking about denying. I don't deny that I'm a Luya or you deny to be because being Kenyan doesn't stop you from being Kikuyu or being Luo. We just don't want to use Luya against Luo or Kikuyu against the. We are proud of being who we are, but that should not stand in the way of us being one as a people. And that's why we need a government whereby the Minister of Finance is from Central, the Minister of Defense is from Western, and the Minister for Education is from Northeastern. And then we have that alloy of our variety. That's what brings the variety on the table. Mkienda cabinet, watu wanatoa maoni tofauti. Lakini wewe umechukua umerundika kabila moja kwa cabinet. Mkikutana mnaongea kikweli, mnafaitia maslahi ya kweli. Amjengi inji kwa sababu you're pushing the agenda of your village. You're using your village as a sample of the country. And that is why we are fighting for this. We need a free country where tuko na cabinet ambayo inahusika na masuala ya Kenya nzima. Tukienda parliament, hakuna maneno ya kusema my people meaning your village or your tribe. It's talking about Kenya. That is, I believe, achievable, and we're going to get there. Asante sana. Who is this? Sylvester comes small. Thank you. Moses, karibu namna gani lakini?
I don't know who is disturbing my internet. Can you hear me?
Now you're back. Umerudishiwa. Ilikuwa imechukuliwa na mzee wenu.
Hey, he's watching me maybe somewhere. So, Rhoda asked about corruption. But before I go there, how are you, my brother Victory? And the Plateau? Hope you're all fine. And Rhoda. Bernard?
Yes, sir. We are good.
Let me just switch off and I come back. I see the thing is here dancing as if it want to ban me here. Let me first kick out and come back.
Organize yourself. Unajua nyi watu mko 3G bado. Tutawaletea 5G msijali.
Umechoma bwana.
It's okay. Rekebisha urudi. Asante. Thank you. Fatan anasema tumefika 707. Let's keep going with the subscription, please. And then those people who are asking for that video, it is now on Sound Candid. You can watch it as many times as you want. Of course, it is translated. The person speaking English, the president addressing Mr. Ruto speaks French. So when we go for that conference, tunakuanga na interpreter wale wana kwa interpretia kwa sikio, so that you understand what is being said. So the audio is interpreted in English, but the message is in French. That's where the variation is. But from all indication, it looks like real. But even if it's not, that's the message in the mind of everybody. Hata ukienda kufufua Kofi Annan atakwambia hivyo. Dunia nzima imeona hii maneno, na baba hakuenda South Africa peke yake, si alienda na evidence. Ukiona hiyo evidence, how do you talk again except you are cast? You know, let me not talk again. Asante, lakini tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana na tuendelee kuchangia. Akina leo kina nani walimu wa usiku, tafadhali mwanze kuja. Masaa ndio hayo, na lazima tuendeleze kipindi mpaka tamati, na Wakenya wapata nafasi ya kuchangia katika masuala ya nchi yao. Kusikue na yeyote atakayehujumiwa kwa sababu moja au nyingine. Kwa hivyo makinika, karibisha wawili watatu, then please let's push that subscription program. Karibisha majirani zako, rafiki zako, all your diaspora friends. Let them know that there is a new channel, Sound Candid Talk, where there is sound candid talking, where you can get what is not diluted, what is forthright, and it's able to help you remain on the cutting edge as far as understanding Kenyan politics and the world politics at large. Thank you so much. So wale mnataka kusikiliza hiyo video iko kwa Sound Candid right now, unaweza kuisikiliza, play it over and over, test it in every way if you want to test it, and be sure that the elders have spoken. The young man should get back home and set his house in order. Oga Moses, carry on.
Thank you, Bernard. How are you, Lord? Mama Mary, Victory, Plateau, and all our friends and outside there watching us. So, Lord asked about corruption. In Kenya, it's simple. Just give ear to Baba, follow whatever he's saying. On Sunday, inform your family to go in Jacaranda and wait for the way forward. And also making sure that the victory is back to the owner. So other African countries will learn from Kenya if that is being done well. You know, Bernard, I'm a Muslim. I will start with the one hero, and I will say Inna Lillahi wa Inna Ilaihi Rajiun. You know, that is the only way we are all going. It's just a matter of time. You know, Bernard, I didn't know more about Makoha, but I went back and I tried to check his records. Then I found that these are the heroes. In fact, true meaning of heroes, people who are always running around with fake heroes and what. The true meaning of hero is there. Makoha is a true hero, and I think he played a good. He played his part. I heard he changed the system of education single-handedly, and that's why Kenya is now in that level in terms of education. So he has gone, but his legacy will forever remain there. Those are the people that we want to at least to have in our countries. So for today again, I was watching Baba breaking down and explaining how things went down in August. So he break each and everything, and he gave a very good explanation. And I hope those ones, whoever was following and listening to him, has now got the point and is aware of what exactly happened. So today again, I was proud of, but there are like 2-3 points that I quoted from his speech. Bernard, he said, there have been people who have been saying, he's doing this because of him and his family and what. He was very clear, and he informed the public that, it's not for me. It's not about Raila. It's about you Kenyans. Because I'm not even sure whether 2027 will find me. Even tomorrow, maybe I don't, I'm not there forever. But it's you. Kenya is yours. So whoever was watching, that was a very, very good point. They should not be diverted to those people who are always trying to hide that, he's there suffering or fighting for his family. And then the second point was that, Kenyans should stand up and demand their rights, should stand up for their rights. And on top of that, he added that if you don't do so, these people will rule you without your consent. That was also another strong point. And indeed, if they don't do, Bernard, if you don't do, then prepare to go that way. So those are the 2 points that I noticed from there. And for sure, Kenyans might do something. We have been here being told these, words of and lies of hustlers and what. You can see even what happened in what happened even today. Where are the hustlers? We should not just go by people's words. We have to see actions, practical things happening, I saw real hustlers today standing with Baba, commanding him, telling him what he's supposed to do, Those who knew Okanga and Gaucho. But right now, I believe even Ruto and his deputy, where they are, they know who is Okanga and Gaucho. They have given them a platform. They have made them to be, they are now exposed. And one day, Bernard, I wish you bring both of them on this channel such that we can have a word one-on-one. Because now where Baba has given them a platform and it has come with full of challenges. Yesterday, I didn't join you guys, but I was monitoring. I heard Gaucho was talking about the pressure and what and so what. He should be prepared for that. And more so now, he's being given a platform. He's being recognized. These are the challenges that he must get prepared to go through. One, they will be intimidated. They will be arrested. They will be issued those issues of like scaring them, trying to, even offering them bribes. They wish to compromise them. But if they are watching, those are the things they have to fight. Because for me, I see them from today, I can say yesterday onwards. These are the people, if they mean what they say and say what they mean, within 7-10 years to come, this Okanga we are seeing today, he will be someone very different. So they should stand with the truth and keep their words consistent, So these are the real hustlers that we saw Baba is picking them from where they are to give them platform and polish them to someone who will be someone of responsible people tomorrow. But I've never watched this other side, KK government, picking any hustle in their platform. Whenever they are, they bring these billionaires, millionaires, and so on. But there is a platform for hustlers. Once you know what you can stand for the truth, you'll be given a platform. So Oganga and Gaucho keep going, but there are challenges in that. Never accept to be compromised, because that will make you disappear forever after being used. Then they will dump you. You'll be like a condom. So Bernard, there are also few things that he also Baba talked about. You know, when I listen to this Mzee Raila, I always feel and I always dream the day I will see him moving straight to the State House. I think everyone will be. It will give everyone hope. You know, like when I see people, most of people, I interact with many Kenyans. By the way, I have many friends, both in Uganda and outside Uganda. But majority of them, they have no hope. But I always tell them there is hope, because in Kenya you still have a room of coming out and demand what belongs to you. You can come out and do peaceful demonstrations. You can access to do meetings, not like Uganda. That's why I always say it's a high time. It is now to use this time, because there is a time will come, even demonstrating peacefully will not be allowed. Like in my country, you cannot have a meeting of more than 20 people without permission. But in Kenya, still that you still have that. So you can do it now or never. Because the way things are going, the pressure is mounting. People are not sleeping. People are sleeping while their legs are in socked, thinking of what next. People are dreaming day and night. Someone will wake up and say, "Hey, Raila," even in bed, wherever he's eating, but they ask which breakfast are going to eat, Raila. Then you see, there is pressure in each and every corner of KK government. So it is now like Baba said today, not yesterday. He mentioned the things, and to those ones who are always following, and those ones believes in him. Bernard, each and everything has its time. People who are like Chebukati, they are far away from the truth. God created us. You can lie, but also the way you appear, the body language, the body action. When I saw him yesterday in this committee, it's called what? This one of Irene Masita and the group, REFUTE. And that lawyer for Irene Masiti, that guy, I like the way he questions. He is even assuring them that we are making, just for a record, these things one day it will come to happen. It will come to truth. Assuring them. He knows that right now you are standing with thieves and they have powers, even though we don't go through, but one day these things will come to the truth. So I don't know, you watched. You saw how the Chebukati, he was like a dog that has stolen someone's meat, He can't even look into people's eyes. The way he responds, the body shows, like someone who is feeling guilty himself before even asked. So these are the things that we pray. And for me, I have hope. I know that 2027 will not be there. Even Baba assured them that without correcting all this mess, there is nothing like 2027. And those ones who have been saying to those leaders, politicians who were elected under Azimio ticket, they have been here singing, election is over, now it's time for work. Commander-in-Chief in the Azimio side told them that there is no recognition of these people, Kenya Kwanza. We don't recognize them. together with their cabinets. So there is no this again issue of saying, no, it's time for work. No way. It's time to demand the victory back home. Thank you, Bernard, and I'll be back again. I'm still around.
Okay, asante Bwana Moses, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako. Tunaangazia kwamba everybody should take whatever lesson that they can take from the current situation and be informed for the great future that we are all pushing for. All I know is that we can never build on sand and succeed in establishing a strong foundation. For us to do that, we must dig up until we get to the rock. The truth in this country is becoming rare with every passing day. Lies are becoming acceptable with every passing day, and that spells doom for the future. And so all responsible people need to wake up and pinch themselves and tell themselves, we cannot allow the lies to continue. We must put a stop to the same. And that's why we're having this conversation. Don't just support something because you've been asked to support. If there is no truth in it, then let's find the truth. If there is truth in it, let us stand for it all the way. There is a very strong wave of people who are avoiding to think. They're avoiding to think deliberately, and it's very disturbing from where I sit that somebody refuses to reason completely and keeps on repeating what he's been told to say, and it hampers, all logic and all understanding. That's not how to become a leader. Leaders are thinkers, and thinkers are critical thinkers in the sense that if there is a question mark on an issue, we get to the bottom of the same. Raila Odinga winning or losing an election right now is not an issue. The issue is the people who presided over the elections. The four commissioners came up and said there is a problem. Okay. And even before that, there were the four commissioners that resigned and left Jebukati in office. They left with the same thing. Akombe left on the same matter. So we have not been, this thing is not even 2022. It's been long coming. And so if all these people are finding fault with one person and one way of doing something, then whatever that is being claimed must have some truth in it. We should not just brush it off and say, oh, Raila does not accept results. I have held that here over and over. Results are not to be accepted. Results are supposed to be credible. They are supposed to be verifiable. Verifiable means tufungue server. Okay? Mbona tunaogopa kufungua server? If I am number one and I did my papers well, I will not be afraid for paper to be remarked because I know how I performed in the paper. I know even if they remark this paper, I'll still end up with my A because this A is not fake. This A is born out of my personal prowess in understanding the subject at hand. But how do you just go through an election? Then when a question is raised, you become fierce. Let's check the forms. You say no. Let's check the server. You say the server has been opened. And you're calling, you're saying the portal is now a server. I mean, hata kama unataka kutubeba wajinga, si unatusamee tu kidogo tafadhali. Respect us small, okay? And don't just brush off things. And so the weak response from Kenya Kwanza is making even if these claims are not true, the weak response from Kenya Kwanza is giving this claim life. And if they don't take care, these revelations may just mark their end. It doesn't matter how well organized they are, but they don't look organized. I don't see an organization in what they are doing because they are not with a good thought. Moi wakati alikuwa amelemewa na maswala. Those of you who are here especially when Robert Ouko died, okay, it was bad for the Kanu government. He was not quick to speak, okay. He would call his cabinet. They would ventilate on the matter. They would think it through. They would discuss so that when they give a verdict, that verdict is going to be strong enough. But Kenya Kwanza mtu yeyote anajibu, Ndindi Nyoro anasema hivi, Kashabu anasema vile, Ichungwa naye amesema tulienda Kamkunji ili to divert the attention of Kenyans from Chebukati's submission. Who is listening to Chebukati in this country? People stopped listening to watching TV long time ago. They will not watch it because of Chebukati and his submission at the tribunal. All the same, we are making progress. Let's keep moving and do what is right for this country. Stand on the right side of history. We are on the brink of making history again in this country. Make sure that your name is on the right side of history. Don't be part of the problem, be part of the solution. Tuendelee kukaribishana mmoja kwa mwingine. Hakikisha kwamba umekaribisha wawili watatu wajumuike nasi katika kipindi cha leo tunapoangazia baba kukutana na jeshi lake la Nairobi wakipanga mkutano wa Jacaranda, alafu majibu yanayotoka kwa Kenya Kwanza hayaridhishi kwa kukanusha haya madai ambayo imetolewa na whistleblower. Ni nini kinachoendelea? Kuna ukweli kwa haya mambo ama Kenya Kwanza inajificha kwa nini? Mbona hawatoki wakaita press conference wakatoa evidence ya kuprove kwamba waliwin? Mbona Chebukati hajatoa stakabadhi za kudhibitisha kwamba hizo madai yanayosemwa sio kweli? That is how to counter such information. We still want to urge you, those of you who are yet to subscribe to Sound Candid Talk, please do so. And when you subscribe, help 2-3 people also to subscribe so that we get to that 1,000 mark target that we are targeting soonest possible. Asante sana. Let's bring anaitwa Broman. Bromano, how are you?
I'm doing good. Do you remember me from last time?
I wonder what happened. You are not looking like this last time. You're hiding yourself. Put yourself at the center. No, yeah, that's okay now.
Yeah. Okay. Maoni yangu today, we should have Socratic questioning. I don't necessarily doubt what Raila is bringing forth, like what he was saying today. I'm not Kenya Kwanza, I'm not Azimio. But also we should question the people who have a history of doing what they're doing. Here's my point. In 2017, okay, when the election was nullified the first time, and Maraga told us that, hey, before we go to the next elections, the rerun or whatever, the election, to do it again, IEBC needs to be restructured. You can't have the same referee to officiate the match again. The first referee already messed up, so we need another referee. So Chebukati should have been gone then, okay? But apparently he stayed. And on the 26th, there was only one person who went for the election and won. And we had a handshake, okay? So when Raila had the handshake, I think he would, before he went to this election, part of what he has to push for is to push for the IEBC to be restructured again. Chebukati cannot, if he bundled the previous election, why should you let him officiate this one again? Now he messed up, okay? Remember, Raila didn't say anything before the election started, this August 22nd. He didn't mention anything about the IEBC, okay? Now it has happened again. He's claiming that there was foul play.
When you say he messed up, what do you mean? Who messed up?
Okay, Chebukati. I'm saying Chebukati. You know, assuming that there were problems in this previous election, right? So this is what I'm saying. Raila should have demanded that the IEBC be restructured before the elections, before we get to the elections. Okay, don't wait till it happens, then come and say, hey, this has happened, Chebukati is doing this, he has, favored the person. So, and if you listen to the speech of one of his most senior advisor yesterday, he said the same thing. He said, I advised Raila that don't agree to these electoral voting machines because they are prone to rigging. You can easily hack into them. Tuende kwa ile ya kucount kwa mkono, it's easy. Okay? So, when I hear him say that, oh, the Venezuelans did this, whenever this, did that, I kind of have very little sympathy for him. I know it's bigger than him, but hii ni mara tatu sasa, okay? And you've been warned about this. The referee ni yule. Yeah? Wewe mara ya tatu unakuja unatuambia umeibiwa tena. Hata kama ni ukweli. Yeah? You were warned, you didn't do anything about it. So I'm happy with the Gauchos and the Okangas for their activism. But unfortunately, I don't think what they're fighting for, as far as with Mr. Helping Mr. Raila, this thing is going nowhere. I'll tell you that right now. It's unfortunate thing what people cannot see.
Fabrizio,
Yes.
What was Raila supposed to do that he did not do?
Good question. Like I said, last time when Maraga made that judgment, he had recommendations, and part of it was to restructure the IEBC. Akombe mentioned what happened. So what I'm saying, Raila should have said this: hey, the last elections, this guy was overseeing the whole process, and he messed up. Let's not allow him to officiate these 2022 elections. So that was his role. He should have done that, knowing that this guy bundled the last elections.
So he was to do that as who?
As a person who's participating in the same process as his competitor, because he had evidence. I mean, there was evidence that this guy messed up. So him, kama vile walikuwa nasema before.
Fabrizio.
Okay, let me take you back a little bit.
I want us to reason together and be sober on this matter. Okay?
Yes.
You said very well. Maraga ruling gave instruction. That's a court order that IBC should be restructured. And they should go and conduct election according to the law. Isn't it? When a court order is given, who looks for the enforcement of the court order? Is it Raila Odinga?
Not necessarily. It is the IEBC. But remember, even Raila himself, remember after the ruling was made, they were singing and saying, Chebukati must step down. Atoke. We need new Ninio. That was part of, I can produce the clip. He was saying Chebukati must go before they get to the next election.
That is why he refused to participate into the repeat election, because Chebukati stayed. So he wanted him also to boycott the 2022 elections so that Chebukati does not conduct. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, what I'm saying is this. Once he joined hands with Uhuru Kenyatta in that handshake, he legitimized Chebukati's position as the IBC chairman. Because in effect,
Chebukati part of Uhuru Kenyatta's government? What do you mean?
Listen, okay, I'm going to answer you. By him shaking hands with Uhuru, it is as if he said, I'm agreeing. I'm ready to.
That's overstretching. That's overstretching, please.
That's not overstretching, because if he was
the purpose of the handshake was not to ratify Chebukati. The purpose of the handshake was to save Uhuru Kenyatta's government from the internal enemy. Okay, the internal enemy who wanted to topple the government from within. The handshake was not reached out for.
Who was the internal enemy?
Of course, the deputy president, William Ruto himself.
I think you don't remember. At that point,
don't say that. You seem you are the one who is a visitor in Kenya. You don't understand.
I'm not a visitor. I was there.
Second term. The dynamics of Uhuru Kenyatta's second term was that there was a Tanga movement inside this cabinet, inside this government, who are always wherever, of course, frustrating his effort in making sure that he does not do anything so that they will have a premise to campaign against him, of which they did very well. They put up a spirited campaign against Uhuru Kenyatta, both in the mountain and elsewhere. And so the handshake number one was to stabilize Uhuru Kenyatta, especially in cabinet and in parliament. Why? The Tanga Tanga movement, which was a rebellion movement led by William Ruto, was the one threatening Uhuru Kenyatta. That was number one. Number two, the restructuring of IEBC was part and parcel of BBI. If you remember very well, the first paper for BBI was doing away with the Chebukati's team and putting a new team who fought against BBI tooth and nail.
Okay, when did the handshake happen?
Did you listen to what I said?
Okay, yeah, I listened to what you say. That's why I want to correct you. It happened in 2018, the beginning of 2018. At that point,
yes,
the handshake it happened because what happened
March in
Ulikumbuka wengine waliuliwa na Chebukati.
Brother, you're out of order. Please, let's do that. Fabrizio, let's not get matters out of their position. Handshake took place in March of 2018, and the BBI process kicked off right away.
Okay, but we need to be also accurate. The handshake did not happen because of Tanga Tanga. It happened because Uhuru's rule was viewed by most people as illegitimate. So Raila kaenda kashikana mkono naye. That's the truth. Tanga Tanga came in later, if you can remember. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. By him shaking hands with Uhuru, he legitimized indirectly the position of Chebukati by legitimizing Kenyatta's position
Chebukati was
as the
not
president.
part of Uhuru Kenyatta's government, so don't
He was not.
mix Chebukati with the removal of Chebukati from office. It's a constitutional matter. It's not a political matter.
I agree.
Chebukati
but it was
being in office, it has what is called security of tenure. He's supposed to serve for 6 years. It's against the constitution to get rid of him before time. If that happens, he has to be settled the way Isaac Hassan was settled. You are paid a salary for 6 years, even if you have worked for 2. Okay? And then all those dynamics. But all in all, let's not even dig there any further. Let's do this. It is not Raila's responsibility to organize IEBC. Okay? Raila is a participant into the election. It is the duty of the Electoral Commission to conduct the elections according to the Constitution. When the IEBC does not conduct the elections according to the Constitution, it should not be blamed on Raila Odinga. It should be blamed on the people in the IEBC.
Okay, let me finish by saying this. I'll be brief. Raila was warned about all this, but he refused to listen. Now he's facing the same thing that happened by doing that, and that's why he's suffering. And his movement with Gaucho and everybody else.
We are saying Raila Odinga does not work in IEBC. He's not a commissioner. Okay? You don't.
I know.
And he was not the president. He was not in parliament. He was not in
he was
Senate.
The people's president.
How do you blame him? Ati?
He was the people's president.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to be very factual in our argument and be, I don't know why people, it's very hard to be Raila Odinga. I want when I grow up to be Raila Odinga, but I'm afraid that I may end up being blamed for everything. Your wife slaps you, you blame Raila Odinga. You are chased by your wife, you blame Raila Odinga. You are chased from political party, you blame Raila Odinga. Chebukati steals election, you blame Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga did not do this, Raila Odinga did not do that. Plato. Sema ile unasema tusonge mbele.
Yeah, so this guy, the guy that was the previous guy that was there, that just left. I think he's confusing people's roles, just because Raila Odinga did not want Chebukati to to conduct the election does not necessarily mean that it was up to him to decide who was going to come in and conduct the elections. So he agitated for Chebukati to be removed, but there was a lot of stumbling blocks. And the way the government works is it's a giant system. Just one person cannot decide how everything is run. So, and at the end of the day, if the powers that be decided that Chebukati was going to be the one to run the elections, he was just given a second chance to do the right thing. You know what I'm saying? And if he decided to do the wrong thing, then you cannot turn back around and blame Raila Odinga for that guy being a criminal, you know? So that guy did not make any sense by saying that, oh, he did not have sympathy. Because at the end of the day, it is the people's rights to vote whoever they want to vote in, you know? So if Raila decided that he wanted to run, and if the people did not want to vote him in, then the people should not have voted him in. But the people decided that it's him that they wanted. So by Chebukati doing what he did, he actually just subverted the people's will, which is a criminal offense. So at the end of the day, it was not up to Raila to decide whether Chebukati was the one to run the election. I'm sorry, my baby is making a lot of noise in the background. Yeah, but yeah, at the end of the day, it was not up to Raila to decide who will conduct the election. That was someone else's decision to make. But at the end of the day, the election was to be conducted in a free and fair manner. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Plato. Mama Mary, go ahead.
I think Plato said something that was in my mind, that when you are given a second chance, don't spoil, don't abuse it. Chebukati got the second chance to do the right thing, and he had been warned even there before. The judgment that was made before was a warning to him. And I remember before election took off, Raila and Karua, they had some requests they made before election started. And I think some of the requests were fair and free election and some other detailed information that was to cater and, prevent bad things happening. So the guy, I think there are people who are coming here to test their minds whether they are thinking right, but they are not thinking right. And they should stop coming here because they are shaming themselves. And I think many friends of his will see him and then he'll tell you, you didn't do anything good for yourself. So let them not test how they think, because they will look very fake and it's not good. The point here is, did the bad things happen? Did Chebukati commit a crime? Which is what we are talking about. And he committed a crime. And that is what we are sorting. These people are coming here that even if somebody steals from you, you take him to court and he's acquitted, you can't call him a thief. Look at that. You cannot call somebody a thief because he was acquitted in court and your TV is gone. These are the minds that we don't want them here, because they are making no sense and they are not making people to move with the knowledge to understand how they can move with pace and understanding how the world goes. So I think we should abolish some of the people. I don't know how we're going to do this so that we don't have these kind of minds here. They are really not doing good for us. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mami. We appreciate that. These are cheap bloggers who want to divert the conversation, and they are part of what we were advising Gaujo about yesterday, who want to set him up and sell him as the better option to Raila Odinga. So that is, I think, the new agenda by UDA to divert the people from what Raila is asking for to offering the alternative to Raila Odinga. And the truth be said, if I did an exam and the results are in question, we just go back to the papers. When you refuse to bring out the papers, then it means you are part and parcel of the wrong result. It is that simple. Hii haina ujanja mwingine. And then story ya restructure. Remember how Chebukati was protected by UDA. Okay, any question mark, including my friend Ruben Kigame, who wanted to run for president, took the case to court. Why is Chebukati denying him the opportunity to be on the ballot? UDA came forthright protecting Chebukati from every decision. Why are you printing extra from 34As? UDA came defending Chebukati. So Chebukati was no doubt a representative of UDA in the IEBC. And the purpose why we have 7 judges is so that whatever issue that has no agreement over, it is taken by a vote. Chebukati avoided the plenary, avoided consulting with the other commissioners so that he can run a one-man show just to get to where he wanted to go. And that's the one thing that we must all fight until we win. Okay, asante sana kwa wale ambao mnaendelea kujumuika nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Tuendelee kukaribishana, alafu subscribers wa Sound Candid Talk. Hebu tuendelee hapo mbele. Tulikuwa tumefika 712, 712. Tufikishe at least kwa hii kipindi tufikishe 800 and then tutafute hiyo 200 keshoe. Do that for me, please. Ensure that you do that. Reach out to somebody, talk to them personally. Just take the link, share with somebody, tell them to subscribe and turn on the notification bell. You'll be helping into the spread and the stability of our channels. Remember what we ran into problems with the one channel. We had to get an alternative channel to keeping the show running. And so it's important that we have all the channels wherever ratified and wherever cleared by YouTube so that they are able to function without problem. So hakikisha kwamba unatusaidia. Kama wewe ni unafurahia kipindi hiki, unajifunza kwa kipindi hiki, kuwa ambassador wetu kwa kutu for us more people to be our subscribers. Tunarudi kwa Mdune, ebu sema mawili matatu, lakini ngoja kidogo. I think there's a video I should play. There's a video I should play. Just video. I think it was played yesterday, but I think it's better we return it just as a good reminder.
My time, I managed 1A. Only kamoja. Do you get the point? And I remember in my class at school, the boy who got 4 A's, I remember him. 40 years later. So this nonsense of everybody in the class getting A, please come out of it. Any teacher worth his or her salt should be able to tell the children that are going to get A's, and they are usually not very many. Then there are others who are intelligent, but the point I'm trying to make here is that you do not need an A to do anything in your life. If you think so, that you need an A to do anything in your life, then that is the second stupidity you have, and get it out of your system. Once you get over 50% on your own volition without being helped by anything in the subject that you require to do, you can do anything from engineering to medicine to architecture to law. So I hope that going forward, because the problem me and you have, if by the grace of God I'm still here in a year's time, because I'm much older than all of you, and you don't know God's time, our problem is going to be how to sustain this. You can choose to destroy your country further. I'm a surgeon. Would you like me to open you up and I don't know what to do? Tell me. Would you like me, because if you give a child who doesn't deserve an A, maybe he has a D minus and you give him an A to go to the medical school and he manages to wangle his way through. Akifungua huko ndani anaona picha tu.
Okay, that is the late CS for education talking about the A's. And I played that to remind us the tweet by Mtai Nguni saying he suspects that Professor Magoha did not die of heart attack. He actually died of heartbreak after he saw those A's that he had been fighting to ensure that they don't resurface back in our education system. A very sad state of affairs, but let's keep moving. Dune, karibu.
Bernard, kwa nafasi hii ya pili kuweza kunipaniza kuja. Kwanza Bernard, niseme Mungu aijalie familia hii roho ya subira, kwa sababu yale wanayoyapitia kwa sasa hivi ni makubwa na ni mazito na ni magumu kimoyo, kwa sababu ya kuweza kuondokewa na wapendwa wao wawili kwa mpigo, na mwaka huo wa 2001 mwingine aliweza akaondoka. Hakika ni jambo ambalo nilinauma, ni zito mno. Kwa niwaombee tu Mungu aweze kuwapa roho ya subira wale ambao wameweza kubaki katika hiyo familia, na imani watapata nguvu mpya. Vile vile pia nirudi hapa tena katika swala la huyu waziri mwenda zake, na si yeye tu, naweza nikasema mawaziri wote wa serikali iliyoisha, hawa walikuwa na maono, hawa walikuwa mawaziri hakika, hawakucheza na kazi zao. Nikichukulia mfano zaidi huyu bwana mwenda zake ambaye sisi wetu Magoha, katika swala la elimu alikuwa na maono. Kwa yule anazungumza kwamba labda amekufa kwa sababu aliona ma-A's. Hizi A's sisi tunajua tu. Siku hizi watoto wa siku hizi wanasema kuna gomba. Sio ni gomba, sio ni bomba. Basi ndio bomba ndio linapeana hii, sio gomba, sio ngomba ndio linapeana hiyo hayo ma-A's. Sasa he did his part, na sisi kwetu ni kumkumbuka na kuchukua yale ambayo yalikuwa ni muhimu zaidi, kwa sababu hawa ndio walikuwa mawaziri, huyu Matiang'i na wengi tu walikuwa wanajua hii kazi haswa. Lakini tukirudi kwa sasa hivi tunaona vitimbi tu ndio watu bandikwa. Wengine wanasema wataongeza mishahara ya wafanyikazi, yani vitu vya kuumiza vichwa, beti ndio hivyo. Ila kwangu ni kusema KK waliweza kuchoma msitu weza kutafuta mbio za kinyonga, maana walidhani kinyonga mpenda pole hana mbio. Sasa wakona ngoja tutie moto msitu tutazame. Ila tu cha kushangaza, mwisho wa siku walikuta kinyonga hayupo na hawajujua amekimbia namna gani. Ndio hii hali ilivyo. Huwezi changanya maji na mafuta hata siku moja. Danganya utakavyo danganya, lakini Mungu yeye huwa yuko tofauti, na hapendi kuunganishwa pamoja na uchafu. Kwa hiyo ni mchecheto, mambo sivyo walivyokuwa yanategemea, na mambo yanazidi kuwa moto zaidi. Kwangu tu kumwambia Mungu, baba yetu Raila Odinga, na I do believe atatuachia legacy nzuri, atatusafisha nchi, na nchi hii itakuwa na viongozi ambao si hawa watu tunawaona. I do believe once tupata hii victory, hawa wengi tu, kwanza mimi nitaanza kudemand bilioni zangu 7 zenye ziliregeshwa na mahakama. Hiyo ndio kitu cha kwanza kabisa. Hizi bilioni zangu 7 point something billions zilizosemekana ni za sababu ya siasa tu, nitataka kuzipata ili mwanangu aende shule, na mama hapa akienda hospitali au mimi mwenyewe nikienda hospitali nipate madawa, kwa sababu uongozi huambatana na vitendo. Kiongozi yule anakuwa na uchache wa maneno but wingi wa vitendo. Kile tunakishuhudia sasa hivi, ndugu zangu wa Kenya, ni wingi wa maneno, wingi wa maneno, uchache wa vitendo. Na yote ni kwa sababu nilitunua huu uongozi na shilingi yangu. Hapa kwetu jirani tulikuwa na MCA, na alikuwa anazungumza wazi kabisa kwamba mimi huu uongozi nilinunua kwa pesa yangu, kwa hivyo nitafanya kile nitakacho. Sasa ni boss, yes boss, yes boss, hivyo tu, na ndio kitu nakishuhudia sasa hivi hapa. So Kenyans, mimi chaka haswa, siko hapa kwa ajili ya kitu kingine, na mimi niko hapa kwa ajili ya taifa langu, kwa hawa nilio nao sasa hivi na vile vijukuu vinavyokuja wakati huo. Najua haya maneno nazungumza hapa haya tena matupu, yataingia kwa record. Yakiingia kwa record, ingia sawasawa na record ya kwamba tulikuwa na rais Bwana Ruto, lakini rais alokaa kwa muda mchache zaidi katika ulimwengu huu wa marais, katimuliwa. Na sisi pia Wakenya tuingie katika vitabu vya record. Wakenya walizungumza. Hilo ndio ombi langu Bernard, sina mengi, yani hilo ndio ombi langu, na ndadu believe Mungu atasikia haya maombi. Kwa ndugu zangu wa Kenya, ili kufanikisha haya yote ni kushikana mikono kwa pamoja kama ndugu wote kabila zote. Mwanzo wa kumalizana na ukabila ni hili, kisha tukurudi hapa ni mambo na nyadhifa. Tukishaga wa nyadhifa za katika hali ya usawa, basi na kuielewa tabia ya watu, basi Kenya tutakuwa pamoja, na tutalifuta hili la mimi ni Mkale, mimi ni Mkikuyu, mimi ni Mduruma, mimi ni Mgiriama, hii yote itaingia katika kaburi la sahau, na Kenya itasonga mbele zaidi. Usawa, na usawa hawezi kuja kama hakuna haki. So we are now fighting for justice. This si wakati wa kujoke. We are not joking here. For those who really love their life, their country, wale wanapenda nchi yao kama mimi na wengine wenye tuko hapa na wengi tu, hasija sambu wa kucheka. Kama mbwai, kama ni kufa tukufe, lakini imani kwamba hakika haki itasimama na Kenya tutabadilisha na tutakomboa mara ya 3. Ukombozi ndio utakuwa wa mwisho, na tutengeneze uchumi. Maana wametengeshindwa na kutengeneza uchumi kama walivyotuahidi. Hasikii tena mimi maswala boda, siasikii tena kabisa. Kutoka watu waapishwe mpaka boda na hii serikali ya keke waliachana. Mama mboga na hii serikali waliachana. Sasa ni kila mtu abebe msalaba wake mwenyewe. Ukiwa fukari wewe endelea kuwa fukara na ulipe ushuru, na ukiwa na mapeni wewe endelea kuenjoy, especially kama ushaweza kuisupport hii serikali, wewe umo. Kibaya zaidi uwe na mapeni lakini hujaisupport tena, bado hapo utafuatwa. Je, hutukupe pesa urudi, ama wewe utabaki huko nao ukose kila kitu? Ndiposa tumekita katika hali ya mizizi, na ndio mahali watu wameanguka. Hii serikali imeanguka. Nikisikia hivi nasikia mambo na kahawa tu, mambo na majani chai tu. Nikikaa kidogo, mambo na kahawa, mambo na majani chai. Sehemu moja peke yake ya nchi ndio inaangaziwa. Je, ni hawa ni viongozi ama ni wale walisema aha, pesa ni bora kuliko mwananchi? Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mdune, for that submission. We appreciate it. Let's move with speed. I'm glad to see those of you who are joining right now. Let's keep going and keep inviting each other. The subscription is now at 715. Let's keep going. If we make it to 800 before the show is over, that will be good. I'm still calling upon Leo, Nani, Julia, Mato. Your lesson is about to start. Kengele period imeshagonga. Njooni tukasonga mbele. Tumsikilize Mr. Lala. How are you, sir?
Okay, good to see all of you. Thanks, Bernard. I know I've been in and out since yesterday, but I'm happy to be back, and just a time frame, Cleveland time and Kenyan time, so I'm not up to date with all the information, but what I think I've seen, let me just reflect on the clear way Baba spoke when he addressed the Nairobi team. Anyone, and I'm glad he spoke in Swahili, so that kila mtu asikie what happened to his win. And I've always stated that where we are now, Baba should rest, in a sense that he has put us now in the front, is our inspiration, because it's about the rule of law. It's about truth. It's about the country we love. It's about the future of our children. The future is for posterity, that we must stand, because if we don't, then we have no foundation to build this democracy on. The same reason why, even here in the US, Trump has never been let go. They are following him. People are going to jail because he tried to subvert democracy. And without democracy, without electoral process, which is clear, which is transparent, which is true, America would not be where it is. Some of us are here in the diaspora because of that very fact. And so I challenge my fellow diasporan, instead of hiding our faces, we should be out in the front, okay? My fellow pastors here, Kenyan pastors who claim to love the Lord and walk with God, it's about truth. It's about justice. It's about a nation that is built on equity, where Kenyans are Kenyans, about love for our nation. It's not about selfish, interest. Because we talk about money, investment in Kenya, whatever. But then, what type of investment will there when there is no truth? And truth is what allow us to trust each other, because we know we have a strong foundation that we can build our economy. I know something about economy, and I said it before, that all of us are proud of Kibaki 1, okay? And the reason for Kibaki 1 was, number one, is perception. When he won fairly, all the rest of the world looked at Kenya as the symbol of hope. And so our index went up. It was a place to do business. And so overnight, perception was created. This is the place to go. And the economy began to rise. We are able to get interest if you go for a loan. It depends on the interest rate. Israel comes here in the US, their loans are probably 3-4%, less than that. And that means they can go and use that money and build wealth and be able to compete, build stuff that we can sell to us in Kenya and other places. But for us, if you yourself go and get a loan at a high interest, it doesn't matter what you do. You cannot sell. You cannot compete anywhere. And so truth now will release our country to be able to be competitive. And with the system that we have now, I can promise you there is nothing called economic growth and what being promised, even if the Ruto want to do it, he cannot do it. And I'm speaking because I spoke to business people and they were ready because Baba had penetrated into the US, other places. Some of us talking about Kenya that we were planning to have with this win, and they were ready to come in. So when Baba talks, he talks about something he knew is worked on to be able to implement in a nation. Okay, so fighting for justice means fighting for our economy, fighting for our education system, fighting for competition that will take us to a different level. And so we are not just talking about, after Ruto handshake and all that, we know we are talking about building a nation that is built in the rule of law so that we can join others like Koreans. We talk about all these other nations. It's because Singapore and others, because there is something called the rule of law. People have something to believe in and to trust. Now, if we don't do anything, how can we conduct a fair state? How do we build our democracy? On lies and corruption? No. And so the fight now is not about Azimio Uda. It's about truth and justice. It's about finding or building a nation that will support us as a people. And Baba's given us the roadmap. And it's about time for all of us in the diaspora and home to rise up. If we do, this government can fall very, very easily because we have the number. Okay, so Les, I'm so proud of you back home. I wish I'd be there with you, but we are with you in every way, support you in every sense of the word support, because we're on the right course. This is what God expects us to do, to love justice and mercy and righteousness and stand for it. Thank you. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you so much, Bwana Lala, for that inspirational perspective, and of course the call on all Kenyans to rise up and stand for what can be transgenerational, something that would outlive us. Let us not sell our country by selling the destiny of the country in establishing wrong foundation of getting leaders on the premise of lies. We want the truth so that the truth makes us free. Mr. Black, how are you?
I'm fine. Mambo vipi?
Fiti. Inaonekana the extra mile ya stima haijafika huko tena.
Naam. Sijakupata.
Tumetenga stima, tumetenga line ya 3 ya 4 ya 5. Haijafika huko kwako.
Unajua siko kwa nyumba.
Okay, karibu.
Yes. Asante. Now, Kwanza mjambo nyote kwenye panel na wasikilizaji na watazamaji popote pale mlipo. I hope you're all doing fine. Kama kawaida nawapenda nyote na kumalizia kazi ni kazi. UDA damu kama kawaida. Now, before I proceed, I would like to make one simple request because nitaongea, but I would prefer if anyone would have any question or anything that they would like to interject me with, perhaps they wait until I finish speaking, then they can maybe write up their questions and then they ask me thereafter so that I do not lose my train of thoughts. I hope that is a
As long
fair.
as what you are
I
saying
hope
is,
that's a fair.
as long as
I
what you
hope
are
that's a
saying
fair
is
request.
that's nice questions, there will be no problem.
That's a
But
fair request.
if you are blatantly just misleading us back at the intercept, you have to confess
That's
whatever.
a fair.
Otherwise,
If anyone believes that there is something wrong said or anything, they can just write it down. Once I'm done, I will answer any question as many times as you want me to answer. I don't mind. Now,
no deal. But go ahead.
Moving forward, number one, first of all, rest in peace to Professor Magoha. We all know what he did. He did a lot of good for our education back home in Kenya. And I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty, but we all know what he did. So all I can just say is rest in peace, and may God give strength to his family as they go through these trying moments. Moving forward to the issue of the elections. Now, I think we've had this discussion back and forth. Now, I don't think there's anything new that has come, because as for this whistleblower and this organization that has been mentioned, which I don't want to bring it up, it is worth noting that it's been the one that was advising Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And amongst the advisors was Gidongo of this company itself. And this, whatever that's being said right now, is what Gidongo presented in court. So, and this was disputed in court. Now, the issue that they should say, maybe perhaps they could say they would like to see what is in the server, but not use what was already dismissed in court as their foundation for their request. Because for one, like it was asked by the Supreme Court judges, did this Jose Camargo, which you say this, changed or edited the forms that the what do you call this in the server, did he as well also take these 34 A's and 34 B's to Bournemouth? I mean, because when you say something has been changed, you must be having an original by which you are basing the change with. For example, if I have a piece of paper that's written Bernard, and then there's another one that is supposed to be taken to let's say who, to Chaka Mdume. Kuna karatasi nafaa kupelekwa Chaka Mdume imeandikwa Bernard, but by the time nafika kwa Chaka Mdume karatasi imeandikwa Black. For you to say that this paper ambayo imefika kwa Chaka Mdume imeandikwa Black imebadilishwa, you must produce the original one that was presented kutoka Bernard yenye ilikuwa imeandikwa Bernard, for you to compare the original and the change, right? Now, if from the portal mnasema kuna makaratasi ilibadilishwa, where are you basing the change with? Where's the original? From the original which were pasted on katika milango ya all polling centers, kulikuwa na copies pale za hizo originals ambazo zilikuwa posted pale. Each yenye kabla ikuwe scanned to na KM's kit, they used to make a copy and they would paste it on the doors of the polling center. Now, if you would produce these copies from the polling centers that were of the original, and then bring that as a basis of saying that a change from what is displayed in the portal is different from what is ilikuwa gathered kutoka kwa polling center 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then up at least we will work on a sense of argument. But moving forward, because I know this is a topic that we can never finish. There's something that Fabrizio Romano, that's actually what brought me here. Fabrizio Romano was trying to say, but Bernard, I think you are hard, which I believe, but that's you. I mean, you cannot change people's. Let me
Before
get to
you
that.
drop that your argument, do you know the reason why the election results are supposed to be transmitted to the National Tallying Center as soon as the presiding officer finishes the tabulation at the polling station?
Avoid ukora, of course.
Yes. So the really original is the one that is transmitted immediately, not even the one you arrive with later on, 3 days, 4 days after the election, as
Original
the return.
inabaki kwa polling centers. Inarrive baadaye.
Yes.
Yes.
So we can only compare the physical one you come with to the electronic one that was transmitted. It's not vice versa.
Now, question I asked you, Bernard.
Yes.
Were these originals not? I mean, were the copies of these originals not posted at the polling centers' doors?
They were posted at the polling center, yes.
Good, very good.
Yes.
Now, if they were posted at the polling center doors, and the same one was sent by the KM's kit, have you come across any that you brought forward and told us that these that were posted from the doors that we have both agreed that were the originals, that is different from the one that is posted in the portal?
That was the argument at the Supreme Court and everywhere. In fact,
That's what
the mystery is the form sent from the polling station was a JPEG. How did it arrive at the tallying center as a PDF?
Let's forget the JPEG for a minute. Let's talk of the original. Let's talk of the original.
The original, remember, the original is the one that is transmitted.
Okay, let's say JPEG.
The physical can be changed along the way when you're coming to Bomas.
Okay, hypothetically speaking, let's agree, okay, JPEG, the file format was different. Now, the content of these JPEGs and the PDFs which you're talking about, is there any that was different from the original copy of what was posted at the polling center doors?
A lot of them, because some were from the book 2, okay? Then the book 1 disappears. Then others are from book 1 and the book 2 disappears. So the book 2 was used interchangeably.
Bernard, I think it's best if we
That was where the
facts
came from.
Now, as I proceed, I think it's best we talk. As I proceed,
in fact, I'll give you time to proceed. Let me just set the record clear. The whistleblower, okay, the whistleblower is not an Asbio worker like you people are painting.
He is on record.
Goja is an IBC official. Okay, he's a staff member of IEBC, right? And if he's a staff member of IEBC, us who are outside IEBC should begin by believing the people who are in IEBC. Secondly, the 4 commissioners who walked away from the result, they complained about the way the results were being, the opaqueness of the way the results were being treated. All right. So question marks are hanging on the results right from IEBC itself before even Azmios raises anything. Don't you think that makes that story believable, even if you don't want to believe it?
Now, you see, Bernard, like I said, it's best we deal with facts and formalization of things. Now, unless there was anything formal, just like with the way Ulkom Nasema, which I agreed with you, but I agree. Where alivyokuwa akisema Chebukati alleged that there are some people who wanted to kill him. Perhaps if you'd have made it formal by a way of reporting to a police station, coming up with an OB number saying that he had reported the matter, then at least would have taken that matter serious, because there was something formal about that. And with that, I agree. Kwamba, yes, with your argument, that hakuna mahali alienda akareport na nini, then that one I agree. You see, I'm a kind of person when mtu akiongea, when someone speaks facts and logic, I agree to them. I'm not a sycophant. Now, similarly, in this case, if such a person would have made a formal, what do you call this, written, gotten, angeandika pengine affidavit, sworn affidavit, that this is what happened, blah, blah, blah. That would have been a different case. Nevertheless, there's a tribunal ongoing right now. Now, moving forward, because kabla nisahau your train of thoughts, of, like I said, I'll come back to this if you still want us to continue about what you're asking me about. On the matter what Fabrizio Romano was trying to say, strangely enough, he was right, really, Bernard, you know. As he said, he's not a UDA guy and he's not an Azimio guy, but what he said makes sense some way, somehow to me, because 2017, when the elections were disputed, right? Rightfully so, and 2013 equally so. A lot of the ODM members were agitating for Chebukati's ouster. Amongst them were Babu, you know, and the women rep then Gladys Wanga. Now, as to saying that he has a security of Kenya, it doesn't mean that he's permanently there. It also means which he can be taken out of office. And that's in the Constitution. Article 251 is very clear on that. It tells us the grounds, section 1, 251, on how, and the things that would, the grounds by which the chairman can be ousted. Section 2, the same article tells us about the process by which it can be taken out. So it's not that he's permanently there. Yes, security of tenure, but there's doesn't mean that he cannot be taken out. Now, if we do agree, first of all, sorry, if I may ask, do we until that point agree that Article 251 specifies like grounds by which, for example, in this case, we could say he was incompetent? If you could have said that, you would have had grounds for that, because you'd have said that in the 2013 election, this is what happened. In 2017 election, this is what happens. And on these grounds, we believe that he's incompetent. That is part of it is there, Article 251. You could have used that. Now, unfortunately, as Fabrizio Romano said, and I agree with that, is upon the handshake, which had happened earlier, 2018. I'm not saying that the handshake happened later. The handshake happened, I think, 2018, 9th March 2018. As Babu Owino and Gladys Wanga were agitating for this, somehow they went silent about this. I don't know who convinced them to let go of this drive to agitate for Chebukati's ouster. I don't know. So at that point, you dropped the ball. If at all you really didn't want Chebukati to be the one officiating 2022 elections, because
So
you had the numbers. You had the numbers. You had the numbers in parliament.
Are you looking for somebody to blame for the ousting of Chebukati?
I'm not saying that.
Chebukati was not there in 2013. Let's give him.
No, so we're talking about IBC. We're talking about why I brought about 2013 was the inefficiencies of the IBC.
In 2013, we dealt with Isaac Hassan.
It was Hassan. It was Hassan.
We removed
it was
him
Hassan
by Machozi Monday. Yes.
Yes. No.
So you wanted also us to start Machozi Monday to remove Chebukati. Ndio Musembe, kazi yetu ni kutoa Chebukati.
No. My point is this.
Why didn't any other person rise up for the removal of Chebukati? Why do you expect it has to be ODM and it has to be Raila Odinga to remove Chebukati?
Because, okay, let me answer your question. It's not that it has to be Raila Odinga, but it is him who had a problem with.
No, I don't know if it was not him. It is the Supreme Court that found Chebukati culpable for conducting election without considering the law, and he
as it
gave
is.
court orders. Okay, so when Chebukati does not comply with the court order, it is not a Raila Odinga's problem. It's not an ODM problem.
Now let me ask you a question. Do you think Babu Wino and Gladys Wanga would be speaking by themselves without the blessing of Baba if they
They
were
said it
agitating for
very
that in parliament?
clearly. If I remember, they are giving their personal opinion. It wasn't a party position. Gladys Wanga and Babu Wino, they say they are afraid for if this Chebukati is left to conduct the election. And then
Now,
the removal of, in fact, the removal of the party was instituted through the BBI initially, if you remember the first paper for BBI. So it's not that nobody attempted to remove Chebukati. The really
do
issue
you even
that came into play was the sabotage of Deputy President William Ruto in the Uhuru government.
are you aware that Martha Karua had even warned Raila of this move of trying to oust
Which move?
Chebukati, and saying that she would what do you call this, sue, or rather take to court Raila Odinga for this if we tried to pursue this matter of ousting Chebukati and trying to alter the
So
electoral processes by himself
what is that
as
supposed
ODM
to
without
mean, Mr.
involving other
Man?
parties.
You are looking for another scapegoat in Mother Karua. What is wrong with it? How many times has Raila been taken to court? When
We know what,
was Raila ever afraid of going to court
do you
or
know
being
why
taken to court?
do you know why I'm bringing that up? I'm
No,
bringing that
you are
up
just
so that
bringing up so
it
that
is
you
our
can lay a foundation for your propaganda. Hebu tuachana hiyo
no,
maneno. Eh?
Bernard. That's why I
Let's
told you.
forget that.
That's why I
Chebukati
requested.
has bungled the election. We are dealing with Chebukati. We are dealing with the bungled elections through mass action, and we'll go as far as mass action works.
Mass
It's
action is under
equitable.
the
I hope you
Constitution.
agree with that.
You are protected for that. I mean, it's protected. You are allowed to do that. Nobody can stop you to do that. I mean, that's the best thing about our Constitution. You have the freedom to do that as long as it does not infringe in other people's way of life. Let's say, as long as you don't do that, you are protected. Go ahead and do that 365 days, no problem. Now, the issue here is this. There was a process which you could have followed, but you did not follow. Now it's too late. The guy is going out. Question is, what next? Now, with whatever action that is being taken right now, which is within your right, there are also the side effects to that, which is hurting Kenya's economy at this point of time. Why am I saying that? Foreign investors are discouraged to come and bring in money when they see political instability in our country. I once heard Chaka Mdume tell us about how the Tanzanian shilling has gained so much against the Kenya shilling over a period of just a few years because of instability. Now you can imagine how the Kenyan shilling will fare against the Tanzanian shilling in the next 2 weeks if this goes on. You see, there's a lot that happens. Now, alafu kuna ile video umecheza bana. I think it's best also when you're talking about propaganda. You should agree you're playing propaganda. That video was about the Dhaka food summit. And I believe Honorable President William Samoei Ruto was talking about agriculture in Kenya. I mean, and he spoke about, I think, Moses, it is worth noting, the e-voucher system actually was piloted in Uganda in 2017. I don't know if you're aware of that. Perhaps you're not. It worked well for Ugandans, by the way. And that is something that Kenya has borrowed from Uganda, the e-voucher system, which in actual sense, yes, it is right that itapunguza ufisadi kwa upande wa zile farm inputs kufikia kwa wakulima in regards to subsidies, because the Kenya government will be paying around I think it's 60% of the cost of the farm inputs, and then the farmer will be paying 40% of the farm inputs through this e-voucher system. So just to clarify on that video, Bernard, that's what I've just said. So whoever is watching there,
Video.
Hiyo ndio entertainment yake. Hiyo ni entertainment yake.
Wewe tushughulikie matokeo ya uchaguzi na sababu ya nini ya hiyo unasema investors na hiyo maneno yote. Tungefanya uchaguzi vizuri, Chebukati afanye kazi yake vizuri, mshindi ashinde vizuri, mshindwa ashinde vizuri, nothing will disturb the country. But when somebody tries to subvert the system that is supposed to give us the leaders and then ends up giving us wrong leaders, he has messed up the economy already. So this blame for economy and unrest rests with IEBC and those who interfered with the operation of IEBC. They bear
I will leave you with one sentence.
100%.
Bernard,
They bear
nakuacha na
the
sentence
100%.
moja. I have one sentence for you. Bring forward a copy of any original 34A that was posted in any polling center that's different from what was displayed in any
I've never
polling
worked for
center.
IEBC. Hata sijawahi kuwa
Simple.
presiding officer or clerk. My relationship with IEBC is casting vote. You get that? But the whistleblower is a staff member of IEBC. Chebukati is a staff member of IEBC. You get that? So if they say there is something wrong with IEBC, I believe them because they live with IEBC, they sleep with IEBC, they work with IEBC. If you are not in IEBC, you don't have any capacity to refute what IEBC has given us as their problem. Ni kama mimi nimekuja kwako, wewe ni daktari, nakwambia naumwa kichwa, wewe unakataa, kichwa yangu hainiumi. Kwani mimi ndio naumwa kichwa, nakwambia naumwa kichwa. IEBC imetuambia yaumwa kichwa, wewe unakataa haiumwi kichwa, na wewe ufanye huko, utajuaje? So tuache kutetea mambo sio mazuri. The economy will be hurt, yes, and if care is not taken, it will even collapse. But that's part and parcel of the price we pay for getting justice when injustice wants to be enthroned in the land. I believe that makes sense. Thank you very much.
Oh, bye-bye. Kwaherini.
Asante. Wacha tufanye hivi. Naomba tusonge mbele. Nani Moses kupatia nafasi, nitakupatia nafasi baadaye. Tusikilize mama Kibao kwanza. Ameinua mkono muda mrefu. Wa mama Kibao mbele.
Asante sana Bernard. Umeniweka sana bwana. Huyu Black bwana sikiza. Sisi tuko hapa saa hizi nimezima hata mnioni si ndio? Mimi nimezima stima sababu nilikuwa nataka kulala. Nimelala kazi, nimeenda kazi nimekuja kama nimechoka lakini siwezi nikalala kabla yani when I come hearing people talking like that. One, this platform bwana, we are trying to sort the problem at hand. Nimekuandikia pale. We are trying to see the way forward. We are not back into the Chebukati. Chebukati mwenyewe leo ama jana Chebukati agreed there were some forms which were wrong, and they agreed in front of people that there are some forms that were written by handwritten. Hizo maneno zote tukirudi tunataka tuangalie vile watu yani hiyo IEBC inafanya what the Chedera for what there is that hiyo koti yao the way they are doing things. We are not going to sit down here tuanze kusema unajua vile from 3B whatever is transmitted. That is not our work here. We are here because Mr. Kioni ametuletea the way the things went on 29th of August and the election of the presidential elections vile zilienda zote. That is why we are here. We don't want people to come here and disrupt what we are talking about. Kama mtu ni wa serikali aende kwa serikali afanye mambo na serikali, lakini hii si serikali. Ngoja let me put on the light. Let me put on the light so you can see me. But I was about to sleep. Anyway, what was I trying to say? Watu wasikuje kutupotezea wakati tafadhali. Here we are trying to enlighten people. We are here sacrificing our time. wakati watu wamechoka, lakini because we know this is a very, very important platform. In fact, something that is not happening every day with the other platforms. Here, we want to enlighten people. We want to educate people. We want people to have civic education, know why we are here. Why are we here? We are here because something has come up and we have known the truth. Something we did not know last month. Something we did not know in August. Something we did not know in September, October, November, December. But we have known now in January 2023. And we wanted to know what is the way forward. We wanted to let our people, wherever you are, we want to let your people back home know the truth and what action we are taking. We wanted to educate people. People should not come here to tell us how the IBC works, how the form, that the 3, that the 4, whatever it is. What we are not interested. What we're interested, at least let me tell you something. We have people who are dealing with that. Let's leave that work for those people dealing with it, and let us do our work. Ours is to wait for Baba to say, it is left turn, and we follow. It is right turn, we follow. Kama wewe ni mtu wa serikali unakuja kutuambia vile election zilienda na vile kulikuwa kuna peperushwa, we are not interested. Mwenye kujua kufungua sawa, those people who are the IT specialists should be able to tell us how the server was opened, how the server wasn't opened, and we are there to follow. I should believe Baba was very quiet. I said it the other day. Baba was not talking. Hawa watu wamemuingilia tangu waingie kwa power. They have been talking everything about Baba, but Baba has never been talking. We do not want somebody to come and tell us about the government or what we are doing, whatever we are doing what we know it is right. And in fact, wacha aende akaambia watu wengine pale. Kama anataka kwenda, naende kwa mkutano, what do you call it? These jivanji, hawa watu wanakutana, aende kwa mkutano huko, asikuja hapa kwa mkutano. I know Bernard, you becoming professional. I can understand. You are just professional, and I love that. But remember, we are here to support you. Don't fear. To support you. Mtu akikuja hapa kukukalia, umetengeneza hii kitu ndio to educate people, and we are moving forward. Wacha wasikuje kutueleza vile mambo ziko. Nikisema kwa ile jamaa, kuna jamaa mwenye pale alikuwa hapo ndiye nimefanya niingie. By the way, today sikuwa nimeingia, nimechoka kweli. Lakini yule jamaa aliongea hapo awali, alifanya nikaingia kwa mkutano. Mambo za kusema, there is one thing that he talked about, the handshake. The handshake, it wasn't because sijui serikali ya mtu anaitwa Ruto wameanza kufanya hiyo mikutano yao, na ameanza Ruto alianza immediately the election was over. Ruto alianza kufanya kampeni zake. But the handshake was, remember one thing that Baba said, mimi ni Baba die hard, na mimi namfuata kabisa. Alisema, Kenya is bigger than me. And this is how much Baba likes Kenya. This is how Baba cares about Kenya. He said, Kenya is bigger than me. Why he went for handshake is to cool and unite Kenya. Sababu unakumbuka vile watu walikuwa wameuliwa, vijana wengi walikuwa wameuliwa. In fact, when you get to that, I still have a stand that wale vijana wamelala kwa makaburini, they need to be compensated by the government, whichever government comes. Baba wakati ataingia kwa ushukani, those people, those children that are lying in the graves need to be compensated heavily because they didn't had to die. Those parents, together with the Musando a family, they need to be compensated. But sikiza, hapa Baba aliangalia akaona kama ataingilia kati, Kenya is going to burn. So he decided he is smaller compared to Kenyans. And he did this handshake because he wanted to save Kenyans. He wanted to save the economy. And if you can remember, the economy was just on its knees at the time. It's just like now. Wacha nikwambie, leo hii jana tulikuwa tuna change mbao moja na 150, it was going to 159 for £1. Today it was going to 159, and it is not yet. Mbao moja, we think when tomorrow to the day after mkutano hii itaenda 160. Mbao moja tu 160. So economy is already down into its knees. Na kama nyinyi hamjui ama sisi hatujui, wale watu wana pesa. Ukiuliza hasla saa hizi, hata yule hasla alimchagua Ruto. Saa hizi hasla mwenyewe, he knows exactly what it means. It means to be left alone after servicing somebody interest. Sababu Ruto alitufanyia unyama to use the poverty level people were in that time. So nilikuwa ninasema kitu moja, baba hakufanya sababu ya Ruto, alifanya sababu ya Kenya. He wanted to save Kenyans, and this is what he did. That is what I believe, but he said it. Initially, he said, Kenya is bigger than myself, and this is why he went to that. And he cooled every situation. He cooled the temperature, and everybody came to it. Everything came back to almost normal immediately. The handshakes took place. Ninataka kusema kitu kingine. Nimesikia wakiongea hawa watu wa UDA na huyu jamaa mwenye kutoka pale awali. There is one thing tunashinda tukiongea, sababu Kioni ameleta hizo the tarring, vile baba vote baba alipata, vile vote Ruto alipata, sababu we are talking now about the presidency, not nothing else. It's only the president. Why is this government, why is this black person coming here and not telling us? Why is the government keeping quiet and not even mentioning at all about the allegation? That is just an allegation. So we have the true telling information we have. This is what we have at hand, and whatever you are telling us, we can prove. Why are they not talking? Nobody is talking about that because they cannot prove. Baba leo hii alikuwa na mkutano, and I was very, very happy because something I said the other day about women were even more than men in that meeting, and I thank God, because if women wake up, Kenya is gonna change. I can tell you the truth. If women stand up for Kenya is going to change. Sikiza nikwambie, Kenya wanawake sasa ni wengi kuliko wanaume, na zile maneno zinaendelea vile, unajua wanawake wanataka kuchukua mwanaume mmoja wanawake watano, kwa vile wanawake ni wengi na wanatumika vibaya. Tunatakikana tuinuke na tuinuke mambo zote za siasa za kila wakati wa voting, tunaingia tunachagua yule mtu atabadilisha maneno za skin. Sasa ndio nilikuwa nasema hapo, Jeremia Kion alileta figures. Tunataka kusikia pande hiyo ingine ya UDA walete figures zao, na alisema baba alisema leo those figures that they have got, what do you call it, nimesahau lakini nitakumbuka. They can be scanned to prove that it is authentic. So it can be scanned to prove it is authentic. So it got a QI, however it is. It can be scanned to prove that it's authentic. Then let the government bring the authentic one, which can be scanned to show that difference. Haya, kitu ingine kuwa nataka churches. Somebody talked about churches there. Ni vizuri sana kanisa wako, lakini ninataka kusema kitu moja. Kanisa wamekuwa kanisa sababu ya pesa. One thing is that the churches cannot listen to somebody who is not feeding their tummy. So it is very hard. Na Wakenya, nimesema tena pale awali, tuseme kesho, jana kutwa, nilisema wana Kenya wengi sababu ya poverty we turned to the church. I'm going back again just a bit about how we came to know this mambo ya Christianity, these clergymen, they are taking over. It's because the time of colonization, these people came with the church, they came with the Bible, and they told us, shut your eyes and let us pray. At the time you were closing your eyes to wait for the church, to the clergy, people were coming to bring you the good news. They just gone away with what you have. Now, from colonization to the black colonizing their own blacks. You are being told to close your eyes and let you be prayed for, and you are lied to. Eventually, you get into that believing this is your God. The other people, the politicians, have known that thing. They have known there is a loophole in Kenya for people to be convinced through church. Anybody who is a believer or who believes in the pastor, who believes the bishop, will be told anything by the bishop and goes with what the bishop says. So we might be saying, oh, if pastors hold a hand together, they can never. Because one thing Baba had said, they are churches which they believe they are not there just to teach people the good news from the Bible. They read Saint Matthew according any news according to Saint Matthew, but they interpret it according to what they believe and what they want to achieve. I am not a very good in verses, but I know Bible, but verses maybe not very good. I remember Jesus Christ went to the church, and one time he found the church being a place of selling, buying, and prostitution. Jesus never went there and started talking to them softly and begging them stop. He took a whip and they whipped them, turning all the tables upside down. This is the same thing we are going to do now. We do not care how the government is holding themselves with the Christianity, pretending to be in the holier than thou. Manabii wengi sana kwa hiyo serikali. We are going to turn them and whip them off and make Kenya a best place for everybody. And somebody said there, I can't remember who said that. I said yesterday, we wanted to set a pace, which will start a snowball, which will start from Kenya and going through Africa at large. Because we are still colonized in our minds. We need to rise up above colonization. We need to rise up and show people that we think bigger, we think better than, we are not going. There is a guy who came there earlier from Uganda, I think, and he talked about Uganda. They cannot hold a small meeting. And we were warned, yes, and we were warned. Okay, concluding. I'm saying we are going to do something that will teach other African countries that we are not going to take a president who comes in force. We are going to take a president who is elected by people. Thank you very much. And God bless you. I want to sleep and take care.
Thank you. Have a good sleep. Let's keep engaging. Asante sana. We appreciate your givings and your instruction to us. We will follow na tunaamini nchi itapona. Tusimamie ukweli. Bwana Black bado ana fight, anasema ni IBC inapaswa kujitetea. Hiyo ndio kweli. So IBC ifungue server kama haiamini hayo matokeo ambayo yamesemwa na whistleblower. Hiyo ni simple. Hakuna swala lingine, fungua server, sisi tuangalie form gani ndio mbaya. Ile ya whistleblower ama ya Chebukati. Ndeni hapo mambo yaamliwe. Kuna haja ya kusumbuana, na kuna sababu election is conducted through the server or the transmission so that there can be a tracking of each and every item that as they come from the polling station to the tallying center. So for us to trace that, we need a server to be opened, and that's the request was placed in the Supreme Court. Is still being pushed for right now, So tufanye ile ambayo ni haki. Nashukuru wale ambao mnaendelea kujisajili ama subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk. Tumefika 720. Thank you Fatan for the good work. Please let's keep going. Tufike hiyo 1000 subscribers within no time. So let's keep pushing, na wewe kama ni subscriber tusaidie pia. Tusaidie, tunataka kupata watu 300, tujaze hiyo number, tusonge mbele. Tumebakisha sasa 280, okay? 280. We are doing very well. Let's keep going, and at the end of the day, we will make this country great in ensuring that what is right is done. Bwana leo Julia Mato, sijui mko wapi. It is already 3 a.m. East African time. I should have signed out. Leo ilikuwa siku ya channel ya church. Wala watu mlifuata conference yetu. So mnifanyisha mimi kazi mchana na usiku at the same time. Nitawapiga fine baadaye. I've seen Mr. Wangira. Mr. Wangira, how are you today?
Oh, I'm doing fine, Bernard.
Yes, your only greeting. You will make your submission later. I wanted to mention your. Let me see where it is. Mr. Wangira has written a book, is being published, and he wants you to be aware of the same and begin to anticipate. Weka budget, hiyo kitabu ikitoka hivi wewe ndio kwanza kununua, alafu ujifunze masuala ya nchi zetu jinsi yalivyo. So there is the cover of the book. It's called The East Africa and the East African Dream, a critic analysis. Huyo ni Bwana Wangira. Kitabu ndio hicho, kinaiva, bado kiko jikoni. Kitaiva hivi karibuni. Kwa hivyo book ya copy. Tunaweza book copy kama vile tuna booking nyumba wakati tunaanza kuchimba msingi.
Hata anzeni kuleta pesa tu.
Haya, Bwana Wangira ndio huyo anasema mwanze kuleta pesa ili ubuku pages zako kwa kitabu. You may be acknowledged. All the same, asante sana. Naomba wale watu hawajachangia tafadhali, wale wamechangia tusubiri kwanza tumalize wale wachichangia ili tusonge vizuri, so that justice prevails. We should not be finding fault with injustice out there when we are practicing it in here. We will be hypocritical. Otherwise, just do the right thing. Bwana Nelson, 2 to 3 minutes, then Joshua 2 to 3 minutes, Jeremani 2 to 3 minutes. Tumalize mkururo ndio tusonge mbele. Nelson, how are you?
Niko salama kabisa, nashukuru.
Karibu.
Asante sana kwa nafasi hii, na ni kazi nzuri ambao wananchi wanafanya. Na dakika yangu 2, kitu cha kwanza nataka kusema ya kwamba siku ambaye kura ilitangazwa, I saw darkness. I thought that we are at the beginning of the world when the darkness covered the whole surface. And everyone got confused. Ukali ambao ilikuwa kwa mioyo ya watu walishindwa wafanye nayo nini, kila mtu akanyamaza. Naye watapeli wakadhani kwamba wameshinda. Lakini Mungu anatupenda. Jamani, tunapopigana tuombe Mungu sana. Atupe nguvu, andamane nasi katika hii safari. Kwa sababu hawa wameleta giza nchini yetu kote. Tuombe Mungu atupatie mwangaza, tuone mwelekeo na tushike ili kupata njia sahihi. Niliona visanga ambayo wameweka nayo Irene. Chebukati amesimama anasema makosa Irene alisema ni kukubali maneno ya watu ambao walikuja kumtisha. Tisho haikuwa kwa Irene, lakini ilitoka kwa watu wengine, lakini Irene sasa anasulubishwa. Sasa anaulizwa makosa yake ilikuwa gani? Eti alisema tuangalie, we consider what they said. Where are these people? Why did they not form this commission kuhusu hao watu? Ni kutuchezea ili tukose mwelekeo. It is time. Mimi naona tusimame sisi wote. Hakuna kitu ingine. Kenya, we are tired. Let us wake up. Let us take a responsibility, and kusaidia Kenya ni ngumu. Aona watu kama Black huyu mwenye ametoka hapa sahi. Hao ni wananchi wa Kenya ambao wanakubali uovu ndio wanataka iendelee. For those who have seen light, let's get support. Let's spread the gospel of light so that everyone, we can team up and make a direction so that our Kenya can change. Nashukuru. My heart is shedding some light because I see what people are doing, what Baba have said. Let us follow and let us encourage each and every person to stand up. MPs walijaribu, wamenyamashishwa sahi. Students waamuke pia wapate loan. Wamama pia waamuke wapate ile pesa ya wamama. Then Ruto will not find a place where to put his head. Lakini kama kuna mmoja ambao atanyamaza, then we are not going to move on. This is my encouragement. Thank you, guys.
Okay, asante sana Nelson, that is clear and precise. We appreciate it. Wakenya wamesikia, wameelewa, na kila Mkenya ajihami, tusimame imara, injini yetu, na ni wajibu wetu kuilinda kwa vyovyote vile. Tusicheze, tutaibiwa tukiona, kama vile wamezoea. So lazima tusimame, tujitetee. Subscription inaendelea vizuri. We are now at 723. Let's keep going, please. If you have subscribed, help somebody subscribe. That way we will get to the 1,000 number very fast. You subscribe, then help another person subscribe. Mtu afikie mwingine ili tufikie hiyo number before even the show is over. Asante. Joshua Osola, karibu. Namna gani leo?
Mjambo wa Kenya wenzangu, mzuri sana bwana Bernard. Happy New Year kwanza kwa wote ambao wako hapo, dada yetu Mkenya, na kusalimu sana, wana kusikiza kila siku. Hata ingawa ninepotea kwa muda, kwa Geneva for some time, singeweza kuingia kwenye studio, lakini kusikiza nasikiza. Kuna jamaa mmoja anetoka hapa na kaka Michael Jackson, alikuwa akizungumza matope. Huyo kijana ni wale ambao wanaharibiwa na mzee ama ndugu yetu anaitwa Arabu Mashamba. So poleni sana 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 nyumbani. Tunajaribu vile tuwezavyo tukiwa hapa katika United Nations, katika haki za binadamu. We know each and everything, tuko ndani. Ya pili, bwana Bernard, ulionyesha video ya aliyekuwa president wa Nigeria akimsomea bwana Ruto mbele karibu na mamake mama wa Tanzania. Ilikuwa ni ukweli yale anayesema, because animtoa zero, na kila president walikuwa hapo Afrika walisikiza. Yeye kutaka kuzungumza mambo ya chakula, alisema tafadhali kabla sijaongea. Simbele ya hiyo video unaonyesha, anasema kabla sijaongea, huyu si ndio anatakana kuwa hapa katikati yetu sisi. Ule anatakana kuwa hapo ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Tunataka apewe haki yake. Kama president wa Afrika wanasema wanamrecognize Raila Odinga, State House arudi nyumbani, animwambia rudi kwenyu nyumbani. Watakupendua, wako pale State House. Na ni kweli Jacaranda imejaa. Sisi ambayo tuko nje tunajua mengi kuhusu Kenya yetu. Ninajaribu kuongea, Bernard anajaribu kuongea, dada yangu hapa anazungumza kila siku. Na kuna dada yetu mwingine ambaye saa zingine watu ana hasira nyingi sana, watu wanafikiria ni wazimu, si wazimu. Ni ile uchungu watu wako nayo. na mama wengi sana ndio wazazi wetu, wana uchungu. Ukiona watoto barabarani wanalala njaa, wale wako na chakula kina Ruto ambaye ni mwizi, na huyo mimi nataka kumleta hapa na ndamleta. Tutamshtaki sisi, si nyinyi mko nyumbani, sisi tuko hapa, tutamshtaki. Na si muda, wacha niseme happy new year kwenyu na happy new year kwa Wakenya. Wengine walipata happy new year mwaka mwingine. Raila anakuja kuwa rais wa Kenya, haimalizi mwezi huu, liwe lilalo. Na watu waseme nini, awe na ofisi yake kule kwa baba yake Uganda, ndugu yake mdogo ambaye wa mama mdogo wanapigana, anataka kuingia Kenya, tutoke kwa hizo, wasikizane na ndugu yake Ruto. Gachagua mtoto wa Moi asikizane na ndugu zake wale wengine watoto wa Moi. Mpaka ndugu yake mwenzake ambaye alikuwa wa Nakuru walimfuta kazi. Yaani wanajaribu kupiga kila mtu, mpaka watoto. Poleni sana, na pole sana 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 kwa ambaye alikuwa anashikilia CBC na mashule za Kenya. Ni ile shoka anepigwa nayo ndio inemuua, si kitu ingine. Ndugu yake aneaga, watoto yeye anifutwa kazi, watoto ndo hao wana school fees, itapiga mtu shock. Ile kazi yote alikuwa anafanya ilikuwa ni kazi ya bure. CBC wanaongeziwa another 2 years or 3 years more, which is nonsense. Hapa Europe, hata dadangu ambaye yuko London, ambaye yuko katikati yetu, mama Kenya, anajua CBC ni 6 years alafu inaelekea, na wale wako ng'ambo wote wanajua hivyo ndio hivyo ilivyo. Yeye anataka kurudisha ile system ya 844. Hiyo miaka ziliisha. Hao ni watoto ambao ni 21st century. Hao ni electronics kids. Wanatengeneza magari, wanajaribu kutengeneza plans za nyumba, wanatujibu. Ukipatia mtoto simu yako inaharibika, ukiuliza kijana namna gani simu yangu, kijana anashika tata anakupatia, dadi unefanyaje? Dad, sina time, kuna vijana wenzangu wanangoja pale nje. Because these people are so smart. Wasi kudanganya mtoto wa sasa akiwa na standard 6 ni machua. Juzi hapa watoto wanafanya mtihani wa standard 8 wakiwa na mimba. Huyu jamaa aoni, kwa sababu anapenda vya bure. Unajua ule anapenda vya bure ajali. Hao wanakuwa wezi, and I swear Almighty God, wacha hata wale tunafanya nao kazi wanishtaki popote, waseme ati anaingilia politics. I care less. This is my homeland. Na mimi sipendi kuongea Kijerumani, sipendi kuongea Kizungu. Nataka nikiongea na Wakenya nasikia kuongea lugha yangu. Haijalishi miaka ngapi nimekaa hapa, lakini Wakenya tushikane. Na sisi ndio tunaweza kumpatia mzee nguvu, kumuonesha kama vile kina wengine tunaona wanashikwa, tunajaribu wamtoe. Yeah. Alikuwa hapa studio juzi, Saturday anakuja. Tunaona hizi vitu sisi. Hatuzungumzi, lakini tunaangalia. I swear Ruto ataenda pabaya na hiyo grupu yake ya majambazi. Hata huyo sijui ndo my colleague ambaye ni Justice, ambaye ni anipewa pesa, Martha Koome, should face it. Alienda nyume ya sheria. Na wabunge ambao wako huko, huyo sijui ndo anaitwa, hao watu wote wataenda ndani. Wasifikiria ati Kenya inelala, na Kenya is an example for Africa. Ikiungua, Afrika yote kwisha. Thank you so much. Nisiharibie wengine masaa zao. Nashukuru sana kuingia kwenye studio.
Asante sana Bwana Joshua, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako, mchango wako na kuchangia katika mjadala ambao unatusaidia kurekebisha makosa ya Kenya ili Kenya ipone na isonge mbele. I appreciate everybody. Please let's keep the conversation going. Invite somebody to watch with you, and then please subscribe to Sound Candid Talk, our other channel, as an alternative channel to the YouTube channel of Mtembei TV, as a subsidiary channel, whereby in case we have issues with the other channel, we'll be able to stream on the other channel. So let's build both channels and secure them rightly. So we are pushing to get 1,000 subscribers. We are now at 7 what? Fatan, you can give me the update. I think we are almost 730, 730 close there. So let's keep pushing as we continue. Jeremani, how are you?
I'm good, Bernard. It's good to see you and the fellow panelists. I know it's been a while, and I noticed that you're energized since some new developments. I say congratulations. I know you've given some strict time limits, but let me try and also be honorable by acknowledging the presence of Kenyan Aksado, Joshua Solo, Mdume Victory. I see Mr. Wangira and I see Mr. Yule Eli. I have 2 points today to share, and one, most of them is commentary. As you said, here we come to share information, and information is what propels us forward. And the first bit of information I wanted to share is regarding what Kenyan Aksado alluded to. This was the Mau Mau. The Mau Mau, as I said yesterday, is still a topic that needs to be thoroughly researched, because there's information here and there. There are gaps. There are so many gaps, and it is in those gaps that we find people like current Deputy President jumping in to feed all manner of information. He's not the only one. There are many others who would claim Mau Mau ship when it is suitable and when it is convenient, and keep silent when matters Mau Mau require that they actually speak. And when I say this, I mean there is a Mau Mau member, Kahengeri, who has been fighting year in, year out to see that Mau Mau people are recognized and given compensation by the British government. I've not seen those who claim to be Mau Mau today coming forth and saying, yes, I am son of Mau Mau, and I wish to see that my parents, grandparents, and every other person who was part of the movement compensated. I've not seen that. And that's why I speak of Mau Mau ship at convenient times and silence at a position of inconvenience. But this is what I also uncovered. There is, I spoke about it yesterday, there is an organization that had been formed previously, and the leaders of that organization were known as Eliud Mutonyi, who was a chairman. There was Bildad Kagia, who was also a member, and the membership of his membership and role in the organization was in this nature. He was an official in what was called the Mau Mau Central Committee. And when Bildad Kagia was asked in an interview that aired in 1973, he was asked the question, did Jomo Kenyatta know about Mau Mau? And this is what he said. He said, I think he knew nothing. And he went on to add, Kenyatta was among the older generations. So we did not want, or we feared that if he knew much about the organization, he may disagree with what we thought of doing. So the only younger generation, of which Mildred Kagia was, decided that by all means, when all means failed, then they resorted to violence. Fred Kubai was also a member of the Mau Mau Central Committee. And in the same interview, he was asked the question, and he was emphatic. This is what he said. Jomo Kenyatta was not an active member in that organization. We did not want him to be active. He did not know who the leaders were, and he could not say who was steering the wheel. Essentially, what I'm saying here is there were those core members of the Mau Mau movement. They knew who they were, and they had excluded the older generation. So the older generation is Kenyatta and others. Others are people like Eliud Mathu. So it is that younger generation at the time that said, we are going to push this forward. But as I said again, there remains gaps within how Mau Mau came to be. And Eliud Motonyi provided a very good answer when the question was posed to him about Mau Mau. He said, Mau Mau was the makings of the British. Mau Mau was labeled a militant element so that it can have a bad name to invite the British Army to come in during the emergency period. Again, I'm sharing this bit of information to invite additional points so that we can be educated about the names or the naming, because the gaps is what makes people who know that most of the Kenyans don't know, use that to their advantage. I will leave that Mau Mau bit at that. My final commentary, Mr. Bernard, I know I've overshot the time limit. Kenyan Aksado will give us information, but I just want to make one more commentary. There was a gentleman called Fabrizio. Joshua Solo said, the gentleman with who looks like Michael Jackson, but his name, I believe, was Fabrizio. So, in my view, Fabrizio represents a good number of Kenyans, of fellow Kenyans, who hold the view that Raila Odinga made a big mistake getting into the handshake. And of course, this will remain a subject of debate for years to come. The pros and cons of the handshake. Today, we know for sure and certainly that no one wants another handshake. The debate as it lingers nationally today is that the handshake provided temporary reprieve, but has caused some long-term upheavals, of which we are looking at today. My point of departure with Fabrizio is that he laughs at Raila's failure to clinch the presidency as a personal failure. And my view is that that is not the true position. The true position, again, is that the Kenyan people or the Kenyan citizenry are in that unfortunate position of not knowing whether there is trust in institutions today, whether we can count on institutions to deliver fairness and justice going forward. And when Fabrizio laughs that Raila was warned, he did not heed the advice. My only question is, does he also know the other side? Was he also advised about something else that is not in the public domain? So he should not be laughing at Raila and looking at this matter as a personal failing on Raila, but should be asking the question, if Raila failed, has the nation gained? I leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. A very soul-searching question indeed. Kenyan Azando, ulikuwa unasemaje? Nataka kujitetea.
Jeremani, thank you so much for the extra information that you have given to the nation. My only point by the time when I spoke about Mau Mau, I wanted to clear where the name Mau Mau originated, because there was somebody who was saying it's Uma Uma Uma, but it was a different information. That's all I wanted to clear. Thank you, Jeremani, for the whole issue and the history. Thank you so much.
Okay, so Jeremani would not. Yes, respond quickly, Jeremani.
Yeah, thank you. Kenyan Aksado, I know you're addressing the gentleman called Sylvester Stallone, who was there previously, but I thank you for that. I wanted to also share that the information I have, I did not pick from my head. The name of the documentary that everyone else can also Google is in 3 parts. It's called Black Man's Trilogy. It was aired in 1973, and one of the British studios recorded it. You will see Bildad Kagia in it speaking about Mau Mau. You'll also see Fred Kubai, who was a member of that committee, speaking. You'll also see Eliud Mutonyi, who was the chairman, speaking. So, as we said, here we come to share information to build the consciousness. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that elaborate observation and givings, and that's why we need to be informed, especially this generation. We blow a lot of smoke on nothing. We have to get back to class and be able to really ascertain what we believe. You see the way Kina Black are running away from IBC. They want to be so far away from IBC so that the argument can hold water. You don't run away from the stem of information if you want to be accurate in your reporting about that same information. Thank you, everybody, for sticking by and continuing to follow the broadcast. I trust you are profiting. Please, let's ensure that we share with everybody around us. And we are at 725 subscribers. Let's keep going so that we get to 1,000 soonest. Tutamsikiliza yule Eli kwanza, alafu tutarudi kwa Mr. Wangira. Mr. Wangira tulikuwa na yeye hapa awali. Yule Eli, vipi lakini?
Thank you, Bernard. Can you hear me?
We are good. Thank you.
Yes, I would like to greet Kenyan Aksado. I can't keep up with your name change, but it's inspiring, you know. It's a good statement. It tells us what you're thinking because every day you come with a new name. Joshua Osolo, thank you so much for your contribution. Jeremani and Wangila, I can't wait to see the final draft of your book and get a copy, you know. There's no charity in this world, you just have to buy. So, I watched that video and I wasn't too sure what to say about it. It's either if it's a superimposed video, you know, a Photoshop or a real video. Either way, if it's an act, I would still appreciate it because it sends a very strong message. And if it is authentic, that's even better. The reason why I thought it was an act is because if that was a former president of Nigeria, as I heard someone saying there, the accents were not, you know, lining up properly with the tone of speech and from that country. And also, I don't think the the organizers of that event would have allowed that to continue, they would have switched off the microphone or something like that. But let's just say it's an act. If it is, then it's a very powerful video. I like it because there's different ways of opposing this kind of illegal regimes. And if it's an act, then that's a very beautiful thing to do. So let's not waste time by arguing whether it's authentic or not, because I think that video is very compelling. I really have nothing much to contribute tonight because I feel that all our panelists and people talking in the chat room there have said enough, you know. But I would just like to add one more thing about the behavior of an illegal regime, because they, on a day-to-day basis, they have to pretend that they won the election legitimately. And one of the ways they're doing that now through mass media and social media, especially Twitter, they're on Twitter all the time because they've employed many people to give shorthand messages there, and it's working for them. And it will only reach a time when people will be exhausted with all of this. But I think that every day they are surviving by trying to show that they won an election. And it is very difficult when we are on the other side, where we don't have those resources and threats and power. But it's amazing that people can still stand here. Look at Bernard. Every day he's here. All you guys are here. You know, you're working hard to make sure that people hear your voices. Even those guys now in government are scared that there is this channel that is doing something which might evolve into something else. You know, countries like Uganda, the people who are facing off with Museveni, they don't even have channels like this on YouTube. You know, they don't. Because they fear that if they do such a thing, it will, the consequences to their family members, wherever they are, will be, you know, quite difficult to even comprehend. So I'm not saying that our democratic space is much better than countries like Uganda or Rwanda, but I think that at least we can voice what we want to say, and strongly, in a very strong manner, without fear. And to that extent, I'd like to thank Mwai Kibaki, because I think Mwai Kibaki had a hands-off approach to opposition. You know, you could call him what you like, you could say what you like. He called you Mavia Kuku because, I mean, if he could say that, you could say what you like. And so I think that has transformed Kenyan society to some extent. So I think this, every time we come to this channel, we should not be afraid of speaking our mind or fearing that it might have consequences on our relatives or friends wherever they are. Because can you imagine someone like Bernard or any other person who is in Kenya is having to do this and being followed around? You know, it must be something, you know, a hell of a job to do, you see. But other countries cannot do this. So that's what I wanted to contribute, to say that we must continue, and we must, you know, instead of panicking or giving each other barbs, we must kind of try to give each other, you know, positive vibe that what we're doing is right. So that's the little I wanted to contribute tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you Yule Eli, we appreciate that, na tunasonga mbele. Asante kwa wote ambao mnajumuika nasi. Julia, if you can get me Mato, time yenu ndio hiyo imefika, sijui mko wapi. Where is this other man? Leo lero ni lero. Inaonekana leo sijui umepewa Piriton. Njoo, time imefika. Thank you. Let's listen to Mr. Wangira, and Mr. Wangira Black anauliza kitabu yako kama iko na e-book version na ni pesa ngapi?
Bernard, sana sana hatutaki maneno ya hii version. Unajua ukiwapatia hii version wanaenda wakisambaza kwa WhatsApp. Wanunue hard copy. Anyway, wacha nipatiane mchango wangu Bernard. Bernard, one of my brothers there said that, you know, it was a mistake for Raila to have gotten into the handshake, Bernard. And I think it is in the contrary, Bernard. The Raila Odinga Uhuru Kenyatta handshake of 2018, Bernard, as far as I'm concerned, was not a mistake because it was an act that was done in the larger public good. Imagine that if we did not have that handshake and we continued in the spirit that we had after the swearing in of Raila Odinga in 2018, where could we have been as a country, Bernard? Bernard, today I listened to Raila Odinga when he was meeting his Nairobi troops, and he talked of the IBC servers. Raila Odinga said that IBC had 4 servers. I think he talked of a server in Netherlands, another server I think in Venezuela, a server I think at Anniversary Tower, and another server at the industrial area. Then he talked of the only server that was accessible was only 1 server out of the 4 servers. I think that's what he talked about. Bernard, this takes us to where we were in 2017. You know, in 2017, the bigger problem around the elections, the August 2017 election, was on the server. You remember that when the Supreme Court ordered that the server be opened, Bernard, the IBC under Wafula Chebukati was just left this week. Bernard, disobeyed the court order. They never opened the server. And in 2022, the same story of the server is resurfacing, Bernard. So what are we hearing, Bernard? Are we seeing that perhaps, you know, the electronic system of election is not serving us well, that perhaps we should think of going back to what we were used to, the manual system? Secondly, Bernard, what does it tell us? Does it tell us that, you know, there are people who are determining how the elections results should appear, Bernard? You know, these are very bad indicators, Bernard. And again, I think the 14 days period that, you know, we need to have an election petition heard and determined, Bernard, you know, it's not adequate time to listen to such a complaint. Imagine, you know, issues that are now coming up, Bernard, are very huge issues, Bernard, that could not have been determined in 14 days. Perhaps we need to rethink around this 14 days period of presidential petition and perhaps just move it to 6 months, the way we have other petitions, because other petitions are determined in 6 months. Then if other petitions are determined in 6 months, why are we in a hurry to determine a presidential election petition in 14 days, Bernard? That's a question we need to ask ourselves. Perhaps we need to just push it to 6 months, just like other petitions, because, you know, the world is not ending tomorrow. It's when we have a presidential election, we still have a president in office. That president could continue sitting in for 6 months as we wait for the conclusion of the presidential election. Because what is coming out of the 14 days, Bernard, is only surface scratching. And you know that surface scratching is not helping Kenya. Imagine if we had 6 months, Bernard, perhaps some of this information that we are getting now could have been helpful to the Raila Odinga petition last year and perhaps could have made things stand otherwise, Bernard. Bernard, now that, you know, we are past that issue of petitions and, you know, we are looking towards a better future for this country. perhaps this is the time that Raila Odinga should revisit his concept of constituent assemblies. Bernard, if you remember in 2017, Raila Odinga had come up with a concept of the constituent assemblies just before he got into a handshake with Uhuru Kenyatta. Where he was supposed to have gone. There was the constituency assembly, then there was the county constituent assembly, and after that, I think there was the national constituent assembly. Uh, and it was working in a manner that views were being collected from, I think, the constituency level. Then they were to go up to the county level. Then later, I think they were to meet somewhere at the national level in form of the constituency assembly, Bernard. So I think that the best way, Bernard, to now push for reforms in this country will be through the constituent assemblies. And I think that Raila Odinga now, as even he goes up and down, conducting political rallies like the one we had in Kamukunji and the one that we'll have in Jacaranda come Sunday, he should now think of a mechanism, Bernard, a bold mechanism, Bernard, that can make things move. And as far as I'm concerned, that bold mechanism could be a constituent assembly. Let him go back to the same concept he had in 2013 and develop strong constituent assemblies, Bernard, that will put William Samoei Ruto on check and balance. I think that would be the way forward, Bernard, as we even look towards 2027. Remember already, William Samoei Ruto signed into law an act of parliament that now allows him to constitute a panel that will come up with the names of people who will become the commissioners of IBC, Bernard. So that tells you that there's somebody who is determined to control IBC, Bernard. So, unless we come out strongly, Bernard, we are likely to have him appoint a panel that will determine the names that will be favorable to him. And that IBC towards 2027 could be an IBC that will be favorable to William Samoei Ruto. So these are some of the things that we need to come out strongly, Bernard. Political rallies are good, but we need now a structured way. And the structured way of doing these things would be through what I call constituent assemblies, Bernard. That's all perhaps that I have to say this morning, Bernard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. The issue of the handshake is a delicate matter, and what these young guys need to appreciate is that leadership uh, demands that certain decisions are made based on that particular circumstance, and then we come up with the best way forward. Like right now, where we are in a very serious crisis, and if it's not managed, it's going to escalate and become a bigger issue than what it is. So some decisions will have to be made, and some of it may not be narrow-minded like what they are putting it, because a majority of those propagandists is they want to push the agenda that Raila Odinga is selfish. He wants to be part of the government, so he tries to get into the government by all means. And that agenda is not picking up because we know Raila Odinga. Then that I will say that is their disadvantage. That they want to paint another Raila Odinga when Kenyans know who Raila Odinga is and what he stands for. And so it becomes right away a doubtful matter. But in my understanding, the handshake was a necessity, and that was the only way for the country to move forward, failure to which it was a risk for it to collapse. And for not addressing matters IEBC during the handshake, it is also true that it has contributed to where we are, and all of it because Chebukati refused to take responsibility, whereby You remember when he sacked Chiloba, claiming that he wants to stir up the leadership of IBC and he wouldn't want to be a rider. He wants to be the one that is stirring up the ship and ensure that the ship is flowing. And so he seems to have gone back to his own word and began to flip flop because it seems he has already cut a deal with the corrupt guys. And so Chebukati is one person that we can never forgive or forget. And eventually, when this is said and done, he will have to answer for some of the things he has caused on the lives of Kenyans. But all in all, the handshake worked well. It helped Uhuru Kenyatta extensively, and of course, eventually helping Kenya because most of what Uhuru Kenyatta achieved was because of the support he enjoyed by the handshake, especially in Parliament and the Senate. With the walk away of Tangatanga, you could imagine if ODM joined Tangatanga to frustrate Uhuru Kenyatta, he would have done nothing. He would have done nothing for the 5 years. And so we need to judge the matter as it is and understand. The people who are demonizing the handshake is because the handshake stopped them from stealing. The thieves that were sacked and were judged because of corruption and the misappropriation of public funds during the handshake have all been recalled back to their office to continue with their fundraising of fleecing Kenyans. And so we can't even avoid to think that Kenya Kwanza is a corrupt system that wants corruption to thrive, and they will do anything to create that atmosphere, including recalling their thieves and giving them assignment to continue destroying the country. And so we have every reason to reject the Kenya Kwanza government. It has shown us in the first 100 days that it doesn't care about the Kenyan people or nor the Kenyan nation. They are there to eat, and eating they will eat until somebody rises up to stop them from eating. And that's why we are calling Kenyans of all goodwill, wherever you are, rise up and stop Kenya Kwanza from eating Kenya so that we can have Kenya for our children and our children's children. Thank you very much. Mr. Wangira, ulikuwa unasemaje tu kabla tumleta Sembo?
I just wanted to agree with you on one area that, perhaps where Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga failed us was in allowing Chebukati to continue sitting at IBC. I didn't know why they didn't think of scheming for a removal of Chebukati from office. That's perhaps the only area that they failed us, because Chebukati having failed in 2017, I don't understand why they allowed him to continue sitting in as the chairman of IBC until he ended up conducting another election. They could have just done what we are seeing being done to the Cherera 4, to see that perhaps a tribunal was formed to investigate him and perhaps have him removed from office. So on that particular part, I think the handshake must have failed us better.
I think the greatest mistake was putting all eggs in one basket. They were too sure about the BBI and what the BBI was going to come as a cure. And remember, the overhaul of IBC was part of the proposition of IEBC and not BBI. And so when the BBI was the dildaling, okay, William Ruto played them so well by stretching the execution of BBI to bring it so close to the deadlines so that when it suffers a blow, there will be no time to recover. It will already be closer to the 2022 elections. And so it was a miscalculation. But if, for example, BBI was shut down in, let's say, December of 2018, okay, there will be enough time to pick it up, reconstitute it, and then relaunch it. And so the outstretch and the dilly-dallying that took place until it became almost impossible to recover the BBI because of the ruling in court was part of the ploy. But initially, the BBI was also to cure the IEBC issue. Chebukati was to go. And remember, when the other commissioners resigned, the main thing was so that Chebukati or IEBC will have no quorum and then be able to disintegrate by itself without having to place a bill on the government. You know, a bill on the government, meaning that if we oust Jebukati from office, we have to pay him. But if the commission has collapsed, you just go home the way you are and all that. So, but it was an oversight that the BBI, wherever the handshake did not work on very well. But the real issue was not even Jebukati presiding over the election, because the capturing of the IBC is such that it's not just Jebukati. Now you see the CEO, okay, then you see the three, the Trinity in the IEBC was such that even if you get rid of Jebukati and then you leave the CEO, and the CEO has cut deal with William Ruto, it will still end up having the same outcome, in my opinion. And so I think Uhuru and Raila looked at the whole thing. It would be too much energy being deployed to get rid of one individual, only for maybe for them to suffer the blow again, and it would have been very bad. So kwa sasa hivi, whatever mistakes Chebukati has caused, we want to fix it, and we will fix it by ensuring that it will affect the rest of all even other seats, like what Kion is talking about. We're going to revisit all those seats, the MPs that lost unfairly in Central and otherwise. I think we're going to sanction some by-elections and then be able either by-elections or give victory to the one that won, so that when it has dire consequences, the next person in office is going to think twice before he gets blinded and corrupted to mess up a very important exercise like presiding over a general election. And probably in the future, we should also consider separating the elections. In my opinion, the conducting of the presidential election together with the other elections is an issue that needs to be looked into. I would us have the governorship elections and the presidential elections separated, so that we will go for a presidential election only, devoid of these other seats. Then we combine these other seats so that it becomes easier. Because, like, for example, Baba was saying today, the results for the presidential elections were ready by 10th. Okay, we voted on the 9th, and by 10th in the morning, the results were ready. But what happens? He said the returning officer cannot leave the polling station until he has tabulated these other things, okay, these other seats, and then he moves to the constituent tallying center, tabulate like that and all that. If you finish all these other things before he comes to the national tallying center. So this buying of time is where the devil comes in and causes all this madness. If it was that we are doing presidential only, we count the votes, by the following morning we know who is the president, it will not be a big issue. And then also the issue of 14 days. You remember there's history to the 14 days. There's history to the 14 days. There was in the old constitution, you are to challenge the presidential whatever election, but it was open and left for the judges to set up the hearing by themselves. And what used to happen is that they would drag the case until somebody finishes the whole term, when you are still challenging the matter in court. And so the framers of the new constitution had to look at it and say, instead of the judges being left the leeway of for presiding over the presidential case eternally okay, at their own discretion, and then they turn it into a civil case where you come for this hearing, then the judge, the defendant are not ready. Let's now postpone to next 15th of next month and all that. So they had to give them that 14 days. But in my opinion, they should just simply add another 14 to it. 30 days or 60 days on the higher side will be good. But also 60 days, people tampering with the evidence. Kenya is a very dangerous place. 60 days, they can even print new ballot papers and vote afresh and stuff them in the boxes and come to the court and say we won elections. This country is very interesting. Assemble, you can come in.
Good evening, Mr. Bernard, Kenya Matsado, Mr. Wangira, good to see you. I always like when I find you in the studio because you challenge a lot of questions. Bernard, one thing that we tend to forget about Handshake was ICU to help Uhuru breathe. Uhuru was under Siege. And anything to do with IBC at that moment was not discussed. It was how do we rescue this government? How can these people leave a legacy? How can this man retire with a legacy? That was the main thing that Uhuru Kenyatta was crying every single day. He was going out without anything. So IBC was a small thing that was already captured in BBI, the way you're saying it. But at the moment that Raila was coming in to help Uhuru, there were so many things that were done that needed to be sorted out. And it's somebody like Chebukati, if he was really a good human being, because we have evil human beings and good human beings. He just confirmed that he was an evil human being. He will have redeemed himself by coming clean and saying what happened last time was a mistake. This time we're doing it right. With all those foreign trips that they made to go and see how papers are being printed, how the documents are ready, then you come and give us Kakamega ballots found missing the governor. We don't want to even talk about it. It's so shameful, like even to discuss Chebukati right now. One thing that I really want us to even focus on, if you remember very well, Raila Odinga 10 points, that agenda that he was talking about, if you guys remember very well. And there were things that were touching local Mwananchi. There were things that are touching everybody, despite where you're coming from or where you're voting from. These things were going to affect everybody. And one thing I remember very well in those 10 points agenda was like Azimio la Wananchi. Regardless of who takes over the power, everybody must feel that they belong to that government. This was something that you can see right now. This person in second command talks of a language that doesn't unite Kenyans, full of hatred. The guy talks of hii serikali ndio sisi tumeleta, sisi ndio tumepiga hii kura, sisi ndio hii serikali yetu. How about the ones who did not vote for you? They stop being Kenyans? They stop being human beings? So this is one thing that was in 10 points of Baba that really was going to have changed a lot of things. But I thank God that also it took them like 5 months for them to realize that it has never been about tribal per se during elections. It's been corruption and evil people running these systems. And right now, we are going to change this, and it's going to be worked on forever. And somebody was talking about where the MPs, what are they doing? My brother, during revolution, there's no MP, there's no minister, there's no Mama Mboga. It's like this Ark of Noah. It's carrying everything. Those who are coming will go. Some will join on the way. Some will be running, but will be captured and put in the front line. So what happened is that either if you're not for it, you stay out, you watch, But if not for it and you want to come into the picture, you'll be consumed. So right now what I'm trying to say is that those who voted for this government, that was their democratic right. Those who voted for Azimio, that was their democratic right. But when you want to be used like a deputy, when they want to come to your region and tells you, we'll deal with these people, don't get lured into this nonsensical tribal thing. This is a man full of hatred. And even if you ask him, why do you hate this tribe? He has no answers. He has no reasons. But he was born with those evil traits full of him. And now he's at the peak of the power, where he thinks he can talk of anything the way he wants, and he thinks that will intimidate people. Actually, why I came in today, I just wanted to tell the likes of Gaucho, Okanga, and the rest that revolution doesn't come for you and they tell you, you stop doing what you're doing or we'll arrest you. Some are shot dead instantly. Some are arrested. Some are detained. Some are tortured. So Gaucho and the group, if you in this war, be prepared for anything, because that's what it's going to take. When the government is frustrated, they'll want to find a way of pushing things too. And if you're found to be vocal, that's how it's going to be. So being arrested today, tomorrow, is just part of the process. But the few who will not be arrested, who will feel it, will one day say Gaucho and the group made an impact that changed the life. And the member of parliaments that we had even in our group of Azimio, right now, Bernard, if you look very carefully, even the 10 points that Baba had, things like free education. Right now, they will have been together pushing for free education, that they don't run into fighting the government to give them money for CDF. Why? Because that's how they make their money. That's where they make the money. When the CBS is banned to them, they come and give the handouts of 5,000 bursaries, 2,000 bursaries, and the rest they can't even account for. But right now they could have been pushing for a bill push for free education, so that they don't uprunning go. Right now they're drinking coffee, drinking wine and everything in Mombasa, spending at the cost of taxpayers, and they're telling they're fighting for you. These guys are never for you. So whatever you're going to do, we don't need them even to be part of it. They're gonna be there or not be there. It is you, local Monanchi, who's feeling the pinch, who is feeling it completely. So let's not talk about the MPs coming on board. The ones who understand us will join us. The ones who are here to make money, they're gonna make money. Some already jumped away from the Azimio because they already moved back to the government, and because they're getting some tokens and handouts from the government, so that they make the government push their agenda. So don't count on the member of parliaments to help you guys. This is not gonna happen. These guys will even run. They'll even say they'll take the next available flight out of the country when things get worse. But this, what I'm trying to say is that let's stay focused. Let's get to understand what Baba is saying, where we are going, and why we are doing all this. It's all about the economy. It's all about the politics that you have. The political system is rotten. They can't give direction. They can't lead us. Then social class, the social change that we're having in our country. Even if you look at our religion system, churches used to be a place where you go to find solace. You go to get revived. You go to find peace of mind. But right now, even church, you go to church, you start contributing from the doorstep to the altar. And the people standing in the pulpit to preach for you, they are after money. They make money. So long as I can get Mr. Lala here to be my priest, I become a bishop, and we can afford to buy some few instruments, we start a church. And whatever we do in that church, so long as we bring the politician on the pulpit to say nonsense and we make money, that's what they're doing. Business. The likes of the late Kinokulu, those guys will not stand nonsense like what is going on right now. They will separate the politics with church. Because when somebody is at his lowest moment, church is the place that they go to console. But now church has become a place where they're using, because they know people are brainwashed. And they've really gotten chance and they went into it deeply and they captured the churches. They're moving around with briefcases every Sunday, leaving money to them. And those where they were finding also crowd because they know definitely if they go to a church, congregation will be there, people will be there to listen to their nonsense, and the pastor will give them platform to do that. So guys, my reminder is just to tell you guys the revolution doesn't come with sitting around the coffee table and drinking and agreeing, okay, guys, you want this. No, that won't happen. If what we need to wait and see on here is on Sunday, Baba is coming with more information, with more directions on what to be done and how it's gonna be done. And the good thing today, you see, it took it from the beginning, and right now is met people in Mashinani, the troops, the organizers and the committees and the group organizers and leaders in different capacities. That shows you how serious Jacome is with this thing. He's not brought the member of parliaments with him, but he's come to meet you, the local Mwananchi. Because if you look at even last statement, according to what he read, the things he touched even on economy was talking about your unga, mafuta, steamer, things that are really affecting you, that you are brainwashed during the campaigns. They took advantage of you. Then Baba gave them time for you to understand that we've been fighting one another, forgetting why we're fighting. Now you understand when you're called on to come out and fight for what belongs for you, to you, I mean, you know why you're going out there. You're not going out there because you've seen Baba Wino out there. No, you're going out there because you are feeling the pain. You're going out there because you can't afford to pay school fee, you can't afford to buy token, you can't afford to do the basic things that you need that a government can do for you. And at the end of the day, they still come and tell you in the next 6 months, we're going to add more. In the next 6 months, we're going to add more. No, guys. So time is now. The train left some days ago. So whoever will be caught on the way, if you're against us, we'll put in the front row. If you're with us, we'll march together with you. Those who are falling down, we'll carry them. Those who are tired, we'll give them space to rest. But if you're coming to fight us, I think we are ready for it. Kenya must change, and if Kenya can get it right, I believe East Africa will get it right, and I believe Africa as a continent also will get it right. And the Westerners will not dominate on us, telling us who to be the president, how they want it to be, and who's supposed to run what. So guys, let's not forget about the cause. Let's not miss the point here. We are here to understand why this is happening and why Baba is doing this. Because if he doesn't do it now, we don't even need to go to 2027 election. We forget about it. We let the team that is in the government appoint the ones they want in that will execute that thing earlier. Even you don't need even to go and vote. 2027 comes, you just don't even get out because you definitely know the results. So this must be corrected now, and let's not allow the Gashaguas to go and use the Kikuyus against the other tribes to make them feel that the government is being taken away from them. This government doesn't belong to you. This government belongs to the few who are corrupt, the evil ones, people who don't even value or respect the rule of law, people who don't care about you. You as a Mwananchi, you have to now come out and fight for your space and make Kenya a livable place for everybody, and anybody will come after. I think with that, I think Mr. Lala, in case there's ever a contribution you want to go on, you can pick it up. You're on mute.
Okay, I think I'm mute. It's good to hear fresh minds, using this platform to bring out those important ideas, those thoughts that can inspire us to make a difference. This is an opportunity that only people like you and myself and us have, that is, to make a change. It is a moment for moving forward. You mentioned, Sembo, you mentioned about the church. Thank God for Bernard is a churchman. I'm also a churchman. When I came to the United States, the one who recommended me to get to seminary was Bishop Okulu, and still remains my North Star in terms of what I do. And thank God I met other ministers here in the United States that have been a pillar in my life. Men like Dr. McMichael, Otis Moss, if you probably read all those names. And these are seasoned men of God. And it's shameful because I have close friends that have been part of my life. I love them so dearly because we served the Lord together. We walked together, and they've done very well. Large churches in Kenya now. I don't want to mention their name. When they see my face, they know who I am. And some of the largest churches in Kenya, you know. But theologically, they're wrong. They muscle their voices. I don't know what happened in Kenya. This is the time when a church should stand with the downtrodden, the poor, and say no. Say no to impunity. Say no to corruption. Say no to electoral theft. There's no sugarcoating. Everything is so clear. Unless we are like ostriches. And it's so sad to see young people even come on this platform behaving as if they don't have a mind, critical thinking, just to know that 1 + 1 = 2. Clearly, watching Chebukati make a fool of himself, literally. And anyone, you don't have to have a degree to kind of watch and see that the man was confused at times, sweating sometimes. In fact, watching him, you know, make a fool of himself was very painful, knowing what he has done. When you think about it, what this man has done, or what IBC has done, at times is worse than treason, because a lot of times coups are done when people are dissatisfied. And so young men or young soldiers and others go out who are very pure. They don't have anything else but just to stop. But here are people that we know. We know who they are. We know what they've done. We know their cases, you know, that they have in court. We know some of the things they have done. And then we went ahead and voted and decided on whom we wanted to lead us. And then they do the things they have done to subvert the will of Kenya. I think this is treason when you think about it. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't speak for law. So people like Chebukati should be prosecuted. There is, as a matter of fact, agenda number 1 is to restore the right winner. And the right winner is the one who won. And so if they have other evidence to show that Ruto won, we want to see them. Things are very clear. And that should be a common goal. And this is not about Azimio or anybody else. And I will say it's about Kenya, it's about truth. And so in my mind, I think all of us should put our resources together, those of us who are pastors, to provide theological direction, okay, so that we are not defined by the other side, because they had already in their campaign, it's as if God was living on the other side, when we know very well God is with the poor. God is a God of righteousness, is a God of love, a God that unites us all together. And so everything seems to be very, very clear, but we have to define them. So the moment is for us to be able to very clear with our people. Let us talk to those mamas and those others to understand what we are up to. You see, a document called a constitution is something that we have come up with to guide us. And it's sacred, it's important, it's God's way to help us govern ourselves. That's what that document is all about. Okay, so and that's why God tells us to pray for those in leadership, because their role is supposed to protect the rights of widows, the poor. They are supposed to bring a sense of unity and hope in a nation. Justice be our shield and defender. That is our motto, our cry as Kenyan. And when somebody decides to subvert, decide to take your right, what you want, and create something which is not there, that is the highest form, I think, of criminality that could ever be found. Okay, because you're basically denying Kenyans, you're denying them their democratic right and giving to somebody whom they don't want. So if evil is there, to me, I think it's there. And again, people are brought in and people with questionable characters. Okay, you hear one after the other being mentioned, being given posts in this government. So we have a just cause, a just cause for us to stand on and demand that which is right. And so I pray that all of us will team up together, no matter our differences in terms of economics, in terms of social status, in terms of tribe, whatever. We are all Kenyans. We are defined as Kenyan. Sisi ni Kenya damu. Na tutakuja pamoja, tunakuja pamoja ili tukomboe nchi yetu. All of us are together. Hands on deck. When you're in a boat, some of us who live in Lake Victoria, in a boat in Mombasa or wherever, and the wind, things are bad inside the lake or inside the ocean, and you hear hands on the deck, everyone has to take a oars. Others, if water's coming in, others are throwing water out. Everyone has to get their hands on deck. And I pray that we do that. Let's not cowardice and fear, because if we come together, the task is going to be much, much easier. The loss of life can be, people will freeze. They'll freeze. The Bible, we have got examples where they didn't have to fight. God fight for them, okay? And the enemies, just freezes. And I think we can also come together, and there's power in our unity. So I pray that all of us will stay together. God still has his men and women, okay, in Kenya. We may think they are all gone. They are not. Not all of them are worshiping money. Not all of them are committing, not all of them are supporting injustice. There are those like Bernard and others who are standing for truth. And let them step forward and let us move forward together as Kenyans. And that's what I wanted to say, as Sembo and the rest of you. And thank you, Bernard, for this platform.
Okay, thank you, Lala. Thank you, Sembo. I think we should begin to wind up unless new guys are coming in. Julia has confirmed she can't make it. Mato alisema ako kwa traffic. Sasa sijui kama tunangoja, akitupata sawa, asipotupata atakuja anzishe show yake aendeleze. We let Mama speak to us as we continue.
Yes, Assemble and Lala, I had not greeted you this time round. Yes, there is one point I wanted to make about Ruto. Ruto has taken religion as his own bargaining factor. He's using it for his own benefit, not for the benefit of people, or people to take that as a good example, a person who believes. And why do I say that? He has been going to churches in Central. Have you ever seen him go to the mosque? Because our country is diversity, religion, diversity. And what I'm trying to say is, there was one time a Muslim man talked, and he said, how Ruto is behaving in Central, he cannot do that in a mosque. Why? In a mosque, where Muslims gather, even if you are how senior you are, and you come to the mosque and find people are all seated or they are praying or whatever, you sit at the back. You're not considered like you are president or you are deputy president or you are a minister from anywhere. Nothing. So it is equal opportunity in that mosque. Equal sitting in that mosque. You think Ruto can go there? No. Because he always wants to use the group, the congregation, to make his point. So that is one point I have noted. And I heard that, and it is true. He has never dared going to a mosque because he will never get that chance. So these Christians who are in Central, I don't know what they are trying to show us that we don't know. Because what we know normally from even previous times in church, we didn't care. Yes, the president would come, will be given enough respect, will be considered, this is our president. But it never even one time. I remember one time I was in a Catholic church, and Moi was coming to that church. I was the one who prepared the whole program from A to Z. The songs that we will sing, the whole thing from the start of this mass until the end. And I'm telling you, Moi never stood at the pulpit to talk to people. But we knew the government is with us. All the ministers were there. Not all, actually. They were those who come with him. But we knew our president was in the church. Simply because we could see extra many cars parked outside and with those colors, and that's it. He never stood there to give people speech. The church was over. Even before we get out, he was gone. That's how people will say that respect the church, that respect the beliefs, behave. It cannot be that these men, like previously I have said, it's like he is the one introducing Christianity in Kenya. It's like we didn't know Christianity. This is a new fashion of Christianity that we have been brought here. Ni kama wametengeneza mambo ambayo wanataka sasa tuwe fashionable. This is how you do it. This is where was he? He is not a young man. He knew that Christianity was existing in Kenya. But he is like cooking for us, cooking and feeding us, cooking and feeding us. It can't work. And furthermore, such an evil person, I'm sorry to say, he need to come straight and leave Christianity continue just the way it was, because he is not going to change Christianity for people to feel comfortable. People are running away. Can you imagine? People are running away because they feel uncomfortable. And simply because the behavior and the character of the man does not fit to be what he is trying to show us all the time with the Bible. Seriously, even one time he had said that if he's not elected, he's going to open a church. What was his aim of saying he's going to open a church? It's very sad and very even disappointing. He has disrupted people's faith. He has disrupted people's schedule of going to church. Maybe even some say, I'm not going to that church today. He is going there. People stay home. He should stop this behavior. We know who are faithful men and people who are, and those who love to go to church. Let them be free from all these bonds that he is trying to put. Like, we go to church because of him. He has put that point like church is important now that he is the president. No, we were going to church. Even more numbers were going to church than now. You can imagine. So he should think about that seriously. But God will redeem us because we don't play with his name. We want to believe as we have been believing. Let him not make those who feel like he is the right man who is bringing Christianity to them. No. Christianity has been existing since a long time ago, and it has been even more powerful than it is now in Kenya. Christianity should continue in Kenya in the right way. And that is how even our Kenya is in the wrong track. Same way. May God redeem us. I don't have much, Bernard. That's all I wanted to say tonight.
Okay, thank you, mommy. Thank you. So clear, so good. And William Ruto is a user of the church. He's not a supporter of the church, and he's polluting the church by mixing the state and religion. The Kenyan state is a civilian state. We don't have a Christian state. We have a civilian state. He's using the church as a tool to shield himself from his evils, and then, of course, to blind the church ministers from pointing out his ills. And so when he's seen with the bishops and seen by the reverends, it paints him as a nice person in the light that any question raised about him, it will be doubted. And then as long as he can cause the masses to doubt that he's not as bad as is being painted, then it gives him grace period to continue doing what he's doing. But at the end of the day, a lie does not last forever. It will soon come to an end. And so it is important that we clearly separate the state from religion. If we don't, we are creating a potential problem that may erupt eventually. When you hear the undertones of the Muslims beginning to say, why are they not invited in State House to also to pray, like the Christians do, and all that. So he wants to say to the Christians against the Muslims, or vice versa. And in the process, he would want to use the church as a tool. You remember, like for example, those of you been around, you know the pull and the push between the Catholics and the ACK. We have NCCK, then we have this Catholic Secretariat, and then of course we have the Pentecostal movement, the Evangelicals. Uh, all those formations are used for political purposes. For example, let's say the NCCK calls the presser and say they are condemning what the president is doing. You will see the other team now come and call a presser to counter the other people and say we are in support of the president and we don't want anybody messing up the president is God's elect. Okay. So they are being played politically, but they don't realize. The person who dealt with the church very well was Mike Kibaki. You remember the no and yes campaign for 2010. The church people went to him and said, we will support your yes team, but you give us several millions. And Kibaki, being the economist that he is, he said, I'm not giving you not a shilling. If you want to support, support. If you don't want to support, don't support. And that is how they went around. And you saw them gathering with the whistles and red cards. So they got another sponsor to help them say no. And they did. And of course, they dared that they have the congregations and they're going to overturn by winning that referendum. They lost. They are yet to apologize to us. Mm. I was right, stuck in the middle of it. I challenged most of them to come and show me how they are going to win election against the politicians. Eh, by that time, I used to do a show on K24 called Aswira ya Jamii. And so I challenged all those bishops to come to the show and prove how they are going to win. But the moment I saw them at Uhuru Park with whistles and red cards, I knew this one is lost. It's lost. There is no prayer that can save this. Because you cannot handle a political problem, solve challenge a political challenge politically when you're a spiritual man. I expected they would go to Uhuru Park and say, if I'm a man of God, there will be no rain until the referendum has collapsed. I didn't hear that. I saw whistles and cards. I said, these are jokers. They are not serious. And so it is important that we understand the kind of church we have, especially we are very greedy church leaders nowadays. Very greedy. Greedy in the sense that they can sell themselves, they can sell their children, they can sell their family just to get an extra shilling. We did not have this growing up. We did not have this growing up. Growing up, the man of God was a man of God, and the greatest picture of a man of God is how he ran away from greed, how he ran away from pride, how he ran away from public attention. Okay, everybody, as when we were growing up as young people, preachers were the best people to move with because they had Christ-like character. Okay, they were not bossy. They were not, you know, uh, seeking attention. They would run away from the glare of the cameras. They would run away from being acknowledged. This is the one who took me to school. This is the one who taught me how to tie a shoe, a tie, and all that. But today's preacher, he wants the cameras on himself. He wants to be the Jesus. He wants to be God the Father. He wants to be the Holy Spirit. And he wants every person standing up in the church to testify and say, it is this man of God who's rescued me. If it was not this man of God, I would have died. Oh, this man of God. And they feel good about it. There is nothing that makes me as uncomfortable like that. I ran away. I even resigned from that church because I would not want to compete with God for anything. Not attention, not members, not praises. So we have a twisted culture of church leaders today who are so greedy and demonic in their pursuit of wealth to an extent that they have seized into their responsibility of championing the right nation. And so when we're talking about folly, it is not far from the church. And so we must all acknowledge that and then find a solution to the same. Yes, Mr. Lala, we're going to say before Sembo comes in. Unmute, you're still mute, Mr. Lala.
Thanks, Bernard. You know, when I watched the Kamkunji meeting and even today's Baba's meeting, my heart bleeds because this should be where the church shines brightest. This is the platform where the church should be championing what is right. I live in the United States, and maybe if there's some pastors watching me from Kenya, I'm quite blessed because of the community that I live in. We have what we call United Pastors in Mission, okay? We meet every Tuesday. And this is from different denominations, from every walk of life. And sometimes we are joined even by Muslims, okay? When there is an issue that require the people of faith to come together as a unit. But the idea there is really to support each other and find better ways to tackle social, political, cultural issues in our community. And let me tell you, for the last 20 years, there is no leader actually I've not met. They come looking for us, whether it's the president, senators, and others. I meet them. We meet together because they come, they want to hear what the church is saying. And when there's an issue, we come with one voice and our leaders that we have in the system, okay? We are hundreds of us, but we meet together and there is a program. Pastors come and one who shares the word of God with us every week. And I issue that God we have a secretariat that manages our affairs, and the community know exactly who we are. You cannot win an election in this area without coming to our meeting, okay? So I pray for our churches back home, our community of faith, to even learn something from this group. I've shared with one or two people that have come around here, and it is a powerful way that we can organize ourselves, because what we see now is embarrassing, really, really sad to see the church gone. Then all of a sudden you hear them talking. When people are in need direction, prophetic word to guide the people, they are nowhere. Then all of a sudden they're bribed with cars and stolen money and land and different things, and it's embarrassing. So it's about wealth instead of the truth, the word of God. And so Baba is almost serving us as a prophet, when actually we are the prophet as pastors, that we should be able to lead, like the ranks of Njoya or Kulu and all those, great Ndingimwana Zeki and others who did wonderful jobs. Some of us are even scared to talk because we are afraid something will happen to us. And we know the truth. The truth is so clear. Election was stolen. The Supreme Court is a joke. Really a joke, because they went against the Constitution, when clearly matters are black and white. Here the Supreme Court says, open the server. Open.
Sorry, Mr. Lala, it seems your network has refused. Or Chebukati has sent a bagger. We're attacking his server. Sorry, Mr. Lala, we lost you, Kidogo, so we didn't get your closing,
Okay.
Malenas.
My closing word. What has happened is
Open the
like,
server. You went off and opened the server.
okay. Yeah, open the server was the court, Supreme Court, the highest court, says open the server. And then they say no. I mean, the IBC refuses to open the full server. It's like a judge signs a warrant, search warrant into your home or wherever, and the police comes and you're telling them, no, you can't enter this room. This room is reserved. You cannot enter there. And somebody maybe is hijacked in there. Some money is in there you're looking for. And then the court says nothing. Actually, we're talking of 7 judges saying, are they 7 or what? 9 or 7 American Kenyans saying nothing when actually there's a protest. That by itself, looking at it, I'm not a lawyer, is stunning. A Supreme Court that the orders cannot be obeyed, and who is in control? The Camagos, whoever, some systematic, whatever those organizations, they're saying no to a sovereign country. I mean, that's stunning. I talked to some few people here in the US here, they were stunned. So it is not something that is just a Kenyan thing, it's international. They see it. And with that kind of a mindset, who'd want to invest in a place where they're not sure there's law and order? Who'd want to put their money there? So making this thing right is a key to economic, survival. Kenya is respected. One of my classes at Harvard Business School, we studied Kenya as a case. Kenya, I went there talking about Kericho or whatever. Kenya is respected. But then things like this and the things that have been happening, we are losing it. We are losing it. So God has put this into our hands to put it back together. Okay? So it is not a matter of, Yuda, all this kind of thing. It's really a big, critical time for a nation to define itself. How are we going to be known around the globe? Whether we want to move forward, make a leap into the next phase, or we lose the momentum we have. And I would propose that Ruto and his team are an obstacle to Mama Mboga, to little Kenyan out there in every corner. Kila Mkenya ako pale, mkimwacha huyu jamaa na watu wake, jua mtakuwa na chakula, maisha yatakuwa magumu. There is a way out. Let's clean the system up and we have our nation back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lala. That's a good one. And of course, the Supreme Court was not after the truth. The Supreme Court was after the ruling. They deliberately refused to be after the truth. The difference between the Maraga Supreme Court and Kome Supreme Court is like day and night. The pursuit for the truth, the followership. Look at the followership question. The opening of the server, they gave an order because Azimio asked, not because the judges wanted to confirm. And then you see that's the whole thing. Let's give them whatever they want, but we already have the ruling. And so it was lazy, irresponsible, and uncalled for. And for that, they have gone into the history books as the worst 7-bench, whatever, highest court in the land that failed at a very critical moment because the president depended on them, the whole country depended on them, and it was too sure that they are not going to are to be sucked into the political differences to an extent whereby they don't put the country first. If they placed the country first, they would have come up with a different ruling. And the worst ruling that would have come from the Supreme Court, the worst, as in the case has been failed, is repeat the elections. But when they ratified what is grey and what is not clear, and then we knew this is cooked. My mother said this is cooked. My mother is almost 88, but she looked at the whole thing and said, these people have not done anything. They have been bought. Now, it didn't require any schooling or any even understanding of law. It's obvious these are 7 lazy people who could not even go through. I don't think even they went through the submissions and read through the wherever the affidavit. They already had a ruling. It's like what Chebukati brought to the commissioners, a 3-page of a 500-page results, and he calls them results. He has collapsed the 500 page into 3 pages and gave to the commissioners and say we are going to announce. That was the same thing with the Supreme Court. And for that, Kome and team, when we are through with chasing away Ruto, we will chase them all. We don't want any incompetence in this country. We want a country that we relied upon. Kwamba nikienda kotini nitapata haki. Sio hii mchezo watu wanacheza. Now lazy people in office, we just have to get rid of them. Kenyans, let's not accept mediocrity. Let's not tolerate mediocrity. Kome analipwa over $1 million shillings. So it's the deputy. And then these judges, they are being paid very, very well. And then they go to lazy around. The case they only listen to once in 5 years for 14 days. 14 days once in 5 years. And you still lazy around looking like you're lost. And you're talking English that doesn't even add up. But assemble. Karibu tumlete Mose amefika hapa tuambie mawili matatu.
Bernard, one thing I remember when I was growing up is about the church. Church was so instrumental even in the community development. You'll find, like, I grew up in the village, and back then the village, you are told, go plow your farm, whatever comes out of it, God will bless you. And people will work hard, people will plow their farms, people will go out planting, and the harvest they are getting, they'll bring for prayers. Some did not have money, but they'll give out the maize, they'll give out beans, just for tithing. But right now, if you don't have money and you have a sack of maize to bring for blessings, you're not considered somebody who is Christian. You are looked in a different angle, and this encouraged laziness. And church was back there till go work on your farm. Whatever you get out there, we'll bless it. And people were working, people were doing things, and there was food. Church was involved. But the church of today, we are looking at money. If you can't bring money and say, I have this piece of land for the pastor, I have this car for the pastor, then you're not a human being. You're not doing what is right. And I even remember the time back then when they were going for big positions, even electing the Archbishop for Anglican. I was Anglican. I'm still Anglican though. Even electing the Archbishop will take time because it was a vigorous process. Somebody who understands the position, what does it take to be the Archbishop? People like Olesapit now, I'm so disappointed with my Anglican. I've been disappointed for so long with the Anglican Church. And I can't blame them alone. There are so many people. But the way you said, Mr. Olala and Bernard, church need to come and take a position right now. Because where we are heading right now, if they can't make a stand, right now the cost of living is crazy for everybody. Church is not saying anything. They have not been seen anywhere to even condemn what's going on. They are quiet, but you will see them on Sunday parading somewhere waiting to be given handouts. Right now, they can't even talk. They're not saying, because if you try and talk, your name will be written out, will be taken out of the list. So you won't benefit for the group. And that's the same way you're saying there's a group that is countering the other group. And so you don't want to be looked like, okay, where should I stand? Should I be in between to get on this side and come this side? So Ben, that is something that really, really church need to come and help in the fight. Another thing that I'm still going to remind our people that we need to remember why we're doing this. The group of Chebukati must be taken behind bars. This must go to I think Kodiaga is the best one. Kodiaga is the best place for Chebukati. Kodiaga is the best place for Chebukati. The rest can be decided where to go to, but I'll prefer Kodiaga for Chebukati. These guys must be taken behind the bars. These guys must be jailed. These guys have been committing crimes. These guys have been not making us have a peaceful election because of corruption, because making money for themselves. Right now, there's this thing that even if you looked at the 10 points of Baba during their campaigns, they talked of even one product, one county. Right now, there's no member of parliament talking about even this thing. This is something very important, one product, one county. But they're running right now, fighting for them, fighting for money to be given. They want to get back the monies they spend during campaign, that through CDF. If that CDF, they are not there. If there was no CDF, nobody will be going for those posts, because that's how they're going to make their money. So these people, if they are really for us, there are things that were discussed during campaigns. Also, a Azimio group, there are things that were discussed, and that's why they were in Azimio. They have not taken up these things to even help us. So guys, Baba said there's so much information coming, and people come out to understand bado mapambano, and they said bado kuna mambo. He just said a little bit. So you guys come out and get more information. The member of parliament, and one thing, my central people, these guys, they are targeting you as a community, and it may turn bad when you be selected or be used against the rest when they're fighting for something for the entire nation. Don't allow the likes of Gachagua to come and use you to be the escape route of this thing they're doing. They're targeting Central, and that's why it's prayers in Central. People are dying in Turkana. The leadership cannot even travel to Turkana on Sunday to go and pray with them there. They can even go and fast in Turkana land and fast and pray for rains. They are not there in Turkana, but they're in Central where there's coffee and kahawa and there's rice. So guys, Central.
Conclude so that we bring Mose amekaa sana. I think we'll continue until Martin arrives.
I think I'm done, Bernard, by just reminding our people, but come out on Sunday and get more information, because this thing is just starting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Assemble. I think what we need to do as church people, we need to disciple this country. This country is not discipled. Those of you who know what discipleship is, there is some proposition I was making. We just need to have a caravan to go around this country and hold tent meetings and disciple Christians. The Christianity we have right now is not biblical. It is out of order and is part of the mess. When you watch television, those of you watch television, the preachers on television in this country, those who are shooting demons using toy gun. I mean, there are things happening in this country in the name of church that even angels shake their head when they see them happening. Mos Blandina. How are you, sir?
Hi, good evening, good morning, patriots. Bernard, Kenyan Asodo, Assemble, MO. There are other great patriots who I don't see there today. There is Chaka, there is Julia, and a host of others, many others whom I really cannot mention all of you. I want to greet you all and to also tell you that you actually doing a sterling job. This is the platform that we come to whenever we feel so down, whenever we feel so stressed. This is the place we get our energy, because honestly, without this kind of encouragement, with what happened in our country, I think many of us would have broken down. Now, we need to continue to push. We need to do the pushing. This pushing is what will bring Kenya back to its place in the community of nations. Let's not feel that by, whatever we are doing on this platform is not having an impact. I can assure you, this is a great, 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 great source of instrument that is going to help Kenya. It's going to help Kenya, and we are going to get there. Finally, we are going to get there. Bernard, you do an excellent job, my brother. May God bless you. This is excellent. And I have a feeling that, this freedom is not very far away. We are finally getting there. There is a viral video that is going around. I don't know if anyone has seen it, purporting to show some African leader, chastising Ruto for, stealing the election and asking him to go back to his country to go and open the servers. I don't know if anyone has seen it. I just wanted to know whether anybody thinks that video is genuine, because I also felt like it really raised my hopes. But whether or not it is not, let's continue to push, and I believe that mwishowe tutafika. Hiyo ndio nitasema. Asante sana. Thank you so much, my brothers and sisters over there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Moss. We appreciate that. The validity of the video is still in question, but I think the message in the video is clear. So whether it's a prank like people are making it, the message is clear. And right now, whatever that is going on in this country is beyond legality. It is now a political reality. And now that Baba has decided to take the matter to the highest court in the land, which is the people, the William Ruto and the team will have to deal with the people if they want either to win or lose this particular case. And so that message is not free of the thoughts and the hearts of the majority of the people who have the goodwill of this country. Um, Kenya is a leading nation in this continent. Whatever goes wrong with Kenya goes wrong with Africa. And so the Kamkunji meeting, it was not taken lightly by the nations of the world. And that's why you have begun to see that the Americans and the Britain, who are in the heart and the mix of these particular elections, are now beginning to play safe. They are beginning to sit pretty. Sit on the edge as far as this matter is concerned. And so eventually, this thing is going to yield required results. The only where Baba had a statement in 2017, ilikuwa inaitwa a zero what? the minimum, okay? The minimum, okay, that we must not go under is taking our seat, okay? No handshake, no government of national unity, no grand coalition, no sharing of our mbuzi. Mbuzi ni yetu, wezi wa mbuzi wafungwe. Hiyo tu. So the zero minimum that we can take is our seat back. And so if worse comes to worse, let there be a 6 months transitional government. We conduct a fresh election. We have our president into office. That is it. But as far as those information from the server are concerned, validity of the same ratified, we don't need an election. We just need a swearing in ceremony, the power to be handed over to the rightful people. The wrong people watashughulikiwa baadaye. And I see that happening. And there was a prophecy that came out that was very controversial. But I'm beginning to see its validity. Somebody gave a prophecy way before the elections. Okay, way before the elections. You see, the Raila Odinga is going to be the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya, but he's going to be president without elections. So, and we brushed it off, of course, now because we were working out to win these elections. So we didn't take that serious. But now it looks like that thing is coming to pass. Eh? So let's pray and remain positive. MO, is this the MO I know or another one? How are you today?
I'm good, Bernard. How are you? You
Good,
hear me?
good, good. Nice
Yeah,
to hear you.
good to hear you too, actually. I've been watching you since morning of this place, but now, Bidi Yako, I give you a big credit. I think Kenya is really taking its root because of you. I really appreciate what you are doing. Thank you very much for doing all this. And what is happening in Kenya, I don't actually know what to say. Now I'm the happiest person more because the whistleblower is coming from the inside of IEBC. They employed, because they knew a white person, when you employ him there, is, this is what I like about the white people. They can be very cunning and they will cheat you. They are together with you. Mpaka chukue hiyo bribe, lakini you don't know how it's going to turn against you. I think the panicked person in the entire world now is Ruto and Gachagua, because the whistleblower, they knew they are doing something good by kufunga mtu wa white na bribe, wakifikiria this time we are winning, but imeenda hewaya because white people, they know what they want and what they are doing, because hao ni watu wengine hawatakangi kufanyia mtu maovu. Wale those who wants to injure people's hearts, yes there are, but actually they really don't want to injure anybody's heart. Mtu sana sana the Americans, when they want to do away with you, they would rather kill you, but not making the entire community like Kenya suffer the way Ruto now has made Kenyans suffer. Me personally, I was affected. I know you, Ben, you are affected. So many people actually, because this thing was won by Raila even a month before elections. They have tried and tried to bungle and change everything which could not actually make any sense. But now it is coming out. They're still talking like I had black talking here. And I said, what's happening with us? Why don't we just have a little bit of reasoning in our mind? Why don't we just have a little bit of knowing the direction only? As Black people, first of all, and actually as Kenya, who has got 42 different communities. We are so many in which we should really speak in one voice as one people of Kenya. We don't love each other and we don't have love to us. That's why we can afford to put somebody like Ruto, who has shamelessly has even ashamed the country by taking those who has got cases to be his whatever, to be his ministers and so on and so forth. That is a shame to the entire world, because somebody with a case. I remember even America, I'm in America actually, but just by a whisker that you even stole a pencil when you are in standard 5, you'll be followed. You can't just go and occupy any government office. You'll be doing just these odd jobs. But with Kenya, somebody his case is being dropped because Ruto wants to employ them. Somebody kills and her case is being dropped, but that Ruto wants to employ them. Honestly, which way do we go? Which direction is this peaceful and beautiful country is taking? Are we really at our senses? Do we really know what we are doing? And he took the advantage of the quietness. People decided to keep quiet because we did not want anything to happen which is ugly, which has been happening, but we really did not want. And I really appreciate the God Almighty who really had hold people at ransom. Don't move. What happened in Kenya that time was God, not us. Don't move. And we kept quiet. We were injured. We were suffering internally. But God said, let me take control. And that control of God, I think, and I really praise him, God, that he's showing. He took control and he's taking control. The revelation is just today, and it started when Baba came back from South Africa in Kamkunji. Me, I'm seeing everything has taken a different dimension and things are gonna be good because Kenya is a God-loving country. Leave those church leaders who are with Ruto helping him to steal, and it is the same God who is going to punish all of them. Everybody will be punished in that scenario. You can't just injure God's children like that. Let me hold my case, but I appreciate you then. Thank you very much for being there for Kenya. I love you people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maggie. We appreciate that. Let's keep going. Asante sana. Uh, right, okay. Right, thank you. Let me play a video, and then we can begin to wind up if these guys don't show up. Hii traffic ya Mato leo akifika hapa mnishikie because he's not normal. Father Darius, thank you so much for your blessing. We appreciate it. We are also praying for the safety of Kaucho. I'm sure he's safe. We trust by daybreak everything will be
Oh,
sorted out.
then I
But
thought he was released. What happened?
of course, the intimidation program is on. So he got arrested on the pretext of incitement.
Oh, okay.
But the top brass is taking care of that. I'm sure everything will be fine.
Oh.
Le- let's get this video. Okay.
Bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano. Azimio, Azimio, Azimio. Asanteni. Mwezi kuketi. Sasa asanteni bana. Nyuso, warembo, vijana, wazee, washujaa wa Kenya. Jana tuliongea, nikawambia tuwe na kikao kidogo kesho.
Hata kuongea mtu unajua tu mtu anakaa aje. Hao ni watu wa UDA na hao ndio wako na njaa kutuliko. Mimi nitaenda kwa mada direct. Leo nimeona kumbe Raila ndio president. Leo ndio nimejua Raila ni president. Kwa nini nasema hivi? Na hiki nataka ifikie baba Ruto, baba nani? Ruto, baba Nick, ni baba Nick. Ruto ni baba Nick, ndio? Ruto, baba Salim. Leo hata wewe penye huko penye umekaa unajua vizuri president ni nani. Hiyo kitu umekaa yako. Raundi. Venye tumeanza hivyo tutaendelea hivyo. Raundi baka tupewe haki yetu. Baba amesema, na baba akisema wewe nani unapinga? Baba amesema wewe ni nani unapinga? Na Raila amesema vizuri leo hatutaki handshake. Achukue hiyo kitu alikuwa anataka kupea Raila. Ape Nick kijana wake. Ama pe huyu anaitwa nani, huyu mwenda wazimu. Ama pe Sonko. Ama pe Muguna. Hao ndio mwenda wazimu apao. Lakini sisi kitu tunajua kama watu wa Azimio bado tuko nyuma ya Raila Amolo Odinga. But Ruto ulifanya kitu mzuri. Kitu tulikuambia utupea ulitupea. Tulikuambia utuletee ndege. Tulikuomba 2 zilikuja 2. Na blenda yenye ilifanyika zilikuwa juu kidogo. Tuliwaambia wakuje chini lakini walikuwa juu. Na leo nimejua kumbe Ruto penye yako anaogopa Raila Amolo Odinga. Hata askari moja hakuwa huko. Hata polisi moja hauko Kamkunji. Lakini baba anakuja nyumbani. Na sisi kama watu wa Azimio tunataka kuambia Raila Amolo Odinga venye ameanza hivyo asirudi nyuma. Baba baka pewe haki yake. Na Chebukati, ukiona Chebukati mahali upige nduru ama utoe nguo. Toa tu nguo. Watakuuliza nini fanyikana nimeona Chebukati. Mweke sel. Ama tuletee, tutaona kitu tutamfanyia. Ile kitu tulionyoza vizuri venye kura zilikuwa. Raila Amolo Odinga ndio president. Baba Nick, Ruto baba Nick penye huko, tafadhali. Tulikupea ng'ombe kama Wajaluo. hiyo ng'ombe tuliroga. Hiyo ng'ombe tuliroga na ndio imeanza saa hii kazi. Kasaya, si ulikula samaki huko? Si ulikula samaki? Chunga tumbo. Kama Raila amesikwa, Gachagua ni nani? Gachagua ni nani? Gachagua ni nani Kenya hii? Dio, hata kuvaa kwake ni dio. Tafadhali Gachagua, wacha kubisana ndovu kukunia. Wewe ni kunguni kwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila amesikwa, amekaa jela. Wewe ni mtoto wa Kamau. Wewe ni mtu fake. Na president mwenye tunajua ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Na venye tumeanza hivi, kama ni hivyo, tutagawa Kenya katikati. Tutagawa Kenya katikati. Wabukusi wenye wanatusumbua tutatoa huko. Tuwalete huko. Huko tutakilia. Tugawe Kenya. Wakuje huku kwa nini? Ama tuwapeleke huku wakao na Museveni. Kama Ruto atawacha hii Kenya, hata kwako nini Eldoret, hapo Raila atakuwa president hapo penye huko. Wewe tusumbua hii Kenya ni watu wa mountain. Nyinyi ndio fake kabisa. Lakini leo nimeona nani kitu mtaua. Nimeona Kalonzo Musyoka kama uko strong kidogo. Lakini nani Kalonzo, kuna kitu moja. Watu wakiomba, jaribu kuangalia Raila anafanya nini. Tafadhali Kalonzo, angalia Raila anafanya nini. Watu wako funika macho, wewe umekufa. Tangu lini usana Raila amefunga? Uwezi. So Raila Amolo Odinga, mimi najua unaenda kuwa president. Na Ruto hata atalala kwake leo. Hawezi lala kwake. Na Babu Owino, tumekuachia bila Gachagua. Babu bila Gachagua. Wewe ni kunguni kwa Raila Amolo, wewe ni kunguni kwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila amekushinda. Baba amekushinda. Na najua munaenda nyumbani. Raundi.
Summarize your point hapo unasema.
Naongea 1 hour. Raundi. Tutatoka nje. Kama wana Kenya, tumechoka na hii serikali. Kama ni kwa barabara, tutaenda. Kama ni maandamano, hakuna wenye unajua kufanya maandamano kama sio sisi.
Haya, ujumbe ni kama huo. Tunashukuru kila mmoja kwa kuendelea kutegea Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show. I trust you're gaining insight into what is happening. Those bunge la wananchi, they are set for the central command to give what to be taken as an undertaking or an assignment. Father Darius and suggest, can we have t-shirts za 10 million, za 8 million strong? Good, very good suggestion. I think we need them for the demos. 8.1 versus 5.9. And then wananchi wachague.
Hata Kioni alimwambia watu huko, I think he was in Kiambu, and he said, please let us not lag behind. Na tusiogope. So I think we are in good shape. Kioni alisema, because yeye anajua kumbe hata Raila alipata kura nyingi sana Kiambu. In fact, from the mountain Raila alishinda hata huyu mtu, ni vile tu walikuwa wameibiwa na Chebukati. Chebukati naye msimlaumu sana. Anyway, I think kesi yake ilikuwa kama kesi ya Kivuitu in 2007. Alikuwa threatened, alikuwa amewekwa mateka. There's nothing, he didn't have any option. But sasa ubaya wake anaongea matope. Nimesikia vile alikuwa anaongea kwa tribunal, nikasema huyu mtu ni nini? Mpaka what Gaucho is telling us, I think is in order. If I meet him, I'll strike myself naked. So things are not very good. We want our Kenya back. It has never reached this point where mtu anashindwa hata anafanya nini the following minute. Kenya is bad. I heard it. Although I'm going there, I'm coming to Kenya next month. I'll look for you. Yeah. So it's really, really, really bad. But I must hide myself from those people because tunaweza kuwa target. I know I'm the target, but I will come. Yes.
Sawa, karibu, bado mapambano. We will win this one.
We are winning. This one we are winning. And I'm sure we can't just stop. It is unstoppable this time. Ama aje akasado. Kenyan, eh?
Okay, asante. Kenyan, naomba tafadhali upeane. Hello?
Yeah, I say hi to her. Sorry, I didn't hear in time. And then when you are clicking to connect, it takes some time. Yeah, I'm good. And I have heard what you said. It's so nice to talk to you and also to hear views from our Kenyans wherever they are. We are looking forward to see that our Kenya builds up. And when it is peaceful in our country, we are healthy and we will have good life because we are not demanding anything from the government. It's only that we want peace and we want the right person to be on the chair so that he can guide us in the coming future. Our future is very delicate right now. And we want somebody who will give us, comfortable way forward so that we can bring up our children and even our people get to breathe for the time being. Actually, people are really suffering, and that is what we are looking to see, that they are cushioned to stabilize their life and also to feel that there is somebody who is in their shoes. So for that, Maggie, thank you so much for joining us. You have been lost so much. Maybe I took chance for you, but come back. We still have a space for you. And let's join hands. Let's talk. Let's tell Kenyans the good things that Raila has. The goodies are with Raila, nobody else. And we hope everything will work out. And God is there to hold us tight and make us resurrect our country. And we will make it. We will make our country great again because it has been really deteriorated. Thank you so much, Maggie. And wherever you are, good night or good day. I am here even tomorrow, God willing. So talk to you again. Thank you. Kenyans, good night.
You're welcome.
Okay.
And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Maggie. Thank you, Mama Mary. Thank you, everybody, for staying and following through the show. I trust you have gotten one or two things. Since it is 20 minutes to 6 o'clock in the morning in Nairobi, Kenya, although we have got so many guys still viewing, I want to bring the curtains down. Julia cannot be here. Mato sijui alishikwa na traffic polisi or what happened. But I want us to bring the curtains on this particular show so that we give opportunity to those who want to watch it from the beginning they can now go through it. And we also want to appreciate the subscribers on Sound Candid Talk. Please, let's keep pushing that channel. We really want it to get to 1,000 subscribers as soon as possible. So please recommend it for somebody who loves political discussion to also subscribe. If you are an ambassador for that, it will make a great difference. Father Darius is suggesting for the t-shirt for 8.1 million strong. I would, we will see how that can be done. Of course, we need that even beyond Sunday, so that because after Sunday, we may hit the nail on the head, or we continue with the demos. I am sure Baba has an elaborate plan. He wouldn't want to use Nairobi only, but if that works, no problem, as long as we have gotten the seat and we use the seat to correct what else that is not in order. I want to appreciate the subscribers of Mtembei TV and followers on Mtembei official page on Facebook. Please, let's keep working and ensuring that the channel is reaching. The information we share here is valid. I trust it will help anybody who wants to know about this country. And so don't watch alone and don't keep this as a secret. This is a public channel and we want as many people to get the right information. When we call for demos or call for people to stand up and be counted, they will need information so that they act on the right information, not the propaganda and the twisting of the truth that Kenya Kwanza is offering. So for us to displace the lies that are being perpetuated, we must hold up the truth and put it in the face of every Kenyan. And that's what we are doing right here. And so let's keep pushing and let's ensure that that's done. Otherwise, we pray that God will bless you, God will keep you, God will preserve you. And let us meet again later on in the day as we continue with the broadcast. God bless you. See you then.
Bye, Ben.